Ladies and gentlemen, the show is starting soon. We are just waiting for Iskatumesk to return from his physical labor duties. Pour one out for the homie, and we will be back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prenogo, and today it is going to be told. What is it? The Tyrant's Tale, of course. We are on to Day 7, the final day of competition here for Cosmonarchy's latest and greatest tournament. Not only is this your average tournament with crazy competition, but it's also a tournament that will later be dramatized into a mission set for you and your homies to enjoy. And we are going into the finals, the lower final, the grand final, and in between them, the show match. That's right. And you know what? I will be able to reveal the members of the show match. I will be revealing one member of the show match in just a moment here. And the other player, the other contestant in that show match will be revealed at a later point after the conclusion of the lower final. But it is indeed a rule, as Luciferius points out in the chat, to blow kisses to the homies. I'm waiting for my homie, Escatumesk, to return. Looks like he'll be a while longer. So we're just going to kind of hang out together and podcast it out for a little bit. Take this opportunity to talk to you guys about the future of Cosmonarchy, the fact that we've received a good amount of changes lately, that we're still reining things in, figuring things out. Definitely a lot of balancing and timing that needs to be adjusted. But if you guys aren't aware, our pre-release testing branch has the economic update and a host of balance adjustments to Tier 1 and beyond. And we are still figuring things out as far as how that is going to shake up and shake down. It definitely seems like people are coming around to the idea that Zerg are really, really strong, and so trying to figure out how to counter them without it devolving into an all-in mess is definitely an interesting choice. I actually, interestingly enough, feel like that's the same sort of thing that people are finding when they're considering the Terran versus Zerg matchup in Starcraft 1, where it's kind of turned into a very technical set of plays with the highest level of competition back and forth between each place, where it's, Terrans are finding it really difficult to kill Zergs in the late game, and so they always end up going for some kind of mid-game timing attack that might as well be an all-in, because if it fails, it's quite unlikely that, it's still maybe a little bit playable, but it's quite unlikely you're going to be able to make anything happen. And so that's been an interesting transmutation to watch in pro play there. I feel like maybe there's going to be an element of that in this latest meta that we carve out here in the month of September. But as we get closer to that inevitable move, the show match will be played on the current pre-release version, and so I am expecting some very interesting shenanigans. But we'll have to just see how it goes, because it's not just going to be that. There's going to be a couple of added twists and turns, and hopefully we can get some chat engagement in that respect. Maybe we get some viewer polls to decide what maybe what game mode we play, or what the first map is going to be. I'm sure everybody's going to want Main Street on there, but you never know. You never know. There's definitely some interesting maps that have come out recently, like that island map that 3Crow commissioned myself to make. So I feel like there's a lot of potential for that sort of thing. And I see HitEmUp is in the chat. He is waiting on either TopRamen or Neblime to defeat one another so that they can earn the honor of facing him. That match has already been played. We will be casting that from replays. And then the show match will be played live, and that will give the opportunity for HitEmUp and whoever proceeds to face him to prepare, to get themselves warmed up, revved up, and good to go, and see how that works out. But it's kind of interesting to me that HitEmUp has already been practicing the economic update to the new version of the game when he still has the grand final, best of 7 to play. But actually, the same thing happened with TopRamen, with Neblime, with everybody who was actually participating in this tournament. Shambler, I think Mystery Meat was he was not playing recently. He didn't play yesterday, as far as I know. I know Veek played, so I think, but most of the players play. I think maybe Arbuz also didn't play recently. But other than those two, it feels like everybody who is participating in this tournament immediately started grinding up the games on the new version. So that's interesting. And it does mean that even if there's things that are out of whack currently, it seems pretty interesting to, get everybody's opinion on it, get their games played. Super early days, of course. But very interesting, very interesting. Yeah, the last hurrah of the Cyclops. I feel like they're still pretty good. I mean, I did end up increasing the attack rate of the unit. For those who don't know, the Cyclops was buffed in its attack rate, but it was adjusted to... I mean, I guess you could call it a nerf, except the problem is it's not exactly a nerf. So if I say I made it so that the splash has fall off, that sounds like a nerf. But in a way, it's not a nerf because in addition to the fall off, it also is now unsafe splash. So you'd think that means it's a double nerf, but actually you kind of don't want to have no fall off unsafe splash because you will just end up losing way more units as a result of that, taking way more damage. But I think that with good micro, the Cyclops is more efficient than it used to be, which is pretty cool because actually people kept complaining, and I'm not sure how true this is in reality, but people did have this opinion that Tyrant lacked a strong all-rounder unit that you could basically build as the core of your army, and people used the Cyclops as a stand-in for that, even though it did have some weaknesses and did have ways that you could play around it. It did significantly truncate the decision tree, I think. And so we might see that in the TVP from Ramen versus Neblime. If Ramen is able to defeat Neblime, we might see that in the TVT on going forward. I'll be interested if we get a Terran playing in the show match. Is that going to be a point of contention where they start tricking out the new Cyclops? I'm not sure. It'll be interesting. I do think that the Cyclops drop is probably still... I mean, like, I feel like if you focus the same... There's some value in focusing the same worker now because the attack rate is fast enough that you'll definitely get you're kind of guaranteeing the kill versus the spread damage. But at the same time, it depends on the matchup, right? If you're doing that to a Zerg, then they'll regenerate. Whereas if you're doing that to a Terran, or even a Protoss, like, yeah, the shields you regenerate. Flash shielding got changed as well. That's a pretty big change as well. But anyway, I'll take this opportunity just to say hi to the chat. Hope you guys are doing all right. I know normally we would just go straight into the tournament discussion and stuff, but I'm doing a little bit more podcast-oriented stuff here because I figure that's better than just putting a 20-minute wait back on the screen or whatever. For you guys to enjoy. As much as the background music is a jam, for sure. Just as a refresher, the lower final is a best of 5. The show match will be a best of 3, unless it goes super fast, in which case maybe we add a couple extra games to it, who knows. And the grand final is obviously a best of 7, just like Acropolis Playoffs, the throne room stage for that. And it's a bit too early to do retrospectives for the tournament because it's not over yet. But I will say that I liked and disliked aspects of the preparation style. The fact that it was a preparation tournament meant that every week we played, like we basically had a week between individual matches. That includes actually the lower final into the grand final. We thought about maybe being able to play this day of play, day 7. We thought about maybe hosting this last weekend. But some things were in flux on my side, and then we couldn't figure out a good time to make it happen for the finalist and the 2 finalists that got there. So, yes, Ben. Yes, welcome. I saw Hapsea earlier. I did see that. But I think it's pretty interesting anyway to. It'll be interesting to see a preview of the next phase, but it's also, I think, what's cool about the preparation style is you did get to see people practice specifically for their opponent. And I feel like that is something that we sometimes don't have. In the past, it's only been a thing that feels like it's turned up because of scheduling issues, where previously we were like, no, let's just try to play the games as fast as possible. And then the only time we would have a week between games is if like scheduling stuff didn't work out. So having the opportunity to practice or at least mentally prepare and think about like what you might want to do, that seems like a pretty cool thing to be able to say that you were able to do. So there is an aspect of that I would like to preserve. The only question for my money is, do we get to do that without... is there some happy medium where maybe like we play twice a week, instead of having an entire week between the games. But at the same time, scheduling is king, and you don't always have the opportunity to make that one happen. But I still feel pretty good about the way that the quality of games that we've had. There were very few series that were just stinkers, and I feel like there usually are more. Maybe that's not true. Maybe there were the same number of series that weren't super great, but the series that were really good, that like the quality of the good series was higher in my opinion so far. Obviously, still have 2 official ones and a show match to get through, but so far I feel like the memorable series were more memorable than they usually were. That's my impression. And that could be recency bias, but I think like Hamster TopRamen in the quarterfinals, obviously Mystery Meat Neblime in the quarterfinals. I think those 2 are really bangers. I think later on, having Mystery Meat versus TopRamen was pretty interesting. It wasn't as much of a banger as TopRamen Hamster. And then in the lower bracket, Arbuz Mystery Meat was really good. Might be the series of the whole set of the tournament so far. And then I feel like there was one other match that I thought was really good too. I'm trying to. Oh yeah, obviously it was Arbuz Neblime was pretty hype as well. So yeah, there were some pretty epic series in general. Like we saw a reverse sweep from Neblime to make it this far to face TopRamen. I don't know. There's something about that that's pretty interesting. Although Neblime did make me laugh a little bit because he posted a screenshot of like the playoffs bracket from the lower bracket where it said that he won versus Hamster 3-0, and then versus the Shambler 3-1, and then versus Arbuz 3-2. And he's like, this is not a good track record. So, if he loses 2-3 to TopRamen, then the prophecy was written. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I'm interested in what Mesk thinks about it as well, because I feel like Mesk will be in Neblime's corner, especially if all he's thinking about is TopRamen's showing against HitEmUp. Where TopRamen, like especially on game 2, and I would say to a lesser extent game 3 of that set, it felt like TopRamen should have been able to close game 2 and should have been favored to get into a favorable position in game 3, and yet neither one of them worked out. It's like, damn, how is that possible? So that's the kind of. I feel like maybe Mesk will focus on that. But at the same time, I haven't really seen TopRamen play against Protoss recently. I know he's done a lot of experience with that in general because him and Aoud, when Aoud was still playing, I think he's back in October. So it'll be really cool to see if he comes back in and tries some more because he was really good. I know that Ramen and Aoud duked it out a lot, and they traded like they would play as Protoss to see if they could find a way for Tyrant to be victorious in the matchup because Tyrant was having a hard time. And obviously Eclipso, he was defeating a lot of Tyrants, including TopRamen, and so there was a lot of practice back then. But this is like some months ago, right? And so I'm wondering, has Ramen played against Arbuz recently? I know he's played against HitEmUp's Protoss a little bit, and they did actually practice a little bit before the series between TopRamen and Neblime. So there's that as well. But I don't know. It was interesting for sure, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how that one works out. So, again, there was a week between games, so Ramen and Neblime both had time to practice. I don't know if they got around to doing it. Besides, I know that Ramen played some matches against HitEmUp's Protoss before this match. I don't know about Neblime on the other side. I feel like probably he found some time to practice, but I know he's been busy. He just moved as well, like a couple of weeks ago. Same as me. So kindred spirits there. You're never sure exactly what's going on with that. So, speaking of, shall we reveal one of our show match competitors? I think the answer, of course, is yes. Let me just find my correct file to name this as. I recently fixed Photoshop, courtesy of DF telling me what to do. All I did was rename the executable, and it no longer lags. So that's great, but it did reset a bunch of my preferences, and that's not as great. And so I have to find my way around the program a little bit more. I can't believe that all I had to do is rename it. It's so that some DLL that has a memory leak and it doesn't get loaded, and apparently it wasn't that important, at least so far. So, I will use this opportunity now to reveal one half of our show match, which will be played as most likely a best of 3, maybe a best of 5, depending on how fast things go. It will be a series set to play on pre-release. It will be a series that is going to be played on most likely bizarre game modes. We'll let the chat vote on the game mode and the map for what happens there. And one of the players that is going to be a participant there is none other than ArbuzBudesh. ArbuzBudesh will be playing in the show match. He has agreed. He has cleared his schedule. He is available. I see we have some people trying to vote for Omni. Classic move. Debug mode. You can't vote for debug mode. That's absurd. I was talking with Jesse earlier about some stuff as well. I see Arbuz is being Omnikin on Spinal Tap or Mass Destruction. Yeah, I got to decide what the votes are going to be like. Since we have people voting on both YouTube and Twitch, what I think I'll do is I'll wait until we're kind of like concluded with the first series or whatever. And we'll get the votes out for, like, maybe we'll do map vote on YouTube and game mode vote on Twitch, something like that. We'll make it work though. I think I heard a mess. What's up, dude?
I got everything sorted out. Got her bed made. She's off to have a nap, and I am here today to join you hand in hand.
Yes, sir.
On Call Link. The clown entry is deploying.
Oh yes, let me go ahead and actually host the replay here.
Oh my God! How are we gonna do the clown knives? Clown of the hawk, Aeon of the clown. The host is running a different version. What the?
It's release.
I am on release, aren't I?
Maybe. I'm on regular and not double, so for brain cell.
Oh,
that might be it too.
I did is stupid. I thought I was going to escape it without my hangnail destroying me, but it didn't.
No luck?
Now my finger hurts. No, I had closed the game because I was going to relaunch it. So I had to relaunch it again.
Again. Well, you're here now.
Again.
All right.
Clown.
Well, my homies, my brothers in arms, Mesk is now joining us, and we can begin talking about Day 7, the final day of Tyrant's Tale. I was just talking a little bit about how this tournament, more than any other tournament, has deliberately been designed so that people could prepare for their matches, think about their matches mentally or practice or whatever. And that's meant that there's been a week between each match. And so, you know, Day 7 is actually like week 7 or something like that. Actually, maybe week 6. I don't know how long it's been since we've started it. I mean, if you factor in the qualifier as well, that had a feature as well. But we are coming into the lower final to kick things off. And this is TopRamen versus Neblime, Tyrant versus Protoss. And there will have been some time for these players to practice against each other and, you know, basically get themselves hooked up and ready to go for this particular series. And obviously Neblime showed some fortitude versus Arbuz. He was able to reverse sweep him to get here. And he'll be taking on TopRamen, who didn't have as strong a showing versus HitEmUp, obviously. But you also have to take that with a grain of salt, because HitEmUp is HitEmUp. You know, he's seems to be the best player, seems to be the strongest player, He just has that those macro rotations down, the mechanics of just constantly clicking stuff and making big unit amounts and stuff like that. And tenacious, and also has like some tricksy strategies that he can pull in because he spent enough time learning the basics that he knows how he can maybe operate within that to throw people off, like the Cyclops drop that, despite being predicted by TopRamen, still ended up finding a second round where he killed so many workers. So we remember that. We will never let Ramen forget that, most likely. But in order to have a chance to defend his honor a second time, he's going to have to make it past Neblime. And while I think Ramen is capable of doing that, I will point out Neblime has way more PvT official experience on tournaments than TopRamen has TVP. In fact, thinking about it, he has literally TVT'd his way to this point in the tournament, right? It was against Hamster, 5-game series, then against Mystery Meat, 4-game series, and then against HitEmUp, where he lost 0-3. So now this is his first time in Tyrant's Tale fighting against somebody who isn't a Terran, which is kind of crazy to think about, but here he is. Whereas Neblime has faced off against Mystery Meat already and Hamster already. So he's actually also faced off against Shambu Zerg and then Arbuz's Protoss. So he's run the gamut. But Neblime should be a little bit more aware of the racial matchup and maybe the dynamics there. So TopRamen might be a little bit slow to start. But I do know he practiced against HitEmUp's Protoss before this match took place. So he's not going in completely blind. But with all that said, Mesk, what are your thoughts on the series?
Neblime is such a strong player. I think it's going to be really, really hard to unseat him. Arbuz definitely was catching him a little off guard in some of those matches, but he righted his boat, got everything under control. And I don't know, I feel like, have I ever seen Neblime against HitEmUp?
Maybe even in the practice games you haven't seen him? Because sometimes they will play. I think they've played something like 48 games. Neblime was counting. So.
Holy shit, okay.
Like,
what
this
was
is
the win rate?
A while ago. I think Neblime may have won one. I'm not sure.
One?
Yeah, I told you, dude. HitEmUp literally destroys everybody. That's why he's seeded number one in the tournament.
Yeah, I was worrying about that. I was thinking, what is Neblime's record against him? Because I was trying to think, have I ever actually seen them play? And I thought, how is Neblime losing? Neblime is obviously the best.
Mm-hmm.
But if he only has one win rate, well, maybe that's because Neblime insists on playing Protoss.
Yeah, Neblime has played specifically.
About that.
I think he's played against HitEmUp, who has played as all the races, but Neblime has played only as Protoss. So his Protoss record is that, as far as I know.
Yeah. Well, I feel like if there's a race that is Neblime's weakest race, it would be his Protoss.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like because evidently he started as Terran and then went to Zerg, and I haven't really seen a lot of the more recent dynamic than that. But I mean, yeah, I guess I can kind of see that because HitEmUp's been pretty solid too. But I mean, that is the thing, is that HitEmUp's Protoss is very different from Neblime's, and while Ramen may be getting a lot of practice against that, if he's not been getting a lot of practice against Neblime, then that's I highlighted a lot of the differences just between Arbuz and Neblime when we saw that matchup, and you could kind of see that even in those matches. So it is a kind of a different style, and Neblime is also, I feel like, a lot harder to tilt than HitEmUp is. So
yes,
I feel like even in the inter matches that could definitely have some relevance, even if you don't get the Shambler-esque typing out of it. And so I don't know, like it. If they've been practicing a lot, then I feel like Ramen has been putting on a pretty strong showing as well. But I feel like it's still definitely Neblime should come into this pretty confident, but he shouldn't definitely let his guard down, because I mean the Mystery Meat matchups and everything related showed that it's not going to be an easy fight. Even if Neblime comes out of it 3-0, it's not going to be an easy 3-0. I don't think.
Yes, that's fair. So, but you still think he has the favor over TopRamen overall?
I think he should. He should. I think it'll be really telling within the first match if he doesn't.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. What kind of game is Ramen playing? Yeah. What's his game plan versus Protoss? And you're right that Neblime plays Protoss very differently than Arbuz. He also plays it differently than how HitEmUp plays Protoss. And so that practice that TopRamen has gotten might not have prepared him specifically for how Neblime plays, specifically because Neblime keeps a lot of pocket strategies, which, as far as I know, he either only practices in single player or he practices it against lower ranked players. Like he practiced a lot of stuff versus Lundier, for example, who is like he's like a class 3 type player. Like he's not very highly ranked. He's not terrible.
Literally being used as an experimental punching.
Right. And so like, but then he's like, hey, don't tell anybody I'm cooking this or whatever. And so then he brings it out at the end of, out of nowhere. And that's interesting to me that Neblime has that style. But he's also the guy who on Game 3 versus Mystery Meat all those tournaments ago went for the, the forward stockade on Otherworld and lifted the anchor and then got the Wraith stack going and did all sorts of crazy. He reverse swept him based on just total cheese, basically. And it was impressive in a way, but it was also like, damn, like Neblime has that in him. Even if he's down 0-2, he'll still do something like that, which is kind of coin flippy, like if it gets scouted. So interesting for sure. I think going into this series, it'll definitely be telling on that first match. And so let's talk about maps. We will be opening on Rage Slave, which to my mind favors Ramen. Ramen's played a lot of games on Rage Slave.
Oh, yeah.
Mostly because he plays a lot of games with HitEmUp, and HitEmUp really likes Rage Slave. That's my analysis there. But Ramen banned Oblivion as his opening ban.
No surprise there.
Right, and so he's been paying attention there. Neblime responded by banning Impetus, which is Ramen's pick a lot of the time. Ramen does like that map. So that's interesting. They've both kind of gone for maps that they're both comfortable on. I love to see the ban being used for that particular purpose, not just because you might be less comfortable on a map, but specifically because your opponent might have done a lot of practice on it or might just be really comfortable innately on it. Just take that out of the pool immediately. Go to Rage Slave. Definitely favors Ramen. Ramen does have the higher seed, by the way, because it came from the upper final. So Neblime, for the first time in the tournament so far, has had to be the lower seed. And so his follow-up pick is Blackwater Bastion, 4-spawn map. I feel like these two are likely fine with 4-spawn maps, likely fine with macro. Maxium is map 3. And if we need them, Paradise will be map 4, and Genesis Y is the decider. So those are going to be interesting choices if we get there, but I see that basically we open with Rage Slave, a 3-spawn map. Then next, we have 3 4-spawn maps, and then Genesis Y to close us out, which is actually usually a pretty aggressive one. Interesting.
Imagine if they all turn into cross spawns, and then the last match is just cheese.
Yep, of course.
Neblime goes for the proxy again.
That's just the way that it is.
I don't think he's going to do that against anyone besides Shambler. I feel like that's like, rather than typing, he just proxies.
Yeah. Get it out there.
You never know. I don't think it would really work against someone like Ramen, but you never know.
We'll have to see. Are you ready to get this series started? See what's up on Rage Slave? See what these boys have been preparing for each other?
Yes, let's see who's going to get slap juggled first.
Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to the lower final of Tyrant's Tale, opening on Rage Slave. And we've got Neblime here in the top left, as I'm going to call it the Scarlet Protoss? Oh, it's Vermilion. I thought that first
Destroyed.
Too. Ramen down here in the bottom left as the Silver Tyrant. Fuck, it's Platinum.
Fucking destroyed.
All right, I'm off my game, boys, but we'll come back stronger. Now, this is actually the macro spawn for Rage Slave. This is top left and bottom left. The spawn that always results in more close stuff is anytime the right spawn is activated. That's the smaller rush distance. So we could be on for a banger of a game here to start things off. I don't think it's going to be cheese.
Well, this map almost becomes Otherworld in this arrangement.
Mm-hmm.
Almost. And in the big cast with Arbuz and Co.'s mentioning how this is probably one of the instances where you would see lots of air cheese, and the south player may even want to take that central base because it is much more defensible, and it isn't mineral only, unlike the third that's in front of their main. But then they could also go for that really far expansion too, but there's so much like backdooring potential on this map, which we've seen Ramen go for drops. So, and then Neblime also likes to go for vassals and Bargus and things like that. So I feel like both players have to be cognizant of the cheese in this, as Ramen exceeds 1,000 APM, inflating your replay size.
That's right. He's going for the Fulcrum follow-up after his Quarry opener, because he's Ramen.
No
That's what he does.
there.
He's pulled off all gas workers after that as well, so he's going straight into the Macro Terran with the idea of following up his Fulcrum play. I wonder... Oh, you know what he's doing with this Mason up here as well? Is he's going to... I think he's going to go for a Watchdog? No, I don't know what he was doing there. Scouting for Proxy Warden.
Shambler proxy. The fear of God is in him.
Interesting choice. I feel like sometimes you'll pull the worker to try to build something, and then you're like, wait, this isn't the right time in my build order to do that. Then you pull it back. So that's what that read like to me. But you know what? It was also very specific with its placement. So
Yeah, it was odd. Either he was looking for an early scout that had somehow gone there, but
Right.
maybe in checking for a proxy, but I don't know. It's like Neblime's done the proxy once, but that's kind of a far... if he wanted to proxy, I don't think it's going to be that close.
That's right, yeah. By the way, I know you haven't been able to keep up with stuff too much, but we will have a show match between this match and the grand final. And it will be played live, and it will be played on the new economy, the big update that just happened yesterday. So still figuring a lot of stuff out there, but it'll be interesting to see. And I just wanted to point that out mostly because the quarry opener here, I don't think that's going to be happening in the new updates. So it might be the first time to see that.
It's okay. At least we'll get to see Ass Cozy, right?
No, not quite. Not quite.
Well, that Mason's fucked.
Indeed.
One thing's for sure, Neblime is keeping its standard, although it is the one gateway-ed lattice.
Yes.
It's still pretty much the same composition as normal.
So the Vassal's going to come out here for scouting. That's something that you need a little bit of S-speed now, actually, believe it or not, on the new version.
Oh, no.
Can't
and don't tell 3Crow that. That will crush his soul. Especially in the massacre matches. Biddy B's going to be licking his chops on that one. He's going to get his revenge. No more vassals for you.
Neblime thinks that Massacre is OP for Tyrant if they just make anchors. I'm not sure about that, but it's kind of interesting to think about.
Well, they are mineral only, so you do get a lot of mileage out of them. But...
Sure, yeah. Vulture's on their way around.
What's interesting is he's not sending out the vassals right now.
Yeah.
He's not getting that scout in. He's pretty confident. There is an early watchdog anyways, but he waited explicitly for the 3 of them, so this is really there just to try to pick off a few workers, I think, rather than just scouting. I mean, it's Ramen. He's probably not doing anything super weird. But there is already a watchdog up, so the chances of them getting too much damage in is pretty low.
No, yeah, he's actually going to lose one of them immediately, so that's no bueno there. But I will point out, the vultures cannot shoot up, so a little bit of heckling will happen.
Yeah, a little bit of tickle there.
Yeah.
Get some eyes on the possible expansion timing here. The Cyclops has arrived. They can tickle this. Just be a little careful about this. It just ties them up a little bit. Now, again, the player may have like 1,000 APM, but it's all spam. There is definitely hitches that people will have in their focus and their control when stuff's like that happening. And if Neblime is able to multitask and keep harassing it, it can snowball, and we have seen that in these matches, but he doesn't want to bother at the moment.
No, he's actually moving out to see if he can attack.
Moving out here.
Yeah, and you know, the 2 Cyclops, that'll be fine to deal with the Vassal, obviously. Worth pointing out here that the star pad has been made in the cover away from the Vassals being able to scout it, which is quite interesting. So that is not going to be visible to Neblime. However, if he finishes his move out, the hit might happen a little bit too soon. Really, a lot is going to come down to that mine placement, and the Ministry is nearly complete for the expansion as well. So both players going to have their natural up, and it looks like Neblime will fall away as a result, starting to clear some of those mines that were left behind.
Yeah, he did harass the worker off the Ministry temporarily. Nothing really major, just being a slight nuisance. If he hadn't caught that Ministry with his vassals, then that could have been an issue, but he decided not to attack anyways. I think he figured there was just too much chance. He saw too many vultures and was like, well, there's probably too many mines here. But actually, a couple of them haven't placed their mines yet, so there's only 4 there currently. But once this anchor comes up, he's not really going to be in too much danger at the moment. Neblime is going for the early Grand Library, so he's been favoring the Atreus and sometimes some Amaranths. I've always expected to see more Cantavises because I saw them early into this PvT matchup when we saw lots of either Eidolons or Fulcrum, but actually we haven't really seen too much of it.
I'm a little bit worried for Neblime about what's about to happen. I think Ramen is deploying the Infinity Drop move because he's got multiple Trojans, loading them up with Cyclops. He's about to be able to fill another Trojan that's currently empty. Got his Watchdog on the natural. And no additional units coming out of the star pad, so it looks like it will simply be the... Yeah, it's going to be the multi-pronged attack, yeah.
Because even if he builds like a Warden in the Nat, he's only got 1 Warden in the main. His army is out in the front. They're going to deal with these vultures that are coming up here, which may lure him into a false sense of security, and indeed it does. Now the army is being pulled back.
Yeah, Vassal not going to spot it. The first drop's already found. Now, this is going to pull the army back, but how much damage can they get? Because workers have mostly been pulled. Fast reaction time there. The Warden being targeted down. A couple of workers have fallen. But where's that second one?
The
Oh,
second
they come to meet the workers in the natural.
Yep.
Neblime has not responded. He needs to immediately decollide those workers. And
Got
more of
some
them unloading as well.
A few of them died, but
yeah, okay.
yeah.
Well, I mean, he's already behind in workers before that drop hit. He's definitely behind now, but what's he going to do about it?
In the main.
Yeah.
The army is here waiting for it, but he can get some splash in there. They are getting hooked on each other. Oh
my goodness.
Those last few shots definitely hurt.
And you know what? I think he might be able to get one of that Trojan all the way out, despite its low HP. So, you know, salvaging what you can from that drop, definitely efficient for Ramen. I wonder if Neblime has ever played against this kind of thing before.
Well, he's had to deal with drops a few times, but I think the double prong drop was definitely a little unexpected for him. He saw the vultures come up, and I think when you only see 3 vultures at the front, you have to be a little confused by that because he had eyes on so many more. Like, why would you sack 3? Well, he may have been just probing, but also it kind of felt like a bait to me.
Oh no,
the Cantave is coming. There is indeed a Cantavis up here. He gets some storm in. The scribe kind of soaks it up a little bit. He pushes in to get that Ecclesias thing and prevent them from getting away. The Cyclops damage is very spread out, and Neblime gets a huge return on that fight.
Yes, indeed. Looking pretty good, okay, on the military side. He's still down by double the workers almost. Starting to build that back up. He does have the embassy. He's getting his second one, so he will be able to equalize worker production unless that base at 6 o'clock gets online.
A little bit of tick here, trying to open this up. He does not want to lose any of these Cyclops here. All the mines are now popped, but there is 2 anchors and a number of Cyclops guarding this. Neblime can't easily punch that. There is another Cantavis being made, rebuilding the word in the main. He has nothing in the net yet. He's building a matrix there. Try to give him some protection, but
if only he knew about that expansion at 6 o'clock.
Go for the drop again.
He could cancel that very easily. But yeah, you're right. The drops are going to continue to come in. And there's not really enough protection to deal with 4 Cyclops, let alone the 7 that are about to hit him. I'm not sure that the Witness spotted that on the way out. 7 Fulcrums right now pumping vultures, interestingly enough.
I think he spotted something, or he's sensing something, some E-hand timing, because he's coming up. The first Trojan is en route, but that idol is moving out of the main. It can help. One of the things that helped Neblime a lot is the split damage between the units and the battle workers in the main when they first dropped.
Oh, no.
But now, they're all bundled on top of that Draken, so even though their damage gets slightly spread out, it was all in the general area, and look at how many scribes died.
Yeah,
now
well,
they're dropping in the net, but
they're not really being very efficient. Yeah, the Matrix is kind of helping them hold at bay, keep the shields going for them.
Tickle, tickle.
Yeah, it won't be too significant this time around. It is losing mining time.
1 health.
Oh my god, this one Cyclops has done a little bit of damage there. All right, so Ramen now going to be pushing out. His tier 2 is on his way. He didn't end up losing the 6 o'clock base. Not even revealed yet. Neblime is not aware of it.
Absolutely helped him out there. They got way more worker damage than really what you would have figured because they were splashing all the workers on top of the Drakiden and the Warden. They pulled back his main army, which means that now he's out on the map and now he's replenished his army. You can see a little bit of zoning here from this storm because Neblime knows that they're hanging out over there, but you just kind of weave around over here. Neblime needs to buy some time because he's definitely very far behind on military and eco at the moment, but at the same time, there's no sustain in this army, so if he wants to rush through the storms or if Neblime manages to hit him a few times with it, he won't be able to stand a fight against that. So Neblime really wants this mineral-only base. If he manages to fortify, he can level himself out. But the fact that Neblime had to pull back to try to defend against the drops meant that he never even really had a chance to scout that. He never sent his witness over there. And now you're looking at 55 to 96 workers. Ramen is doing quite solidly.
Yep, there's nothing sabotaging the expansion efforts on the top, the bottom right there for TopRamen. Atlas is indeed operational. Some damage from the storm. Definitely going to be working out nicely. Couple dead vultures there.
They're so low.
Yes.
He didn't kill any more than just looks like 2 of them. But they're so low, he can't fight at all right now. There's so many of them are like 1 or 2 hits. There's a couple of them that slipped into the base here, getting some tickling in on the battle workers, but they're actually attacking. The Zealot here is kind of hanging them up a little bit.
Yeah, just a couple of vultures full with mines, thankfully. Has sabotaged the workers as they transfer down to the mineral only. Rest of the force is going to start getting hit pretty hard by the Cantavis storms. Got to watch out for that.
They're still biting in the main. The battle worker has killed one, and the other is focused on this matrix that's warping in as Neblime's trying to force this army out.
Yeah.
But he can't quite get himself. He's getting a little unhinged here.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of chaos happening right now. The Trojan goes down to the Warden. We do have some more damage stuff. You can see Neblime trying to inch forward with the Storm, but he's got to watch out because the Cantavises are very vulnerable to that sort of thing. And now there's some sustain with this army. Ramen's going to see what he can cook up. There's more reinforcements coming. I don't think he's going to be able to breach, but he is making some cataphracts.
He's got mana on those, but he doesn't get the Storm
There
off.
we go. Loses one of the Cantavises, starts to walk his units through it by himself, sure. He's cleared up the drop finally. He's going to put another ward in there to stop the hole. But now the Phalanxes are out. Is this going to be a little bit too much friendly fire for Ramen, though? He's lost seemingly most of his units, or maybe he just pulled them back.
Yeah, most of his units died. These Phalanxes are very exposed. They're dying terribly.
Now the Cantavis gets sniped.
Ramen's main weakness is once things start getting going, he isn't really worried too much about the unit control, and that does let Neblime kind of like prevent this army. That army looked like it could have ended the game, but Neblime's managed to kind of hang on here. And if he's able to hold this somehow, then he can even this out a little bit. Even though the eco is still really, really, really strong for Ramen, if there's anybody who can pull back from this, it's definitely Neblime. He does have one Architect out.
He's going to wish he had like 3 or 4 more because, oh, okay, some pretty good mine hits there at the very least to stun up mostly Ramen's units. But it just doesn't feel like his front line has that much. And if he has to pull his workers away from this third base, he's going to be so far behind.
He really, really needs this. This is the advantage of Ramen taking that third that was further away.
Yes. Gives him the Vespian for sure.
He's got gas, but it's also way safer. Like, it was definitely in danger, but it's this base is always in danger, as opposed to the other one where it was only like imminently in danger, and then once the map tempo changed a little bit, it didn't really matter. But that's still 2 Architects. His front line mostly consists of Clerics and Vultures that are taking a lot of damage to them. Some Catpacks have arrived, though. It's a little bit of beef, but a lot of the Clerics are dying, so a little slow trickle in here as some of Ramen's units are dying terribly. Ramen has a very small military.
Yes.
Not much larger than Neblime, so while he is tickling the Nexus, it's not going to die yet. That said, an Architect was brought perilously low. And there's some cross-map mining as Neblime tries to expand elsewhere. The drop pressure has ceased at this point, which there is no more Trojans being made. I don't think there's any actually alive right now at all. And if there was more drops right now, I feel like Neblime would buckle under the pressure because he just only has a few units, and they're all doing what they can to stop these Phalanxes.
You got to watch out for the mine hits as well. That's a dead Architect right there, caught up by the other ground units or drawn in from the Phalanx splash, aggroing the whole group forward. But the creep is definitely continuing, and it doesn't seem like Neblime's going to be able to deal with this. He is warping in a second Nexus as well, trying to offset the loss as that base at the top right is nearly complete.
Yeah, he wants to try to thin out this army. He may want to save the Nexus, but he really can't. At the most, he really should be looking to try to trade for this, but losing the Architect, I think, was the big moment for him. So that was definitely a very strong showing from Ramen. And Neblime looked like he was really getting flustered by those drops.
Yeah, it felt like he could never really stabilize after that point, you know? That's at least the vibe that I was getting from looking at it, is you look at the way that match initially was going, and they were, you know, like, Ramen was stretching ahead just from his Quarry first opener. No successful punish from Neblime. Not sure he even knew that that's what came of it because he scouted him second. And that's definitely something where you look at it and you think to yourself, okay, well, Ramen got maybe a little bit lucky with that opener, but is there more to it than that? Because we're going to Blackwater Bastion. If he's going to chance the Quarry first every time, well, that's a little bit of a coin flip, but also Neblime needs to be prepared to counter that. And he should know by now that Ramen does like to do that. So my question at this point is just, what is it going to look like? What is that counter going to look like? How can Neblime go for something more aggressive in the early stages of the game? But a very nice showing from TopRamen with the drops. Not sure we're going to get drop Ramen in the future. I mean, it seems like a strong strategy, but Neblime usually can counter stuff pretty well when he runs up against it the second time.
Yeah. I don't know, you might see Neblime go for that 4-gate again. He has done that against Protoss. And I feel like if the Terran goes Quarry first, that should open them up to it. but it will depend about a lot on their early micro, where Ramen tends to do quite well early into the game where he has a little less going on. But yeah, definitely Neblime not scouting that third was really critical. I'm not sure he ever managed to see it. Maybe way later on he sent the witness over there, but that really sealed the deal for him, because he didn't lose completely to the drops, but even though Ramen was able to characteristically lose some units kind of needlessly as the match went on, it kind of just didn't matter when he had like 50 plus workers on the Neblime. And yeah, part of it was just because those bases just went uncontested the entire match, and it didn't really seem like like those drops were kind of funny, because I was watching the vultures inside Neblime's base.
Yes.
They're sitting on the ledge shooting the workers into the nap, but there's like 2 workers attacking them.
Yes.
And the one worker had like 1 or 2 kills, and they were all vultures. So if he had just killed the workers attacking him, actually he would have gotten more overall worker kills.
Yeah.
So it was really strange to see that. Like, just like he kind of just like dropped them in there, kind of just left them on to their own devices.
And they kind of did some stuff, you know, they still were somewhat disruptive. Neblime wasn't able to, like, I think there was another point earlier, too, where he had, like, 1 idol shooting a Cyclops, but the idol was wounded from a previous battle, so the idol ends up losing, where it only needed 1 more hit to kill the Cyclops. There's still little things like that that just made the drop slightly more efficient, that might have just, you know, stopped the reset, the mental reset of, like, okay, I need to go, you know, do something in response to this, or, you know, sure, I'm behind in worker count now, but you know, what can I do to respond to this? And I thought he had the right idea with trying to contain. He just didn't know that 6 o'clock base was there. That's, I think, what it boils down to on Rage Slave. But we're going to Blackwater Bastion for our second match. This is where I will guess the colors completely correctly the whole way through. There's not a single chance for me to lose, because TopRamen is in the bottom left as the Silver Terran. And in the top right, we've got Neblime as, god damn it, it's, oh man. This is not right, but Dark Spring Green. Yeah, it was Forest Green. I knew it. I knew something would go wrong. All right, it's okay. You know, I'll just guess them correctly from this point onward, obviously.
You have to guess them while also being blindfolded.
Interesting. I need somebody else to describe them, somebody who's colorblind, preferably.
It's one of the very, very rare cross spawns.
Yes.
Very, very rare. We don't see that very often. Will Ramen just build 2 quarries first?
The Ministry opener. The legendary
not
Ministry
going for
opener.
anything but a quarry at this point. Yep, there it is.
Okay, so quarry opener. We've got the gateway already online here for Neblime. TopRamen up 1 map so far in the series. Best of 5, of course, so we are talking about 3 maps to win. That's 3. Now, cross-spawn on a 4-spawn map is usually where you think, okay, you're basically guaranteed some kind of macro game, at least in our current state, our current meta with our current players. I'm not sure what Ramen is going to be trying to do. He doesn't really need to change too much. You did mention that his unit control can get a little bit out of hand sometimes. I think there's a way in which Neblime has that issue as well, but it's in a different capacity. I noticed when he was trying to retreat some of his units, he was letting like 5 Dracodons get heckled and losing 1 or 2 to like 2 vultures. And that's the kind of thing where he's just looked away from his army after he issues the retreat command, right? And so those are little things that I think a lot of players actually suffer from, is the control of their army as they are, as they're retreating. It's something we've talked about a lot, where, you know, you do hemorrhage units if you don't retreat fast enough, and you can try to compensate that by making them retreat, like organizing them a little bit more. Obviously, there's the joke about if you spam click, the units do move faster. Yes, that is a thing in Starcraft's engine. But the the most important thing that you want to try to be doing is just taking your very vulnerable or expensive units and pulling them away. And that's not really something that too many players do at this point. And it maybe the players who do it suffer in macro departments otherwise, right? So it's a balance of that, right? That's the real concern here. Now, the scribe does end up coming in and seeing that there was a quarry and a fulcrum. So there's some information for Neblime. What's he going to do as a response? His Hierophant is stationed at the middle of the map, but that will likely change later on. Neblime is one of the rare players who will try to harvest the, like from the geysers. So that's kind of an interesting little thing that he likes to do sometimes.
So he did go for the same build. It is still the Gateway Lattice.
Yes.
A little bit more viable on a force spawn where you probably want that early scout anyways, just because. But otherwise, it's pretty much the same kind of opening that we had in the first game, with the main exception that the lobsters are placed around the ramp for Ramen as opposed to blocking off the net. So that either hints a different expansion timing coming, or him being a little more conscious of the fact that, man, that net has the biggest goddamn, just the hugest goddamn caboose you ever did see. He really doesn't want to be fighting around there anyways. But this worker kind of hints it's going to be a ministry. Yep. So otherwise, it's pretty much the same. But Neblime's looking pretty much like he was in the first game. The next question then would be, will you see the star pad? I think Neblime's going to be a little more conscious about scouting that out, because he definitely didn't see it the first game. And, well, once the cat got out of the bag, it started shitting all over everything.
So here's the thing. Neblime got his vassal killed by the watchdog because he wasn't actively, paying attention to it when it entered the base. He did not scout the ministry that's being made, and he doesn't have a rescout, so he doesn't know what the follow-up is. We see it is double stockade. His vassal's going to come in from the right-hand side, unlikely to be killed by anything. So this should get scouted, and the jig should be up. Neblime should know he's going to be up against most likely Eidolons from those, stockades once they finish and put their add-ons out.
Neblime hasn't done anything with his tech yet, so he's pretty free about that. He's going to be heckling this worker. I think the fact that he's not going to get counterattacked by a Cyclops here immediately won't necessarily help. It would have helped if he moved up, but they did come, and he sees two of them. That's about the same he had in the first game, but he still wants to sneak in there.
Yep, he's going to see it now.
Cyclops did not move in to intercept that, which is very critical, because now he sees both the Covenants. And that's a little thing that Ramen could have tried to intercept. It's very unlikely they would have actually, if they managed to pop it before the flash shielding kicked in, they might have killed it before I saw that. But either way, he didn't make an effort to try to move in and intercept it. So that gives Neblime all the information he needs at this stage. The map distance is large enough that the Eidolons aren't going to be on top of him, but he's got his little ragtag band of plant men over here huddled in the corner. But if he tries to force that anchor, he is going to get poked by lobsters.
Well, the Zealot's going to run in and definitely get stunned up. Maybe he can try to trade it. The Fulcrum's actually lifted off. It's going to be the scout here for Ramen. That's not something you normally see. The inverse. The stockades get floated. And instead
he doesn't need it anymore. He has embraced the holy meat path.
Yeah. Interesting choice.
I mean, at that point, when you see the soul fulcrum floating around, well, it's definitely committed. So he backs off. He knows that even if he did manage to punch through this, which is a little unlikely, but if he did, chances are there's going to be some Eidolons up by the time he does so. So there's no point in even bothering to waste those forces. Instead, Neblime has decided to activate colonialism. And now we have an immediate third coming out in the front, taking the Ramen strategy from the first game for that early third, but this time he's pretty confident because, hey, you literally were building like an extra 2 stockades and 2 covenants at the same time. You're probably not going to move out right away.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to eco-boom you instead. That includes the double embassy again. He actually had 2 in the first game as well.
Yes.
And I didn't pay attention to the timings of those. I thought the second one may have come up in response to the drops, but it's very possible he's also just doing this normally at this stage.
It was after losing some workers, that it was definitely a response to something like that, or at least maybe it was always his game plan, but it came after that nonetheless. This vulture will scout no 12 o'clock, but hasn't yet seen the third base. Not that it's saturated anyway.
He's going to intercept it. I mean, he doesn't want it to be scouted because, while he's not in too much danger right now, he doesn't want to move out quite yet. So he was checking that out with his witness, but also making sure that Vulture doesn't get anywhere he doesn't need to be. No workers are over there at the moment, but if Ramen sees that, he knows his opponent's going to be slower on military. So
yeah, it looks like the Vulture will end up coming up to the third as well. It's actually the Herald here, in a way, for this Fulcrum, since it has snuck around to the right edge of the map and is slowly going to start lifting its way over there to scout what the tech is. And it is an Ardent Authority with extra gateways, so we're going to see some similar composition to how Arbuz actually attempted to defeat the Bio stack. And Neblime tried something kind of similar before as well. It's a Cantor to open. Ooh, I wonder if he's going to go for a drop. He's got the Witness. He's seeing this move out right now.
Well, he's slipping by. He wants to sneak in here and see if there's a third coming up.
Oh, and you
Or
could just
maybe
force a
trap some
counterattack as well.
reinforcements.
Yeah. This is something that Brood War Protoss loves to do versus Terran. They find the move out, they just have a bunch of Dragoons somewhere in the middle. Now, this is an opportunity here where these reinforcements can definitely get sandwiched, but Ramen, he's actually moving sort of ahead, and his reinforcement is just a single Eidolon right now. So it looks like that's not going to happen exactly.
So there is actually an Acantor up currently. The Fulcrum is building a Cyclops as it's being tickled to death. The Protoss army is not quite large enough, but an Eidolon walked into them and died terribly. That did give away its position. They're going to come down here and attack this, that's quite a lot of damage. So
yes, there's
a to do with that at the moment.
There is a decent number of them. Now there's no detection for the Witness.
The Ahmed alone.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's too much beef for him to fight right now. Ramen wants to cut this off. He's going to head up the ramp, but Neblime doesn't want to give it to him. As long as he keeps him running around, then even though he lost the third, it wasn't being mined at the moment, but he would rather have not lost that. There is an Architect coming. So, at the moment,
oh no,
okay, but
the Cantor died with one shell dismissed, and that's it.
Well, critically, the third was discovered by Neblime. That's going to be a nuisance. Will he pull back? No, he's going to go all in. He won't bite the bait.
Yeah, let's see what happens, right? The Harakans are kind of out of sequence here. The Zealots coming out of the gateways might be able to help. We have a single Architect on the way. Anseal is here to try to snipe any witnesses for the purposes of detection, but it's low on energy right now. It's a very messy fight, but it's hard to call right now. Yeah, he's pulling the workers.
They're blocking it.
He's trying to pull the workers. Let's see what he can do. That Architect is kind of the lifeline since there's what, 9 Eidolons out right now. I can't believe the Architect is still alive, but it needs to kill these Ahmeds before they massacre all the workers. Looks like the attack in the third was cleaned up. It didn't do critical damage, and Neblime will concede at the 10-minute mark.
Wow. Well, you know,
that was a bizarre timing.
That was a bizarre game. You know, during that time, the Fulcrum had landed, and it made Cyclops to fight the Vassals, and it had killed them all. That's where this random Cyclops had come from.
That's wild.
That was definitely a strange way. Like, I figured if Neblime was going to drop matches, they were probably going to be late. Where, you know, you hit like 5-6 bases on Ramen, and he just pisses out units. These attacks appear to be like kind of coming at specific times that Neblime is just not really able to deal with. Like, he had his forces out to try to heckle the back of that attack force, but there wasn't nearly enough, and then they didn't really have any defenses at the third, so he couldn't really do anything about that. And he had some premeditation of that army coming because of the Witness, but he didn't like spam defenses on there. And yeah, it felt like he knew it was coming, but he didn't really have the ability to muster a real response to it.
It's interesting because we've seen what Arbuz does versus it, right? And it does involve the Ardent, so I thought maybe that's something that was going to be the plan there for Neblime, but maybe the attack hit too soon. I loved his positioning of his own units sort of in the reinforcement block, and I thought to myself, there's not much in terms of defense at home. There was like one Eidolon that was going to get got on an A move anyway, and there were the 2 vultures in the anchor, and of course a couple of mines to delay, but that would have definitely triggered some kind of reaction from Ramen, either a desperate push into the main of Neblime to just trade and hope that he could do it, which of course would have come before any Anseals for detection and before anything for like high ground vision and stuff. Also, either that or he would have had to come back, right? So I feel like that would have been an interesting play. Neblime did not feel it though, and that's despite seeing all the minimap dots. His Witness was right over the army when it moved out. It even decloaked all of the Eidolons. So like, both players should have been somewhat familiar with the idea that, okay, my army has been spotted, or I've seen, like, the Terran army, right? So, I don't know. It's interesting that that's the way that game went. I was definitely expecting a bit more of a prolonged skirmish, and Neblime just decided to head on back home instead of being a bit more aggro with the forces. He did eventually find the third base and cause some trouble, but by that point he had only gotten one Ardent up, right? He hadn't gone for double Ardent with the Architects. As a Cantor died to cliff advantage Eidolons without really getting anything done, so that was also a big
the
unfortunate
Cantor,
one.
it kind of felt like it didn't want to be there. Maybe that was like an accident or something that it went out that far on its own, because I think a lot of what he was hoping to do hinged on that Cantor, and it just kind of like moved out and died in the middle of nowhere, and it was like, what was that even doing there? So that might have been really like the turning point for him.
I feel like that definitely had something to do with it. But nonetheless, we find ourselves looking at a potential TopRamen clean sweep here. He is up in 2-0. It is a best of 5. Maxium may decide our series. I agree with you, Mesk. I thought these games were going to go a little bit differently, but Neblime has the opportunity. He's already come back from this deficit before versus Arbuz. And the games did kind of look similarly one-sided at the start, if you remember. They were fairly quick victories for Arbuz. So, I mean, if we're just going to be reading off the same script, it's got to start on Maxium. We're going to have to see what happens. Game 3 coming up with a lower final. Winner of this match of the overall series is going to face HitEmUp in the grand final. Are we going to see TVT, or will Neblime try to save us from the mirror? He is in the bottom left as the Vermilion Protoss. And TopRamen is in the top right as the Platinum Terran. See? I'm on it.
I don't believe it.
I'm on it, boys.
Cheating. He's cheating. Someone spanked this man.
Can't do
Well,
that.
if anything, I think this speaks to the quality of HitEmUp's coaching because
Oh, yeah,
those
sure.
all feel like really fairly well.
Thanks. I appreciate you.
Fucking spank this person. Damn, man. You can't say that. What an ass.
That was phenomenal.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I was going to say that all of these victories are coming off of what feel like fairly well-practiced timing attacks. And I don't know if that's like specifically what they were practicing or whatever, but it definitely, like, that's what it's turning out as. And they're all working out pretty well because in that last match, Neblime was maybe like a minute from having like a way better defense setup. He was starting to build defenses. He was going to transfer workers there soon. He had the double embassy. He was going to have probably a second architect by that point, and his army positioning might have been a little bit better. But he had not much, and then the Akantor got totally caught out, which I think is just more by chance. But at the same time, like, Rama's expansion timing was slower, but by the time Neblime was able to do anything about it, he had a lodestone that didn't get used, but he had some Ahmeds and Ilons and stuff that came over there to help defend it, so it survived, and it wasn't really much of a large attack force there to begin with. So it just felt like he was just in complete command of the pacing of those games, even though Neblime had better expansion positioning early on.
Mm-hmm.
So it felt like Neblime was better in a case to make an eco boom at that point, but right before that really even had a chance to take off, Ramen moved out with what was most certainly like a tech switch. Like, he didn't go Stockade into Covenant really fast like Meat did. No, this was Fulcrum, Vulture, Cyclops into like quadruple Stockade plus double. So it was just delayed, but it's still like the timing still worked out very well in his favor.
Well,
So
the Scribe is going to
as a
come in here and
result-
see the same sort of setup as well as was on Blackwater Bastion.
Yeah,
So
this is what I expected to see here. Is Neblime is doing a way more aggro opening.
Yep. There
He
we
knows
go.
he can't. Like, he doesn't. He wants to change the timing, even if he's not going to be hyper giga aggro. But I think he's going to be because it's already triple gate. He needs to change the pacing of the game because he knows that the pacing right now is somehow he's losing due to that. So if he takes the aggro here, oh, you cheeky man.
He's expanding. He's going straight for the 3-minute Nexus. He's shown his hand, and he says, "Nah, go ahead, be afraid. Be very afraid." And look at this, Ramen's going to go for the anchor. Yep.
Yeah. Well, he is scouted, so it's like,
Yeah.
I think he probably would have committed to it, but since it got scouted,
Yep. Oh,
Yeah,
an embassy
just-
on the follow-up. Oh my god. Neblime's
man.
as Neblime does this, he's like, wait until the casters see this. That's great.
it's time to go Corey first, boys. I'll show you how it's done. This is just unbelievably dirty.
Well, he's also, this is the map that Neblime is a big fan of using those neutral treasuries at 12 and 6.
Yeah, this is
so-
the Pentagate map.
Yeah.
This is where he went Ultra Instinct, Super Saiyan 4, screaming at the top of his lungs for 5 episodes, and just flooded the map immediately. But that's not what's happening. What's happening now is decidedly very, very cheeky. Very, very cheeky. There has to be some kind of Aussie slang for this. I mean, he even made a Legionnaire. Who makes those units?
Neblime, he loves those units.
Neblime does.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
He's going to
Feels
go
like
for the
it's been
Matrix
forever.
in case the vultures end up getting a little antsy here.
But you know, if I was Ramen, I'd be thinking, why is there only one Legionnaire? Where's the rest of your units? Where's the pressure?
Yeah, after a certain point, you start getting a little paranoid, and his vulture is even out on the choke as well, so he'll have a little bit of scouting, but this has definitely changed the Ramen build order. I mean, he's been doing something different every game anyway, but he's going up to a third Fulcrum pretty fast, and no Star Pad, no Stockade. So those are some differences from both Rage Slave
There's
and
the
Blackwater.
treasury.
Oh, okay. That's the first time he's Treasury expanding, by the way.
Yeah.
The other two were Ministries.
He's usually just saved up and gone straight for the Ministry, which again really highlights how that timing has managed to work out for him because his build openings are expensive as all fuck.
Yeah.
He's going for the Ministry. He's building the Fulcrum and then sacking it, and then has a bunch of units that ultimately don't make a huge difference. He makes the double friggin' add-ons before he even starts building much out of them.
Yes, yes.
Before he builds anything out of them. So it's like his openings are expensive, but still somehow the timing ends up working in his favor. But now we're seeing something extremely cheeky, and this worker is coming over here almost assuredly to set up shop, get a shopkeeping dog out. He's going to set sail, go on the black winds, the dark howling winds.
Yes.
And he's going to realize something is fucked up here if he paid attention to the placement of those original gateways and now sees an embassy where one of them should be. He's going to know he's been hoodwinked. But even so, at the same time, his army count is still higher. So it's not tremendous difference at the moment, but he's definitely going to feel a little sassed. It's coming.
Well, let's see.
Down.
It is going to be Covenants after all with the 4 Stockade move here. 2 Covenants coming up.
He's so confused at the moment. Like,
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on? Where's your dudes at? Meanwhile, Manor Pylon.
Of course.
And now he's here. Now, again, if he was paying attention to the placement, he knows something stupid happened. Something dumb. Why? And now he's going to see an expansion, and he's like, okay.
First time
But
Neblime's had the
he
worker
doesn't see
advantage
any
in the whole
units
game.
at all at the moment, so he still doesn't know what the actual army count is.
Yes.
So he's still going to be a little confused. But at the same time, it was triple Fulcrum that eventually switched back into Stockade. So as cheeky as it was, Neblime doesn't have the Ardent authorities. He doesn't have any of the tech that he might have wanted to deal with this.
Yeah.
And if he may have caught it with his witness coming over here, I'm not sure, but he's
Those are Savants,
gonna
not
be-
Eidolons, yeah, so.
very sussy. Oh, savants. My brothers in arms on the spectrum.
Well, it's going to be Eidolon follow-up, so I think the Savants might have been like an emergency. Versus Protoss in particular, debuffing the units for the attack speed, and you did hear well, I heard anyway, the audio switch.
Yeah.
So, like, Savants are in the power siphon mode right now. You can tell by messing over their armor tooltip. And so that indicates the units are ready to drain the attack speed of the enemy and increase their own. And so, versus, a race that has powerful individual units, that can be very effective. You just need to get the Savants within range of, say, an Architect or an Acantor or something like that, where you shut it down by reducing its attack rate. And they can even be good in sieges where you're shutting down things like the Matrix that relies on its on-hit, right? So, stuff like that. But not very much mind coverage out on the map. Witness revealing itself because there was like an Eidolon or two in that party as well. We're kind of seeing a mixed Covenant army here. Well, I say that, but it's mostly Savants, actually, so maybe not.
Yeah, he went for the quadruple Covenant. That was definitely a big departure from the first, where he was building a lot of Ahmed. So this time here, he's just kind of going for something sort of mixed, which is definitely a lot different than usual. You do have to pay attention to it because while he may only have a few Ahmeds, it's still a lot of Cyclops. And the Protoss is not rocking any of those Cantavises, and is still a while off from the mass of Architects, but we do see that the second Ardent Authority is coming now. Even all that said, Neblime is still in a pretty good situation here because Rama had to play kind of defensively after that. He was still really in the dark about the army until his 3 Vultures ended up catching it. So at the end of the day, even though his army is larger, the Protoss' army is oh so much larger than it was in the second game. So he's kind of looking like he may want to inch out now, but Neblime is not like caught out of nowhere. And his third is a lot more defensible in this map than it was in the second one, where it was kind of far out and had a few entrances. This one here is a little bit more defensible. It does have the 2 entrances, but Neblime's army is positioned in such a way where it is not going to be kind of caught. At least he can like retreat back to it, where he's currently building a single warden. No engrams or anything of that nature yet. It's actually triple Ardent Authority, so he's
there we go.
going to sit on this ledge here. This is a great position for Neblime. Even if he's outnumbered here, he can get quite a bit of damage in before the Savants can really neuter his actual damage-dealing units.
Well, they are starting to charge up their rapid-fire cannon over here, so the Draconans need to start falling back. You think about Dragoons and Brood War, it's the same kind of logic here. Once the rest of the army is gone, the Draconans need to fall on back. But so far, it's not actually happening. Neblime trying to stand and fight. This could be a problem for him as the Savants are starting to really reduce the output of things like that Architect.
Yeah, you really wanted to thin down that army because killing all the front line lets him gain access to the back line, but his follow-up was, yeah, just 4 units, so they died miserably. But it's kind of okay for Neblime at the moment because technically he's going to scale harder off of this as long as he can keep all those Ardent Authorities building. Yes. He will end up with a bunch of Architects, and then by the time this reinforces, he's going to have enough of them to defend. A lot of these Savants are very, very, very low on health and are going to die the instant that these Architects look at them.
Yes, that's a fair point. There's no sustain with the army. But I will say it's commendable that Ramen has gone for now 3 different compositions and ways to try to claim victory. And so far, it seems to be working out for him. He's holding his opponent at bay, only down by 10 workers, despite the mind games that Neblime played after canceling his 2 extra gateways. More stockades being added. It looks like Ramen is dedicated to the Savant train. He's got a lot of extra minerals, though, so those might just be for Hurricanes, actually. Starting to float his Fulcrums away. I'm not sure for what end, but they might be scouts. A lot of money, but needs to get his Atlas down. So I think that's probably what we're going to see next.
Yeah, he's going to want to think about that Tier 2. He had a very good Tier 2 timing in that first game.
Oh, yes.
Right now, though, it looks like he's pretty committed. He is getting it just now, just started. But more critically is the fact that Neblime's going to be up on bases pretty soon. So as long as he doesn't lose his army or get absolutely destroyed on the Architect front, hold this. Oh, it's the Manor Fulcrum to hold back their attacks, but that doesn't work on Architects anymore. So
yeah,
he was thinking about chasing that, but he decided not to. So the Fulcrum is offered to the Kangaroos, where they're gonna punch it to death very, very, very slowly, even with their shoes. There is a Servitor there, tickling aggressive, and realizes, wait a second.
That 12 o'clock treasury was sniped by Neblime a little while ago, and now the battle workers are deployed to get rid of this Zealot and its dumb pylon. Stupid crystals. They're biting.
Secret of the magic crystals, lads! It's got that Shungite stocks, but was butchered by battle workers that are now slapping the sacred geometry to death. You see Neblime is going for that neutral treasury, so this other base that he is just starting to saturate now will actually be number 5. Those double embassies are working to... Oh, no, it's only... He never built the second one. He didn't go that aggro.
That's crazy.
Restraint? I don't believe it. He
Atlas
does have the
is
potato
finished.
peeler coming.
Yeah, the Grand Library will probably be for Cantavis. At this usually you think of them as having more numbers, right? Like you're going to make more than one Grand Library. Yeah, they are pretty cost efficient, believe it or not.
We aren't seeing the giant stack of rogue galleries this time.
Oh, no.
So that's basically where all the minerals are going instead.
Ramen has been having a hard time erecting that base at 3 o'clock. Let's see what he can do on the army side, though. Hurricanes are pretty good in number. They're staying alive for now. The Savant's really heavily debuffing those Architects, forcing a lot of kiting back. If the Servitor count was higher, he would actually be okay in this position, but for now, Neblime does need to retreat.
Yeah, a little bit of kiting back here, getting some buffs off the Servitors as they die. He's got some reinforcements up here just to try to take some fire off so he can try to kite a little more effectively, but now he's on the low ground, and that's not a really good position, even though he's going to get some damage in on there. All of his front line's going to melt for it.
Well, hey, the Architect count is still pretty high, but yeah, the Savant attack rate is going universal. That being said, the bio seems to have been mopped up right now. Reinforcements have been espied by the Witness. Base on the top left for both players. And Cataphracts are going to be coming out here to maybe support the Savant and Huracan push. I do think that the Servitors ended up being surprisingly effective at trying to peel for the Architects, and this Lodestone is not going to finish in time.
Yeah, they got the armor pen, so they can help deal a little bit with Ahmed here, but Neblime!
Oh no! Neblime, no!
No, Neblime!
Oh my god, the architects are dying! Ahmed, the architect of your demise. Well, that being said, the units have been scrambled away from picking off the treasury, and oh, another one died.
Ahmed cleaves another behind the zealots, the very tip.
Another fulcrum has made its way into Neblime's
There's still a lot of
base.
damage here. He's got to watch out.
Yeah. No, it looks like that was enough there to clear that out. So still a nuisance there. Zealots are coming up to the top left with a Cantavis as well, buffing the damage on it with a hallucination. There is a fulcrum being attacked by a warden inside Neblime's base, so that's interesting. It was landed trying to make Cyclops.
Yeah, the next proxy attempt, this would be the second one. Oh, is he any the wiser? It's not building anything yet.
It's burning. It's going to die. It's going to explode.
He could make a vulture with it. Or a Cyclops.
These architects are about to get reinforced. There's not too many reinforcement architects actually coming, but there is a lot of zealots, some Cantavis, a couple Dracodons, a couple Servitors, so it looks like things are going well, and things are queued up nicely. 6 gates, going to be 4 lattices. The Grand Library is starting to make Atriuses, another lattice adding on. And top left starting to be doubled down upon for Neblime. He looks to be in control of the game with a 50-worker lead, but he is starting to hemorrhage a lot of his tech units in the middle of the map. The rest of his army needs to sync up with this, otherwise Ramen is going to be trading more cost-efficiently than you'd think.
Good storm.
Yeah, that'll do.
Although they're very beefy.
Yeah, that's going to be it for that Cantavis, but
All
here comes the
Zealots
Zealots.
are getting tickled to death by Zealots. But, oh, he pulled back from them. He could have killed them.
He was intimidated by the sound effects, the rapid fire. It was too imposing.
Well, Neblime doesn't have to give him this fight right now. His eco is absolutely massive.
Just look at the production tab, adding a Stargate as well. Oh,
he's got an army that bigger in his expand or in that right now. So
yeah,
this battle worker really wants that Cantavis' ass. He's slapping it aggressively as Ahmed.
Oh no, Ahmed, no!
Ahmed's awaiting our into his own storm.
7 health. Ahmed! Oh,
come here, Ahmed! Come here, Ahmed!
Oh my God, I can't believe what we're watching.
Face with your own houseplant.
Well,
meanwhile, that 4th base is finally reclaimed.
Yeah, I don't know if it was repaired or what. But
I think it might have been repaired.
Yeah, here comes a big army moving into it.
With nothing in it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the top left.
Yeah, some battle workers.
The Masons keep coming there like lost bees after their queen has been killed.
Well, the treasury is landed at 12. It's probably going to get killed, but don't worry. There's already more death happening. Total worker death. And zoning storm is a good one for Neblime. He's forcing Ramen to walk through some pain.
Battle workers join the front. More and more Ahmed is coming. They're flooding into the storm. The storm of Ahmed meets the storm of psionics. The architects are slowly tickled away by cataphracts here.
Yes, they are starting to fall, but remember that the cataphracts will start to meet the same fate if there's no Hurricanes in range to attack instead. Nice little hallucinate as well to double up the damage.
Too many other Protoss here. He is pulling back, and Neblime can move everything there and easily kill those.
A Seraph is coming for Ramen.
A little bit of a back door here, but Ahmed greets them with open arms. Everyone's on fire. There's some golems in there, which are going to help a lot from all the random damage hitting them.
Yeah, the cataphracts plus the Hurricanes both doing so nicely for the golem healing specifically. That's working out marvelously.
Into the anchor!
He can't fit. He's too big now.
He's too fat. Oh.
Irradiate.
There's the irradiate. Fuck this architect in particular. But it's kind of too late.
Oh,
the vassals.
The swarm of bees.
Oh, no, the
Goodbye,
vassals.
Seraph. Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Oh, that was disgusting. Oh my God, they're coming into the main.
Oh my God, there's only one watchdog. Will you repair it in time? I don't think he even knows it's happening.
Waiting, but
he's trying. They're going to gather around it like bums around a fire. They're repairing for their lives. By the way, the third's dying.
It's okay. At least the vassals will be denied. A single exemplar has arrived.
That splash damage is scary. Worker count plummeting here for Ramen. Neblime looks like he's about to be on the board. Storm went sideways, but that's okay.
Spinning. Some savants on the edge, Baird, but they can't do much to save the...
Oh, no!
Oh my God, the workers.
That's why that storm was there. Ramen just didn't pull the workers fast enough for it to matter.
So. It's so tragic. The vassals have arrived to help the savants stack a little bit, but they're going to die eventually to this massive siege here.
GG is called. That's it for Ramen. Okay, he is now no longer facing a 3-0. He can't be like HitEmUp, apparently. It's just not possible.
That's off the back of one of the strangest swaps of this entire tournament.
Yeah, no kidding. That was a really cool opener, and mind games nicely there for Neblime. Love to see that. And remember, you know, he's been in this situation before when it comes to that reverse sweep. So I'm just mouth-watering at that fact. We've got one more 4-spawn map. Are we daring to hope for 3 cross spawns in a row?
3. That would be nice. It would be a first for sure. Yeah, it wasn't just the swap, but it was also that Neblime paid way more attention to the expansions in this game. And even though he wasn't like able to completely shut them down all the time, he was able to harass them constantly. Although if he had lost all of those architects in that corner to cuckold pathing or whatever was going on there, I think that would have been a spiritual death at the very least, because there was something going on there that was not supposed to be going on, and you could just see the absolute mad panic once he realized what was going on. And they're just so fat, so slow, just bumbling around as Ahmed just beats him with a roll of newspaper relentlessly, and several of them died, but he managed to right the ship before it turned into an absolute embarrassment. And at that point, once he gained momentum off of that, he just starved out the expansions and then finally overwhelmed them. So it did look, some of the control definitely looked a little shaky in that. I think Neblime was definitely getting tested in that match, but he had a good game plan and it worked out solidly for him. Can he turn that into a reverse sweep, though?
I know, yeah.
Now Ramen will be a little bit more careful about his scouting, making sure something weird doesn't happen.
It's Neblime, man. You gotta be on point with your scouting, your mind games, etc., etc. We go to game 4 of the lower final. If Ramen wins here, no harm, no foul, because it's TopRamen in the top left. He is the silver Terran. And in the top right, because apparently that's the same color, it's Neblime, as, I guess this must not be silver, though. This must be platinum? Oh, it's Beaver! Beaver, what are you doing here? Oh, you silly goose. You silly Beaver.
All right, the cheese is on. It'll be a proxy, then. He's Beaver. He has to.
Yeah. He's got to also play as Terran somehow.
It's going to be silly. But it isn't cross spawns.
No, it isn't. It's vertical spawns, or I guess horizontal spawns, actually. Vertical as in they were in the top. I don't know why my head goes there. Probably Counter-Strike. Fucking Vertigo. Ship map needs to be removed, but Valve is too proud.
I don't remember a map called Vertigo. Maybe it's a newer one.
I can't remember which game it debuted in, but it's been terrible all the times that it's been tried, and they just refuse to remove it from the map pool for some reason. It would be like if somebody kept putting Main Street in. Who would do that? That's weird.
I would do that. I would have all the maps be different variations of mainstream. You want a 4 spawn? We can do that. You want a 3 spawn? I hope you like TISM. You want a larger map? Well, I'm sure we got Chat GPT for that.
Main
Seriously,
City.
Hook up Chat GPT to SCM Draft. You will have TISM. All you need is the source. SI. Be the change you need in your life. Enable autism. Be an enabler. Get on this spectrum. Unfortunately, Neblime's going in the completely wrong direction.
Ramen, on the other hand, is not. Could this be another gateway cancellation move? Because it is another Corey first. I mean, Ramen's not going to change his mind, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, why would you? It doesn't matter if you get punished for it, dude. You just keep doing it until it wins. And it's been winning. It's been astoundingly winning.
It's really funny that I think it was Shopkeeper Dog. Oh my fucking god. Shambler, stop rolling on roll 20, you piece of shit! Anyway. TopRamen is wait, what was I even saying? I don't remember what I was. Oh, I think I was trying to talk about how Shopkeeper Dog said that TVT is coin flip when you go Corey first. So I'm just saying, if Ramen wins here, then TVT in the grand finals.
You could say it's a Corian flip.
Yeah. You could say that, especially once Shambler stops rolling.
You can mute the tab or just kick him. But you can also mute the tab.
I closed it for the first time in 3 weeks, I think.
Well, he didn't cancel the lattice. So there's going to be no swapping shenanigans this time. Instead, he's right back to his standard fare, but he's definitely going to have to change the pace because in the first and second game, these builds got kind of checked by Ramen. They definitely got checked, and this is kind of pacing out in a very similar manner. So how will he adapt to that? He has to have something in mind, knowing that it didn't work the other times, but we're also still not seeing the triple gate that he was hinting. He may have wanted to go into the quad gate to ascend the Masters and face Hypsia in his own battlefield. Instead, there is an anchor being built, and nonetheless, but this Mason will get fucked. He is fucked. Ass fucked, pounded, destroyed. Will he risk a second build? Yes, he will, but that Vassal is still flying around like an angry wasp, looking to tickle the man who dares to tempt him, but he doesn't actually go back to tickle it a second time. Instead, these vultures come down here to the expansion. They're getting hooked up on each other from the pathing, though, costing him one of the vultures and a chance to be a player. The second one dies miserably. This third one's also going to get miserably destroyed, and that is actually a fairly significant tempo loss for him. So he may have needed those vultures to defend if Neblime decides to go hard into an engage here.
Yeah, he wounded the other vulture. It's half HP. Sure, the anchor was slowed. It is going to complete. So there's a grand total of 3 combat units here.
It's not in the best position. Like this ramp here prohibits it from being super close. So Neblime can go for this if he manages. Oh, if he managed to catch that Cyclops, that would have been fairly large. I think he really wants to stop this expansion timing. It is a ministry being built. It's only a quarter way done though, so he's not going to really gain too much at the moment. Meanwhile, he's devouring all the lobsters.
It feels like he could keep going, no? I mean, he's got way more military units. He could definitely move his way up this ramp.
He can definitely attempt it, maybe look for some picks here, but he pulls out, and they say that 9 out of 10 Neblimes pull out before they spot the quadruple stockade. That said, his vassals are coming here. They will eventually spot this. They'll be right back in the same rodeo. It's interesting how Ramen has now just committed hard to the stockade builds rather than going for the more like mass Cyclops or whatever. He's not really wanting to attempt that against Neblime now. He's seeing that the stockade, the meat dream, is maybe his goal to the gold here. But
interesting, yeah. He's going for the Covenants.
The vassals are not moving in.
They are not biting. They're watching for drops. I think that's what he thinks is happening there.
Well, there is a Canada moment taking place here.
Yeah, don't worry.
Canada moment, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, boys, I pay $140 for this fucking internet.
Oh, yeah? Do you pay $140 for me to point out that the ministry is over the Biddy tile right now?
Well, at least we don't have to see it. No, go back. I have to watch it be revealed also, and I'm fucking destroyed. Fuck.
Did you just get totally dropped, or?
Yep, I'm fucking dead.
All right, don't worry. I'll just stream it to you.
Once every fucking cast, this has to happen.
Yeah. Makes total sense to me.
Unbelievably stupid.
At least the anchor is going to go ahead and land. Ramen kind of given a second lease on life here, it feels like. I don't think he would have been able to hold during that transition because he was building a lot of production, he was expanding, etc.
Yeah, it would have been rough. If he had managed to catch even like 1 or 2 of those Cyclopses, he could have just forced his way up, ignored the anchor, and just left it. And then at that point, what do you do? Instead, these vassals are not checking out for this swap here. I wonder if this swap is going to catch him off guard, or maybe he spotted it earlier. But he definitely knows it now. But
yeah, the witness just flew over that. Now it's worth pointing out the ministry being so far along for the third base. The Nexus is going to be late by contrast. So Neblime going to be playing the catch-up game. He's been keeping tempo with the worker count at the very least. That's something that he was significantly ahead in the third game, the one that he won on Maxium. But after that, it was definitely, I would say it was difficult for him to keep up in terms of being able to get there on Rage Slave, being able to get there on Blackwater. Ramen had the macro advantage. Now neither player is advantaged, and so we have to see what they're going to do to each other to try to contrast that. The Eidolon count is starting to rise.
Yeah, this base is nearly impenetrable now. There's way too many units for him to trade with at the moment. He might try to tickle down the front line and kite it back a little bit, thin it out. But if the Eidolons get too much damage in, it just immediately turns it around because he really doesn't want his front line to die terribly. And
yeah, he's only got the one golem, and it's
terribly.
yeah. Both of them ended up just getting immediately dropped, using the Ecclesias death to increase their movement speed. But now they're seeding the cliff. They need to go far away. Yeah. Oh, maybe not though. The
front line
fallback
a little bit here.
Yeah, this is working out.
I mean, if you don't want him to move out, you can just keep doing that and try to delay it for a while. But this is a third that's slowly building up. This has to be denied. If Neblime denies this, then he's in a pretty good spot. If he never even spots it again, then yeah. But his army is just not big enough to brute force this down completely. The Fulcrum migrates, kind of like a goose.
It's been a repeated moment here. Let's see, Dead Ecclesias, that's going to allow his units to charge forward. Not much of a front line here.
For a moment here, trying to force his way in. Eidolons are pretty expensive, so getting the kills on is great. Still one last Ahmed that was harassing him and taking some shots for him. Another Eidolon goes down. These here can scoot into the anchor, so he can't push too hard. But I wonder if he caught sight of one of those Masons going over there. That might have given him a hint that something fishy is going on over there. There's a warren being built there, just in case. Are in authority.
He's only up to 4 gates right now. Does feel like he's having a hard time spending all his money and keeping that stuff down. But let's see what he can do.
Vassals are tickling.
Just a little bit.
It's all stockades for the moment. That tier 2 is going to be a little delayed.
You know, if that Fulcrum got into the main and landed, it would have been able to make Cyclops kind of in peace. So Neblime actually doing pretty well to keep the Vassal there. It's obviously there to watch for drops, but that's kind of the same thing. Now Zealot's going to see if they can
build the Cyclops, and the Vassal can't really stop it. It'll be just like the second game where the Cyclops was bothering him. It wasn't really a big deal at that point, but it definitely could be a nuisance.
Yeah, we'll see how soon.
If he builds with it, anyways.
Yeah, how soon Ramen decides to make something out of that. He's been trying to. Yeah, there it is. He's been trying to make the bio ball get up to enough numbers, and you know, Ramen is he hasn't built anything to deal with this witness as Ansiel is coming now. Cyclops nearly complete.
Yeah, Neblime has been able to constantly tickle it down and prevent the front line from going. And more importantly, is that Ramen has been giving him these fights, and it's turning into just back and forth trades, but the Ahmed number never quite gets large enough to brute force it down. And that's pretty important for Neblime at the moment, is to keep the Ahmed number low, because once it reaches a certain point, the Draconids just can't do that much damage to them. And then they start chewing all the shots from your Architects, and your Architects can't run away from that army. So really a lot of it hinges on forcing the number of units. Yeah, the Vassal is dead.
Where is it? Oh, I just realized it was up here in the top right.
Killing workers. Oh. Oh.
All right, finally it'll be dealt with.
Like, gotta be a little paying attention. There is an Anseal there to help from spot. I think actually the witness may have died.
Yep,
only
probably.
one Architect at the moment, but Ramen's forces are a little split up here as battle workers scurry everywhere, taking Ahmed's attention all over the place.
Yeah, but the Eidolon count is still too high, I think. I mean, there was only the one Architect made. The Atlas is coming up behind this, and it just feels like Neblime. He never saw that third base until it was too late to do something about it. Is this going to be his last hurrah? Dealt with by the Fulcrum in the main? Oh, he's going to clear this at least.
Getting a lot of damage in. They don't have any sustain, so every shot hurts. And that Anseal's not protecting them. Very important here. Some Ahmed's coming here, but with those Eidolons dead, he could get pincered in here. It's all going to depend upon Neblime's control. He's going to scoot up this ramp here and protect that, split these up a little bit. As his units try to flank these Eidolons, they're very, very, very low. If he pulls that Architect back, he can kill them.
Oh, no.
Even brute forcing as well. Oh, no. Oh, no, they're fighting.
Well, he's wounded that Eidolon off to the side, but I think losing the second Architect was definitely a step too far there. Ahmeds are going to try to charge up here.
Ahmeds are low, but not low enough. The Architect is escaping as another one appears. It's getting very scrappy.
Yes,
he's just migrating.
He's going very far away. This Nexus is finished. Maybe Neblime can recover the worker disadvantage if he's able to do that, but there's already a fourth base up and running for Ramen on the other side at 9 o'clock.
That last Architect went all the way back down, and he could really use it at the moment. I think he sent it too far. He's got full health. More Architects are coming. As their number grows, it gets harder and harder to snowball this. He has to snipe those down. There's definitely a lot of Ahmed there.
Well, he's finally trying to deal with this fulcrum thanks to his two. There was another attack at some
More
point.
Cyclops. Yeah. That was an unexpected annoyance that really caused, like, that happened in the second game. He may have never noticed it land there. Because I don't think he would have gotten a notice because the Vassal was just attacking and nothing was happening. So. But he managed to deal with some of those frontliners there. He can't let this third Nexus die.
It's dying, though. I don't think he can save it. I think we are about to witness TVT Grand Finals. Tesagi and Cosmonarchy? No way. Well, Ramen is saying way right about now. Just pure Ahmed, basically. He's got like three Eidolons, but that's it. GG.
Wow.
Neblime has been defeated.
Well, that was definitely a very unexpected outcome for me. I never expected to see... Like, I figured, well, I mean, I don't know the quality of the training, but I figured Neblime was doing pretty solid in his PvTs. He got kind of ruffled up by Meat, but it seemed like he kind of turned that around and was doing pretty solidly. But now Ramen is making him looking a little mortal.
Yeah, I think
Maybe
that's a fair...
He's regretting sticking to Protoss for so long.
It might be a fair conception. I mean, Neblime just wants to win with all the races. He's won a tournament as Tyrant. He's won a tournament as Zerg. It was really ridiculous to me that he kept saying, yeah, I'm keeping the seat warm. Throne is going to be Mystery Meats as soon as he comes back. And indeed,
now
Mystery
both of them
Meat
have been defeated.
Yeah. There's new kings in town for sure.
They have to
new
conspire.
For sure. It's wild, man. That's a wild outcome.
To take back the throne, huh?
Yeah. Well, I will say, speaking of, we are talking about that show match that's going to come up after the short break that we're about to undergo. And I'm just going to say it. We do have the reveal on who's going to be facing ArbuzBudesh in the show match. And as soon as I am able to get it for you guys, I will show you. But it's going to be an interesting one. We get to see a sneak peek of the next patch. And obviously that'll warm us up for what happens in the grand final. But it's really surprising that TopRamen it felt like some of those games that he was able to win, it does come down to that quality of practice. And I'm thinking, looking at the way that worked out for him, it seems like he might be maybe warmed up enough to actually give HitEmUp a stronger showing, right? More of a contest. I still think HitEmUp's destined to take the crown. He's just been the most consistent player. He's already got so much experience with RTS games in general. And so when you're in that kind of situation, what more can you really say? But, at the same time, I hope for a good show. It is going to be a mirror matchup. And I will also reveal the other player who is going to be joining us for that show match. Of course, it's none other than Mystery Meat himself. So we are having a run back of Elimination 2A, which is one of the highlight series of the tournament. It was Mystery Meat versus Arbuz. But we get to see it on wacky maps, wacky game modes, and of course the new economy. So I hope you guys will join us for that. And while we get set up for that show match, the first time we've done something like that here, it's a little experimental, but I like the idea. I will use this opportunity to let you guys know what the schedule is. This will go on for maybe about an hour. An hour from now, we will be kicking things off live for the grand final. A best of 7, HitEmUp versus TopRamen, now that we know who is going forward. Commiserations to Neblime. I even offered him I was saying, like, if you don't end up winning, and I said this to everybody involved, basically, like, are you open to the idea of a show match? He said he was down, but then he told me that his schedule did not work out for making it here. And so I was like, okay, all right, sounds good then. And we worked it out instead. So we'll still have some TVP. I was originally thinking it should be Meat versus Neblime because that's kind of like the legendary sort of duel. And we did get to see that in this tournament, thankfully, but I wanted to see maybe we could do another one. The other option was potentially Meat versus Shambler. Shambler didn't respond in time for that one, so we ended up securing Arbuz instead. And of course, people were also saying it should be Shambler versus Hepsea. I probably could have asked for that, actually. It would have been pretty funny, the typing wars, but didn't end up, slipped my mind as an option, to be honest. It'll be interesting to see that one. But yeah, so we're going to take, like, maybe, what do you say, Mesk? A 10-minute break sound okay to you?
Sure.
All right. Well, in that case, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with that show match in about 10 whole minutes. I hope you guys are ready for some memes.
Meaty.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the midst of setting up the ever lovely show match that we're about to have. I am selecting some candidates for our maps. This will be a best of 3. And I'm thinking we should do it on wacky maps, new maps, etc., etc., and see what happens. Of course, you might see some maps that are familiar, such as, for example, Main Street. In the voting booth, we'll see what people end up going for on that front, yeah, some of these maps people might not be familiar with. And
Omni and then debug mode. That's what HitEmUp said.
Yes, I saw that. That was insane and ridiculous. Great idea.
Which is why everyone's going to vote for it.
Yes. So I feel like there's definitely going to be some interesting choices here. I'm just going to go ahead and throw a couple more in the pot and let people vote for it. So we'll see what people decide to do with that. I think I can do one more here. Do I see anything that is super exciting that stands out to me as a good one to show for? I guess it would be kind of funny to throw Repulsion in there because it used to be like the map that everybody went to. But I don't know. Okay, I think that will work out. So let us vote. We are going to vote right now, and it is in the CM Tournaments Discord channel. So vote, decide what you want to see. I am going to select the basically the map with the most votes. You get one vote. Map with the most votes is going to get be probably like map 1 or whatever. I'll basically take the 3 highest voted maps and go from there. So we're going to do the same thing with the game modes, and so I will go ahead and get ready to set that up. While I am doing that, we can talk a little bit about game modes that you have seen, Mesk. We have casted a Massacre Best of 3 between 3 Crow and Biddy B. So you're familiar with that. You've played a little bit of it yourself. Do you have much experience with the other game modes?
No, I don't think I've seen any of the other game modes at all. I think you have a game mode that gives you 3 races.
Yes, that's Omnipresence, which is what was being discussed earlier.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Okay.
And I think you mentioned something about a game mode that when units die, they get revived on random places in the map or something like that.
That's the turning. Yes, that's a zombie mode, basically.
So those are the only ones I'm like tangentially familiar with.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, I will go ahead and do the same poll for the game modes now. Except, of course, I'm not going to be adding debug. That's silly.
I was going to vote for debug. I'm not going to lie.
All right. So we have collected some votes for the maps right now. Just as a reminder, guys, if you're not in our Discord server, it would be a good idea to do so. But hop on in and see what we get from there. Yeah, damn it, no diva.
You're going to see how fast these 2 people can type in the console.
Yeah, pretty much. How fast can they spam the stuff? By the way, we are on pre-release for the show match. I'll give it, say, another
1 or 2 things in pre-release.
Yeah, just a few. I'll give maybe like, I don't know, 3 is a good number. So we'll say 3 more minutes to let the votes come in.
That's 3.
So far, it's interesting. I'll also live report the vote results. So far, Main Street is in the lead but only by 1.
Hey.
Mass Destruction and Check Stealer are catching up to it with 3 votes apiece. Main Street with 4 votes. Yeah. When it comes to the game mode description here, we have Massacre with 1 vote, only 1 Massacre enjoyer, Duopoly the same way, Omnipresence with 3 votes, The Turning with 4 votes. People are ignoring Uprising, which has received a large amount of changes lately. So, we might decide to house rule that one in anyway. Faction Wars as well, not going to be too interested there. Oh yeah, everybody's talking about like what the the map is. Like, what are we looking at here? Like, which one is the one with the neutral anti-air? That's Lunatic Fringe, an island map.
Neutral anti-air.
Yeah, Lunatic Fringe is an island map with neutral hostile Spraithe placed around it to create lanes in the early game.
Oh my god. That I was gonna mention something about an island map that you should modernize for this, but I couldn't remember the name of it.
Is it Sparkles?
It was one of the maps when I last watched Professional OSL, and it showed up very rarely, and a lot of people hated it. And I can't remember the name of it, but it was one of the only island maps that ever existed. It might
have been Sparkle. I'm trying to remember what other ones they might have even been.
I thought the name was either like Hyper or Quantum or I don't know. It was like it was like a single name. I thought I don't know. Maybe Sparkle is it? It doesn't really sound familiar to me though. Or maybe it was one of the maps where it wasn't like an island, but everything was blocked off by eggs, so it was basically like a pseudo island. I just don't remember. That was like close to 14 years ago. Probably more longer, honestly. HitEmUp might know, or one of the other players that's followed the scene. Maybe it showed up at some point.
Oh, okay. HitEmUp is actually he's trying to remember the map himself. He's a map connoisseur from those days, so he might help you out there. Meanwhile, let's check in with our votes. We've got the same sort of. Oh no, never mind. The Turning and Omnipresence have tied for people voting for them. Remember to get your votes in the CM Tournaments channel for our Discord server. It is a very important decision to be made here. You know what? Maybe what we'll do is we'll have these votes, and then we'll just use that for the first one, and we'll redo the polls with those options.
I figured you were going to go the top 3 in both of them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Vote per.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, but I wonder if maybe we could do like ranked choice voting basically and see what people like by just removing the option that gets selected. But yes, we are going to be. I see Arbuz asking here. Mame Street is so bad, it's not even funny. That's what you think.
The best games have been played on Mame Street or Infinite Velocity.
Plasma. That's the map that HitEmUp says.
Plasma. Yeah, there it is. There was another P word I was thinking of, but I never would have guessed that one.
I don't know. I'll switch my map vote from BDB. Try to vote twice. Switch game mode.
There was Plasma. There was Heartbreak Ridge that caused people some headaches. The literally bona fide Bizu build map.
Arbuz is the only one voting for Massacre. Poor man. Poor man. We need a tiebreaker vote here, boys. We only got you need some more votes here, so let's see what we have over here. So see how that one goes. Oh, somebody voted Uprising instead of tie-breaking. Oh, they changed their vote. Somebody changed their vote from Omnipresence to Uprising. I can't believe it.
Ballot harvesting? You guys can't do
What's going on here? Democrats? Democrats? What's happening over here right now?
NPCs.
The same thing seems to have happened over in the side of the map votes. We have Mame Street as the winner. I kind of want to save Mame Street for the decider because it's so ridiculous, but we might as well also just get it out of the way. Let's see if I can even find it in my maps folder as we host the show match for Tyrant's Tale. Is it even in here? I feel like it's probably been... I probably just outright deleted it from my hard drive.
How could you delete it?
Oh, never mind.
How are we going to decide this best of 7 if you don't got Mame Street?
Wait, is it deleted? Oh, it's in retired? Could be regarded.
All
right, it's up. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like this is it. We indeed have our votes cast here. It's been a few minutes.
I wonder if Arbuz.
Oh wait, I hosted it on the wrong game mode though. I hosted it in competitive. Silly me. That's not the right game mode. So wait, hold on. Let me see. Let's see what the who ended up voting for what. It will be. Oh man, people switched their votes en masse. 6 votes for the Turning. The Turning on Mame Street is happening right now. Match number 1 of Mystery Meat versus ArbuzBudesh in the show match.
Arbuz will get to experience Main Street. I'm so happy for him. It's gonna be like rediscovering the project from zero. There aren't too many cases where I could argue in favor of a face cam, but honestly, I think you should be able to see somebody's face when they first experience this. And I have no idea what the turning actually looks like, so I'm sure this is going to be doubly stupid.
Oh, it's going to be stupid. It's going to be doubly stupid. We are about to embark on a very deranged journey together. Ladies and gentlemen, in this best of 3, which we might decide to just make them play all 3 maps, even if one of them 2-0s, we are going to see some very strange things happen. Remember that ArbuzBudesh's username means, do you want a watermelon?
Do you want a watermelon?
Now let's see if I still have my...
Meat has experience on the map, but he doesn't have experience in the game mode. Arbuz has experience in the game mode, I guess, kind of. And it doesn't have experience on the map.
Yeah, it's going to be beautiful. And good luck to our contestants. We are going to embark on a very deranged journey together. I just need to grab my game mode text from another Photoshop document, and we will be off to the races. Let's see if I can do that.
Imagine not using the GIMP suit.
No, you can't do that.
Or MS Paint. Or the OG. Well, at least the 2.5 oofs have disappeared.
Oh, that's rare. That never happens.
That never happens.
All right, I don't know where to actually put this, so we'll just leave it right there. That's good enough. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are ready, gathered here today. I'm going to instantiate a ready check. Yeah, so these people have no idea what's about to happen, and they might as well say that they're ready, even if they aren't. Main Street, ladies and gentlemen, the turning, pre-release new economy, double brain cell for maximum lag. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the show match, and ArbuzBudesh is in the middle left as the bedazzled blue? Ultramarine. All right, whatever, Protoss. And Mystery Meat in the middle right as the midnight green. No, fuck, dark green. All right, well, it doesn't matter. Oh, he says. So, the turning, a game mode for zombies. He's starting to figure it out. Yeah, he's starting to figure it out. Let's go.
Oh, no. What have I done to myself?
This is a map.
All right. What's your scouting pattern going to be?
Does he even know where the spawns are? That's my
Tism.
question.
It's going to be Tism.
It has to be.
All right. He's heading on down. No, he's got the right idea.
No, he is going to the enemy's
Meat, on the other hand, is, well, you know what he's going to do on this map.
So our economy changes are online. You click on the Vespine Geyser, you'll see its return is 5 instead of 4. Ridge is 3 instead of 2. Each mineral field is 5 instead of 4. A lot of these are very, very circumspect. We do not know how they're going to shake up. We are still in the middle of testing stuff. A lot of things are going to change. We might even go back on those resource yield stuff. It really depends on how things go. But the saturation levels are also a big deal here because the harvesting time has been adjusted so that triple worker is way less efficient than it currently is on release. That's the biggest change, really, that we really want to focus in on. So that's pretty much always going to be the case. It's going to encourage you to transfer your workers a little bit more. Now, Arbuz might be encouraged to maybe do some kind of proxy shenanigans. We're seeing what he wants to do here. He's off to the side. Mystery Meat, on the other hand, scouting a gateway. Arbuz said that he tried a little bit of the new economy and he can't figure out how to spend his money, and we're kind of seeing that happen right now. But let's see. He's going to go ahead and put his second gateway down. Hierophant coming up.
You go Penegade, just like Neblime. That's what you got to do. So the early eco is going to be insanely powerful, but you're going to want to expand more often to have the same returns. That's what I'm kind of guessing from that.
Yeah, so you also can't spike workers as much because quarries now make taloses instead of masons and taloses. Taloses no longer require an atlas though, so you could go for it very fast if you wanted.
Do they build structures faster still, or
no, that's been removed a long time ago. So it's they do repair faster. So there's probably some cheeses that people can do. All right, speaking of, the stockade is lifted off. Never mind, it's going further into the base.
No, it's not.
I got
it's
baited.
Not navigating, but there is an anchor being built.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and fly those in. Now remember, it's the turning. So when you lose a unit.
Meanwhile, Arbuz has a pylon built.
Here we go. We're about to see the first zombie. Are you ready?
Oh my god, it's alive. Oh my god, it's coming. Oh my god.
It's neutral hostile.
Okay.
And it's dead. However, it has now
Alright.
been incorporated into the spawn pool, and now a random Mason will spawn every now and then.
Will they just keep spawning?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The Mavericks are landing, but now they're going to go ahead and get back up.
All right.
Oh, he's trying to pull the workers to block the spawn, but it's not going to happen. He's going to go ahead and get it down. What can he do here? He's going to go ahead and start attempting to debuff it. Oh, there's the stem. That's going to be very good. Stem now lasts 7.5 seconds, by the way, instead of 5. Oh, no, a couple of dead workers, and they're going to become neutral hostile. Oh, never mind. They're going to get gunned down anyway. Double kill. He double killed those workers.
It's okay.
All right.
This is why nobody trusts Meat playing as Tyrant, by the way. I don't know if Arbuz has ever experienced this, but it's, well, first time for everything. Here comes the battle workers. It's gone down.
Neutral hostile
zealot.
zealot.
They're back.
It's spawning.
Oh,
Oh,
they're
no.
biting.
Oh, no,
my
neutral
god.
hostile Mavericks. Oh.
Oh, they're spinning. Oh. All right, well, okay, yep. Meanwhile, in the back of Meat's base, there is an engram being built.
Oh my god, proxy engram.
It's beautiful. I'm not sure if it's in range, but it's
here come
still
the Mavericks.
beautiful.
They're going to kill
Oh,
it.
no!
I can't believe it. He's already got an idol on.
It was beautiful.
That was beautiful. So our players have not
so-
expanded yet, but that's not really much of a surprise on mainstream.
The random units that are supposed to spawn, when do they start spawning?
You see one right
Oh,
there.
my God.
It's there.
There's a zealot. Oh, my God. He's wandering around.
They randomly spawn in different locations. Expect them to spawn inside, like, impassable terrain, I'm sure, sometimes. I haven't seen that, actually, but I would love to see if they...
Can they spawn inside your worker line?
I think they might prefer spawns that are not, like, near enemy units. I actually don't know how it works. Vic did it a while ago, so...
This is going to be deranged.
This map is by DF, by the way. Shout out to Darkened Fantasies. What a man. Oh, there's the zealot. Hi.
There's a zealot.
Actually did some hull damage to that Dracodon. By the way, flash shielding doesn't work the same way now. It cools down in its rate of heal over time. So over a period of 5 seconds, it falls from 10 to 2, which is still a pretty good amount, but obviously much less than it used to be.
Yeah, it's not quite as abusable.
Yeah, it's more about, like, you still get rewarded
Especially
for
for big
the
units.
micro. But, yeah. So this is going to be a tough fight for Arbuz to win, but he might be able to see if he can maybe just turn the front line against his opponent and win that way using the way that the zombies work out. But there's
Oh my God! The
problem is-
Achmeds have awoken.
They have. They're charging
Their power
forward.
has been unleashed.
Oh no, zombies have created another zombie. And remember, the Hierophant's still here. Mystery Meat has to fall back. He's starting to be in real trouble. What is Arbuz going to be doing next? He's charging forward with reinforcements. No, neutral hostile Eidolon. It's horrifying. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Meat's worker line is done.
He has to fall from the zombies. There's more spawning on the other side. Oh no. More Eidolons are here.
He's got to kill them with his workers. Oh no, he hops them into the anchor. Okay. There was some wandering around the bottom of the map I saw get scattered there, but Meat's
being attacked.
He's building another warden on the ledge.
Yeah. Dude, Arbuz is taking the tempo of this game very nicely. He needs to actually reveal those with some units, charging forward with his Huracan.
He was like perfectly in control of the game, and then Tism struck.
It's fighting.
Fighting.
Okay, this is an Ahmed. That's that.
Meanwhile, there's an Ahmed chasing his
yes. So the zombies, right? As more units die, obviously the zombies become more powerful because there's so many more of them. That zombie zealot narrowly misses out on killing a Dracodon.
kills a Dracodon.
Yeah, there's another random Maverick out here.
Like secure his nat at the moment because there's like random Ahmeds coming into there. Meanwhile, above his base, there's just like this little outpost of Dracodons and a warden hanging out up there.
Yeah, Ahmed Force is leaving with a couple of Eidolons to keep them company. They're going to see if they can wrap around, maybe hit this base in the back line. Obviously, the cliff advantage will help them deal with the Wardens. But structures, static defense does have a nice role here because of the fact that you're talking about,
They don't turn into zombies.
Yeah, they're not going to turn back into a zombie static defense, although we could do that.
That would be terrifying.
Zombie Zealot being heckled in the middle of the map.
In a way, he's helping him by clearing out the zombies in his backyard. Oh my god. Arbuz is making a Panoptus. Those
That's right.
exist.
They do.
I forgot those were even a thing.
They're not
And
as
I
of a
use
meme unit as the Scout, but people don't seem to have too much stock in them. That being said, I think Mystery Meat's mostly stabilized. He is getting his economy online here. He's down by 5 workers. Needs to see if he can bump those numbers up.
If not all of those were killed by zombies.
Maybe workers are prohibited from the spawn pool, because I haven't actually seen any neutral hostile workers, and a lot of Masons did die. That being said, look in the bottom left, there's some zombies roving that area.
They're trapped in the island.
Yep.
Arbuz is wondering, I wonder if I can get over there, but no. It's just its own little slice of zombie hell. Meanwhile, Ahmed arrives.
Yeah.
Off goes the Panoptis over there.
Oh my god.
He might need it, though. There's so much shit spawning in his base.
Yeah, the zombies are turning around. The Hurricanes are going to be doubled up here. Some
Meat's shit's being warded off by the zombies he's creating.
Well, he's also heckling the workers in there, and the workers are now starting to attack each other. So now he's taking the worker advantage. Meanwhile, his one Panoptis has been turned into a zombie Panoptis, and it will be destroyed. Did kill a Mason, though.
No.
Oh, no, not more zombie Eidolons. Don't you understand what you're doing?
No. He has to do something, no. Okay, at least they're not killing his Panoptis, and it's slowly regenerating. You can see the flash shielding is not nearly as powerful now on those high HP units.
Yeah, you do need to rely a little bit more on Ecclesiasts and Matrixes, which have been buffed in their power level in terms of how much...
Oh my god, Ecclesiasts are even more powerful.
Well, they deal less damage, but they heal more shields than they did before, so that's the idea.
Poor Zerg, they'll never kill an Ecclesiast ever again.
Well, Scepter Cores attack faster now, so I think they'll be alright.
Oh. Okay, so the... Oh no! Arbuz, you can't do this! This is madness! Think of the horrors you're unleashing, my man! Oh no!
Fuck your pylon, I'm a zombie! Dude, Mystery Me must be feeling
this is gonna get
He's making
really
some Taluses.
Oh shit.
He's got coverage on all of the different bases. He's gonna charge into the mineral line with Hurricanes! What can he do with that? Remember, his Hurricanes can attack him as well, so he's got to be kind of careful. He is killing a lot of workers, though. Arbu's a little bit slow to respond to that. At the same time, zombies are coming in from the other side. Oh no, those were Hurricanes from Mystery Meat, and then they turned into zombies.
Listen, the zealots on the island are multiplying, and he's just watching them.
Dude, the pylon actually died to that Maverick.
Yeah. Do they use abilities?
Depends on which unit it is. I think there's some natural.
I think Davis cast Storm.
I haven't seen that, but I don't see why not. I guess it's a little bit different now because we've changed how Storm works, so you can recast it to move it in another different direction.
Oh. Well, yeah, there's something unhinged taking place in Arbuz's base. Don't look, unless you're 3 Crow.
Oh yes, the vassal count.
Oh my god, they're biting.
Zealot is zombified, and look, a scribe will even see that. Random rock blocking the... That's supposed to be your natural, I think, but nobody say it.
Listen, I don't take that as my natural in this map because there's always enemy units in it.
Yeah.
That's just doubly the case when there's fucking zombies everywhere.
It's very bold of Mystery Me to take this base on the bottom right with, like, no protection in that area. What if a zombie comes knocking?
Yeah, the zombies especially changed that. I always take that map against players because who's going to fucking scout there? But,
yeah.
Dude, at any point, like, a Panoptis could spawn there.
That's right. There is at least one zombie Panoptis moving around. Yeah, so they kind of like junkyard dog it around a little bit. It's not that exact code for that, but it's kind of similar. They'll sort of patrol the area in general. Oh no! Oh no! That's not at all what you wanted. But hey, Hurricanes are charging forward. They're gonna see if they can break down the Nexus. Mystery Meat still existing in patches from eons ago thinks that Hurricanes can kill structures by themselves. Answer does not seem to be the case. But hey, the zombies might help him out there. A little bit of a heckling at the main as well, though, and this is working a little bit better for Mystery Meat. Is getting some worker kills out. He's mostly just suiciding more and more Hurricanes. That is going to cause more Hurricanes and other such units to spawn around, and the bottom right is now being heckled by that. We have a zombie Maverick duel happening. Oh, they both shoot each other to death, but that's another zombie Maverick for the Horde. And that Nexus is so close to being killed. No way! Mystery Meat does manage to make it happen and kill so many workers with his Eidolons. ArbuzBudesh He's hanging on.
Meanwhile, in Meat's base, there's like vassals everywhere.
Oh my god, the vassal hordes are going to start to spawn. He's got a pretty big army. If Arbuz can only get to his enemy's base, they can be in business.
He's too busy running around stamping out Ahmeds that then just turn into more Ahmeds.
Yeah, did that ministry get canceled? Or no, it lifted. Okay, I was going to say. Oh, look, a zombie mason.
He flew over to a little island. Now he just has to hope no Ahmed spawns on that island. There's zombie masons killing his own masons. One of them has a kill.
Look, the Eidolon in the main. It's targeting the main. Has Arbuz noticed?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Okay, he's going to save his scribes. He's even going to be able to move over there. I think he should kill it before the nuke actually hits. Yep. There you go. He's fine.
Easy clap.
Vassals tickling
Meanwhile, Ian meets Nat. Vassals and masons are attacking the quarry. They're ganging up on the quarry. Oh, Ramen. No.
Oh, no. That's Neblime's house and Ramen's, apparently. Oh, my God.
He's just creating more vassals. This is such a weird game. Neither player can hold an expansion very well.
Well, hey, this base has been up and running for Arbuz. Yeah, he's happy with that.
Only the one is. Somehow.
He can send the Taluses up there to both attack the vassals and deal with and start mining. But he doesn't have too many of them, and losing the quarry is a little bit steep as well. Since he's only got an anvil back at home, he can't remake them. So this is not looking too hot here for Mystery Meat. I thought maybe he'd be able to flip the switch there and get the momentum back into his own favor, but right now, I don't know about that.
It's getting to be too unhinged.
That's right.
He is sending out the Ahmed task force.
This is ridiculous. There's units all over the place.
Arbuz is like, this map, I don't know what to do. I guess I'll make vassals.
Zombie vassals.
Oh my god, the vassals are multiplying.
More vassals to become zombies. They're not very effective. Zombie Zealot has arrived. Splitting up some of the forces there. Random Drakiden out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, well, the death squad of random cannons on this ledge are finally being dealt with.
Ah, the Anchor's actually going to catch the Warden shot for the time being. Okay, maybe Mr. Meat can take some command. Remember, his economy is just not as good as Arbuz's, with the third base almost online here. But neither player is too content with the idea of spending their money, apparently. So that's not a huge issue right now.
Yeah, Arbuz could go for the Monument of Sin, add in some Enthelians to the mix.
Oh my god, a neutral hostile Enthelian would probably crash the game or something. More Huracan's going to descend upon this base, see if they can kill that Nexus. I don't think they're going to be as effective, but remember that the zombies force multiply
every
melee
time
quite
they
a bit.
die, they spawn more zombies, and they kill his own units, and they fight each other. But nonetheless, they're killing the Warden.
Yeah, remember the zombies are allied to each other, so this is basically turned into a zombie death squad attacking this base. I think Arbuz is starting to falter in that area. He needs to pull those workers out.
It's too deranged.
Battle workers. But the battle workers are turned into more zombies. I think he might be able to kill these Huracans. It's hard to say. No, not with that Drakiden now. Now his Panoptas are going to come to try to clean things up. But no, that Nexus is dead.
Nexus.
Oh my god. And another attack force at the same time.
Horrible.
He's painted a nuke to preemptively attack any units coming from that ramp, but that's not where anything is. What can Arbuz do in this situation?
Base, there is like random zombies attacking him.
Well, the nuke will go off, but doesn't get anything done, really.
Oh, the Panoptus is dead. Oh, now it's back, and it's dead again.
Hey, the Eidolons respawned.
He's
Monument of Sin is nearly complete, by the way.
May as well.
Atlas is halfway done.
Maybe the first time Arbuz gets to build anything from this hyper-expensive structure. And it's going to get added to the zombie pool if it dies. Zombie
Star Sovereign sounds horrifying. I think they will glass.
I hope so. I hope they just glass anything that comes by them.
That's their
is that
attack.
A Mason? Well, fuck this Mason and everything he stands on.
I feel like with enough Eidolons, the Star Sovereign won't be too significant anyway, but we'll see what else can show up.
Kill it, but...
Atlas is now complete. Mystery Meat can't hardly believe he's teched up. Crucible coming. It's an Anthelian for Arbuz. No gas capping just yet. Capping is more powerful since it goes from 5 to 7 off of the first cap. Another
He
anchor
wanted
attempt.
to nuke again, but
Yeah.
he was tickled. Oh, now he's back. And now he's tickled a second time. I wonder where all the other zombies are.
I think
Probably all on
they
the
probably
island.
spawned down the island. There's one zealot killing this expansion attempt. So
Yep.
there's that at least.
Fuck this anchor.
The Mason has respawned and has decided to kill this ministry.
When the dog turns against his master.
Don't worry, the Eidolons are here to help clean it up. I don't think they're going to get the kill on it. Oh, there we go. Oh, look at that. He's dropped in the low ground.
Yep.
The nuke
He
radius
eventually got
will
in.
definitely spread over. You can
but he
see
can't find it.
Arbuz is trying
It's
to
in-
find it. He sees it down
Oh,
there,
no,
but he's
no,
only
he
got
sees it.
zealots. Oh my god.
No,
Well, he pulled the
no.
workers, so he's fine.
The
By the way, in the top
pylon.
left, more death is happening. Random Ahmed.
It's like a Mason scurrying around on the low ground where that rightmost meat base is, like angrily salivating.
Arbuz
Meanwhile,
trying his
there's a
best
zealot
to...
killing his watchdog.
He's trying to micro against all the zombies while also not dying to the nuke, so... It's a challenging affair.
It's okay. His warden survived. If he can power it up, it can get irradiated a second time. Oh, a Mason is approaching.
Hi.
And it's dead.
Zombie
Another one
zealots
of meat's shit's being
just
attacked again.
all over the place.
Oh, he's gonna drag them into his base too.
Yes, there's going to be some zombie Masons that...
no.
You know, this is the kind of... This can happen. You know, he's roving around with this pack of Eidolons, seeing if he can snipe
The
these
Achmeds
units.
have
but-
arrived.
Indeed, they have.
The vassals have arrived.
The vassals will help cleanse Ahmed from this plane, or so they think. But now there are zombie zealots, and vassals don't do too hot with armor. In fact, the Eidolons are even
Vassals
sniping
are-
the vassals.
Oh my god. Ahmed is biting Ahmed.
Where's that Anthelion? Okay, he's got 2 of them. Is he going to move him anywhere? He doesn't want to deploy them just yet. He doesn't want to give the jig up. He wants to deploy them all at once. I think. Maybe.
So much Ahmed.
The vassals are trying
What is
to
worse
clear
than
this out.
Ahmed? Another Ahmed.
Yeah. Oh, the zealots have started to run amok over here versus the Eidolons, though. All right, worker count only down by 20. It's not a huge deal. And third Anthelion begins. The zombie zealot just killing every Eidolon at this point. That's crazy.
Yeah, the Eidolon created a zombie Eidolon and a zombie zealot, and now the Draconians are getting confused about one's on that island. So far, Meat has avoided being traumatized too much, but Arbuz has got a lot of random zombies over here.
That's onto the Stargate in the main. The Eidolons will be unaffected. I mean, the Anthelions, rather. I'm not sure what the Anthelions are actually going to be used for here. An attack is fomenting over here in the upper region. Mantles are making Durandals. They do have Hurakan or Ahmed-based unit responses, so that's pretty epic. That lattice in the bottom is
kind of
unpowered.
like Ahmed.
I think that Stargate is going to be dead to the Irradiate, so...
Yeah, it's dying.
The Achmeks are online.
Meanwhile, Arbuz did find this secret base just by chance.
Well, his
There's still
small
Eidolons
groups
up
of
here.
units will be able to turn into zombies to help clear this area out. So I think Mystery Meat's northern base is in trouble here. But now the Achmeks are arriving. Eidolons are sort of piddling these vassals around, bullying them a little bit. Zombie action abound as Masons start to turn against their masters as well.
Oh my god.
They got to clear that Sentinel. Once that Sentinel's down, the zombies can really help Arbuz out from that area. But now his vassals are turning into zombies. He needs to deal with this Eidolon Scourge. Okay, he's going to do it. He's deploying the Anthelions.
They're coming.
Absolute travesty. Oh, no, they can't see them. They can't. Oh, never mind. They got
yanked
decloaked
in
by the
by the hips.
zombies. Annihilated. And that's okay. Zombie Durandals are here, and the police is here too. Dad is alerted.
And off he goes. And there is a lot of random shamans spinning around inside of his base.
I wonder what those were for, though.
Obviously for the Achmecha.
So what are the Anthelions going to be used for? The vassals are going to spot for them, I suppose.
Just bomb his base and kill everything inside of it.
There's only 2 watchdogs inside the island base, so that could be destroyed here if the vassals can get a good glimpse of it. Let's keep watch for those Anthelians. What's he going to do with them? Is he going for them? Yeah, okay, he is going to deploy. It's got 4 of them. They're doing some damage to the Watchdogs, but the Watchdogs are targeting down the Anthelians. A zombie Anthelian, it'll pull the other Anthelians. He's got to get out of there before that zombie one comes out.
No.
Oh, okay, never mind. He's fine. He's fine. He's safe. Never mind. He died. There's another one now. Oh no, there's another dad alert.
There's the vassal. Oh, the vassal's getting sucked in.
How many dead alerts in one game? The Cataphracts, they're killing the Anthelians. They need to leave. And away they go.
Well, the Watchdogs are taking some damage. The workers are also taking some, and away he goes.
All right, well, he had 4 Anthelians at the start of that. I think he survives with 3. I'm not sure where. Yeah, the other 2 are to the bottom left. So he's got a 3rd one that just finished from the monument. It is making another, so he can try that attack again.
One of them has 41 kills.
Oh my god, the Ministry. It's dying. It's slowly being repaired and dying. Hey, buddy. Hey, zombie man, fuck off.
Yeah, but the treasury. The treasury.
Oh no,
meat,
it's burning.
No.
Oh no.
No, meat,
no, it's burning.
No.
Meat, no.
Meat,
no. He saw it too. He was constructing stuff. Hey, this attack is now going to happen as well. The 3 Anthelians do come back. You were right. 47 kills and counting. This is a dad alert if I ever heard one.
Sucks in that Eidolon by the hips.
He's got to kill that Anthelian.
Uh-oh.
All right, he got it. He's clear. It looks like he evacuated the other 2. I'm not sure where it went exactly, but...
Meanwhile, there's a random zombie zealot inside of ArbuzBudesh's main, training everything after it. Into the corner where the other zealots. Oh, wait.
Man, I feel like Mystery Meat is very perplexed about what to do. He has covered his base in Watchdogs, but he has no defense versus the ground force if they go after that base in the top right.
He's got a little squad of catfax down here, but, well, horrible things could happen if they start dying on top of each other for any reason.
Well, the Shamans are going to try to keep them all alive, but the Anthelian with 54 kills is starting to get heckled. It is going to need to be migrated away. It is going to start to fall away, but I feel like it's dead. I don't think it's going to get out of there. Oh, it does end up dying at the tail end. And he's able to focus it down before it finishes the revive sequence, so it doesn't end up pulling any more units in. And now the Eidolons are going to start tying everything up. This is a dangerous push. Arbuz does need to respect this, but instead he's sending all of his forces on an intercept course with everything else, wants to keep his Anthelians for any emergency moves. Well, there's an anchor full of Eidolons that's going to get bopped. Zealots in the base, ground units everywhere. Are we seeing a base trade for game 1 of the show match? No way, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, no. The catbacks are getting sucked in. Oh, the workers.
Oh, my God.
The kills.
No, the zombie Anthelians. All 3 of them have turned to zombies.
The scribe. Arbuz had a random scribe in there and it got sucked in and turned into a zombie as well. The catbacks are now zombies.
The anvil is loaded.
Zombie scribe is
That could be bad if the anvil ends up getting popped. That could be very bad.
That engram that just died had like 27 kills on it.
I believe it. More random units are cleaning up the natural. This back base is very vulnerable to any ground attack, but it doesn't look like that's something that Arbuz is considering right now. He's struggling to deal with the Cataphract Shaman combo. He is making a Star Sovereign. He will try to glass if it finishes. But instead, he's moving his vassals up as Vassal Golem Army. It's a very interesting composition. That monument is not going to be able to finish. There's no way. How is he going to uproot this composition that Mystery Meat's going for?
Well,
setting up top left.
Sending a zombie zealot into that other base where it's going to encounter all of the battle workers.
Oh my god, no. The battle workers, the zombie plague.
Oh, they're multiplying.
It's spreading.
Oh god, they're increasing. Oh, they're fighting. Oh no.
Well, the Star Sovereign was not able to be deployed. Worker transfers spy yet another zombie on the island.
It's all right. There's a wall of cannons being made and harassed by a zombie.
Oh, good.
There's a zombie Eidolon that died terribly. Zombie Zealot chasing the workers. They're still biting. They want to kill that watchdog.
Zombie workers were, yeah, dealing with the been dealt with by the cataphract. Oh, the tap on the way out. That is a zombie Eidolon for you, folks. Bottom right still occupied by zombies from so many failed attempts at expanding. But I don't know. I don't know if Arbuz can make it out of this. He does have a lot of bank, but they both do. They're just not... I think they are definitely perplexed. They are not building too many units right now. They got so much money. They're just like, Jesus Christ, what do I even do? But it might be more than Arbuz can deal with. He's losing his natural. He's trying to set up all of the wardens and the engram. He's making another monument.
Yes.
Depleted the base down there.
His gas. Oh.
Random base at 6 o'clock. All right. Arbuz has spent some of his considerable bank. He has no gas. Neither player does, really. And Mystery Meat's actually dropped at least a G in terms of minerals. So they're starting to come back up in terms of their spending.
There's this random Eidolon just slaughtering masons that go past it in the top. Right near all these vassals that aren't doing anything.
No, the zombie shamans! That's horrifying. Well, the cataphracts are starting to group up together now, so I do think that this will be enough to deal with this base, but at what cost, you might ask? The shamans are healing all the cataphracts, so it's not it's preventing any zombification of those units at the very least. But now we've got more units coming in to stomp on 6 o'clock. Really pretty soon, Arbuz is going to only have his monument in the top left, and he barely has any money to operate it.
Yeah, he never capped the one geyser there, so it's he's not harvesting from that ridge either.
And he never finished off the base in the island base at 3 o'clock, so...
I've been waiting for the world-spawned Anthelians to show up.
Yeah, they must be
Where
like...
are they?
I wonder if the zombie Anthelians even know how to, like, move. They might not.
Where could they be?
They must be on the islands or something. If you encounter them, they're basically like turrets. So they'll just suck you in at a random point in the map.
We don't see them on the bottom left.
Yeah, they're not on the bottom right either.
Really look at the top right.
Oh no. The Mason zombie will kill that scribe. Arbuz has to use flash shielding.
This is getting really unhinged.
He's trying his best to play zombie survival mode. He is making another Anthelian. He seems like that's the way to go. It's a good thing the Star Sovereign didn't get finished. Imagine that just roving the map.
That anvil is perilously low on health and
it still has a loaded Morning Star as well, yeah.
For any reason, like 4 or 5 zombie Anthelians just happen to appear in it.
Random zombie
It could be a
Eidolon
catastrophe.
as well, yeah.
There is still a little stack of Protoss units hanging out in this base, too.
Yeah, they're going to get cleared out here pretty soon.
They've been encountered.
Yeah. He's going to dive in and try to clear those Eidolons. There's not too many of them over here. Rest of the force is cataphracts. They are out of sync of the shamans. Might be an opportunity to get a couple of zombie kills on them. Random zombie
Random stockade out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, yeah, that's
that could turn into a zombie, surely.
Oh no, all the cataphracts!
So many cataphracts.
Oh, they've cleared that area out nice and quick. But hey, a lot of these workers finally rotated over to the bottom right, so... yeah, don't worry, it's
There's
fine.
the hatch. As if this match couldn't become any more unhinged.
Yeah, I'll wait for the numbers. If it's one of us, it's fine. Oh, I got 0. What did you get?
0.
Yeah, okay, so it's Arbuz. But I don't think it matters, because he's about to get A-moved.
I don't know about that. He's got an Anthelian and an engram.
He's got gateways in the bottom left he's going to try to spend his minerals for, but the Eidolons have spawned, or spotted this position. They are going to use the Watchdog to scout up there. That's going to stop Arbuz from feeling some hope.
No, kill the Watchdog.
He can't. It's going to burn down.
Yeah, but it's going to be too late.
Indeed. Yes, Marty King says, oh well, restart. I don't think so, buddy. 1 Sentinel killing the pylon. Alright, so that base is going to be cleared out. Oh no! A random zealot in the base over there that is now starting to spawn zombies. Shaman's moving up over there as well. I think if Mystery Meat just kind of has a coincidental push over here, he will clear this top left. The engram is a little bit worrisome. But Arbuz is trying to hold on. He's trying his best. No, the zombies are fighting! The Sentinel's done, though, so... everything's fine.
Yeah, but he lost both of his watchdogs to the zombies.
Embarrassment. Alright, let's see what he can do. He's charging forward. He's only got the one Shaman here, so... as long as he takes this engagement kind of intelligently, he won't be too bad. More Shamans are coming on in. Actually absorbing some of the shots from the engram as well. Anthelion is charging up for a move. I'm not sure that that's the right move, though. Instead, it looks like it goes somewhere else. Yeah, he's channeled it off to the side because there's only the one watchdog actually finishing off. It is going to cause some ruckus. But, yeah, I mean, we're talking about an elimination moment here for Arbuz. He is trying to retake his main, but I don't think he's going to be able to do much over here. The zombie horde happening. Wait, where did the Anthelion go? Did it go back or did it die?
Yeah, it went back to his gateways.
Oh,
now Meat
okay.
is being traumatized by his own Masons.
Yes, he is, but there's no more harvesting happening, and Arbuz will have to GG. We get a lovely shot of the Mason horde. I can't believe that.
That was one of the most autistic 33 minutes of my life.
Aren't you so glad that you joined us again? Mystery Meat up 1-0 for this show. What a show it was! Wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the turning for you. A nice little demonstration of it. I hope you guys appreciated how silly that was. We have another option here for our brave contestants. I think it's worth... it's definitely worth pointing out.
I'm going to grab some coffee. I'm going to need it.
Yeah, go for it. I'll go ahead and redo the polls here. So, I will be doing a re-poll every single time here. And so that is going to be... let's see, what are our options? Lunatic Fringe, Infinite Velocity, Check Stealer. I'm trying to remember the other options that I gave, but I can't see because Discord's very functional. So I know there was Lunatic Fringe, Infinite Velocity, Check Stealer, Otherworld, Sideshow. I think there was one more, right? There's one more option other than... Mass Destruction was the other one, I think. All right. I guess we'll go ahead and do that as well. So there you go. And I will now make the next poll as well, which is what game mode should map 2 of the show match be played on. And we have Uprising, Massacre, Uprising, Omnipresence, Duopoly, Faction Wars. I think those are the only other ones. Because we omitted Debug, we omitted... Embraced because it's too new. Scenario and competitive are obviously out. So yeah. Alright, so that should be everything there. And let's do that. Okay, and I will go ahead and ping Cosmonarchy for voting on the show match here. I didn't do that the last time, so maybe that'll give us a couple of additional votes. Oh wow, we already got some votes in. Lunatic Fringe currently leading in the map vote, while Massacre and Omnipresence are currently tied in the game mode vote. Omnipresence takes the lead so far in our game mode vote. No, now it's tied with Massacre. Lunatic Fringe continuing to win out for now. Oh my god, Lunatic Fringe Massacre would be really ridiculous if you think about it, because Lunatic Fringe is the island map. It has Niduses. Massacre is no Vespian harvesting, all minerals. So that's a really funny combo. That could be very, very interesting. Massacre has taken the lead. Lunatic Fringe still in the lead, narrowly. Lunatic Fringe now tied with Check Stealer. Massacre now tied with Omnipresence. Omnipresence has taken a lead, a 1-vote lead in favor of Omnipresence. Check Stealer is the same way, a 1-vote lead ahead of Lunatic Fringe. No, now it's a tie. Remember, you can vote in the tournament section of our Discord server if you're not there already. Massacre takes a sudden lead as people change their votes. Massacre up by 1 vote right now. I'm calling it in, say, 2 minutes. What's up, Mesk? You back?
So what is what is Uprising and what is Duopoly?
Duopoly is like Omnipresence, except you play as 2 of the races instead of 3. And Uprising is neutral, hostile, basically creep camps are scattered around the map, spawn around the map over time, and send attack waves out. It's not very balanced right now. I'm pretty sure the attack waves would just kill most people, so...
Okay, that's what I'm voting for.
Toyota says you can't vote on mobile? That doesn't sound right.
Sounds like typical phone
Discord. Posters.
Call.
Island maps are bad, says Arbuz. So he wants to vote for the opposite. By the way, guys, Lunatic Fringe and Check Stealer have both tied each other up. 4 votes for each.
Oh, what kind of rope are they using? Are they like Shibari?
Massacre still winning out by 1 vote. I will call it in 1 minute.
All right, so who's going to be the one who makes the Shibari crow icon for this showcase thumbnail? Ow, fucking damn it. Do you have an island map?
Yeah, Lunatic Fringe.
Oh, okay. I haven't voted yet, so that's where mine goes.
Oh, there you go. Mesk is currently... wait. What? What happened? Somebody changed their vote. Oh my god, people are changing their vote to Check Stealer. How dare they?
God, you can't do that.
Oh, Sipiak said, I'm going to give this one to Check Stealer. I can't believe it. The turncoat. 30 seconds.
I feel like an island map will just turn Arbuz into 3 Crow, but with like 500 APM. And it's going to awaken an inner darkness in him we've never seen before. And it's going to be like the Dark Watermelon arc.
3 Crow said, worst possible decision to change your vote. Wait, Lunatic Fringe is back in the lead. Oh my god, Massacre winning by 7 votes. Guys, you gotta make a decision fast. It's 5 for 5. Lunatic Fringe and Check Stealer are tied.
You can't make them decide.
I can't believe this.
The votes have 23 hours left. You gotta wait the full length.
All right, Lunatic Fringe is now 6 votes to 4. And I think that does it. Ladies and gentlemen, polls are closed. Water's got AIDS.
That's
Where's
true.
that?
Whatever that means. Why does the water have
It is
AIDS?
an island map for Massacre, ladies and gentlemen. Come on aboard.
Oh my god. Can you even play an island map of Massacre?
Well, there's Niduses, so. And you get gas
He's
for making units.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, no, you'd get more gas now. Yeah, I remember. I was thinking before, it was like, there's going to be a lot of anchors flying around.
Oh, you're talking about when it was 1 instead of 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to look like your one match. Just anchors, thousands of them.
This is the old school, too. I didn't bother revealing the... I didn't bother revealing where the location of the neutral hostile spraiths are, so people will have to do that. We are seconds away from Lunatic Fringe, Massacre Island. I can't believe what we are seeing.
Mame Island, would you say?
It's going to be so beautiful. Yeah, Mame Island. I like that. We're getting it started, baby. Let's go. It's Lunatic Fringe time, and we've got vertical spawns on the left-hand side. Hey, don't mind the computer and the leaderboard. I forgot to disable that. We've got Mystery Meat in the top left as, I'm going to say, Maroon Tyrant. Oh, it's blood. And Arbuz in the bottom left.
Got a lot of gas.
Yeah, he does. That's the number of units. Oh, look at that. There's the Nidus. Yeah, he goes right through. Classic
This
move.
map almost reminds me of Conquest Frontier Wars. Because you have all the systems connected through the wormholes, except you can kill the Niduses in this.
You see
Honestly, I really expected Meat just to instantly kill it and just seal himself off forever.
Yeah, he wants to know where his opponent is first. It's what you use the scouting for. I've never seen this map played before. I have no idea how it plays, so it's gonna be we're gonna be working it together here. I'm gonna say this is man, I don't know what this is. This is one of those weird light green colors, but we don't have a light green. We have like a I don't know. It's not Celadon. It's too dark for that. Oh, he's trying to find the Nidus. He hasn't found it yet. Vine green. Okay, that's the color. Mystery Meat has scouted top right. Arbuz has not actually gone across to see where... He doesn't know where the Nidus is. Okay, he's going to find it now.
He did not make a lattice first.
No, he's making a gateway. Very interesting. It's a stockade for Mystery Meat. Oh, lattices do cost 50 Vespine on this patch. So.
Oh my god. You can't do that. How are you going to do your mineral-only build against Ramen?
I got to do it on
You
Massacre.
will never be able to terrorize him again.
It's beautiful.
With vassals killing his madrigals. Because that costs gas now. You can't build it.
The rules
Man,
have
he's
changed.
come a long way from that, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's in the grand finals,
just
dude.
annihilating Neblime after being traumatized by vassals just a couple weeks prior.
Well, Smarty seems like
you
he's a
guys
fan of this
had to work on him to train him up. It was a group effort.
All right, 3 gate has been scouted by Mystery Meat. What's he going to do? He's already got his Huracan on the way out. All right, Warden being placed defensively. Now, these players, this Massacre is like the normiest of the custom game modes, right? Everybody's seen Massacre. Everybody knows about Massacre. This should be oh my god, the anchor. And he's using it as a distraction so he can kill the Nidus and lock his opponent off. He has no idea it's happening. He needs to pull that zealot.
No, Ahmed.
He needs to pull that zealot. He needs to go across. He needs to go across and see. He's not going to know. Wait, is he going to know now? Oh, he goes across.
Anyways.
He goes across, but it dies. He's got 1 zealot out there. That's not enough. Oh my god, Arbuz has been absolutely shellacked.
Now he's got to get an embassy.
He sure does. But how is he going to do that with no Vespine?
Well, he's going to have to make a lot of scribes and a lot of zealots. It's going to take a while. How much does the embassy cost? He never killed the anchor.
Nah, it's just chilling. He can kill that for 3 more Vespine, but it'll likely get canceled, so. Ah, it does get canceled at the last second. Denies him the 3 gas. I can't believe it. What is the first Vespine expenditure? Both players going for their expansion in the end base.
Ahmed really wants that Spraith colony and is just traveling up and down the spectrum. Yeah, work it, baby. Shake that money maker.
Oh, he is going to go ahead and start setting up watchdogs. Remember, the neutral hostile Spraiths exist all along these lanes, so... Now the lattice is coming out. That's the first Vespine.
For 3 Vespine. That's worth making the 500 vassals it would take to do so.
The computer starts stacking up the Vespine and just spends it on tier 2 eventually.
It's got 78 currently. They're spinning.
Second Ministry all the way on the sort of the Nidus natural, if you will. I wonder what happened to the one in Arbuz's base. That's weird.
Imagine if you just surrounded the naturals in Spraiths on the cliffs. So whenever the Tyrant tries to build their treasury in their main and lift it over, it just gets instantly blown up.
Well,
and it's just like spites Tyrant explicitly.
Ah, okay. Hey, he's finally got it.
What the fuck? You can't do that, Ahmed.
He found his way.
That thing's like 20 feet above you.
He solved the math. That's 3 extra Vespene, dude. All right,
now
so...
he's gonna kill all of them the exact same way.
Okay, listen. Feast your eyes upon the tank simulacrum. Oh, it died. That was the vassal. The tank simulacrum has 100 health. It attacks slower, though.
Fuck? It still only does 6 damage.
Yeah, it also
And
attacks
no
a bit
armor
slower
pen.
than it did before, but you
Dude,
make
he's
them.
double tapping because you killed the Spraith and then the Kagran.
Oh, shit. That's plus 6
He
Vespene.
can kill all of them. Dude, he's harvesting gas.
Ahmed is a worker?
Now he's got to get the next one.
Ahmed's a gas worker?
One.
Yeah. No, go over
Get
there.
the next
Yeah.
one.
Oh, wait. No.
Got to move in there.
Oh, it's okay. He'll find. He'll solve the math problem eventually.
He could use the Mavericks, but why bother?
Come on, Ahmed. Fucking idiot.
Ahmed has to, he's got to, like, warm up that one brain cell.
Look at this. He used the Nidus to get across over here. He's going to put watchdogs on this side, too. Really
It's
try
like
to
a hand
isolate.
crank.
More stockades coming?
Little as you realize, Arbuz is making vassals.
Yes,
Thousands.
he is.
Thousands.
No embassy, though. It's just...
No embassy.
He's making the Zealots, I guess, as like an insurance policy for any ground unit. And also because when if he really wants to be spamming out units to make gas, he should be making Legionnaires. They make faster, they're cheaper.
There is a Wraith coming.
Oh shit, there's a star pad? Nice.
Yep, there is a star pad.
He spent a little bit of his Vespene then. Alright, let's see.
I mean, at this
as soon as
point,
Arbuz walks out, he sees all these
isolated.
watchdogs. He's gonna be like, what the fuck do I do about this?
He has him isolated, but how the fuck is he gonna kill him? The only real fast way, quote unquote fast, is to mass drop Mavericks on him, but massing Trojans over the 1-star pad alone would take fucking forever. They
Yes.
have to pass the fucking shooting gallery of Spraiths that have already killed one vassal. Oh my god, that fucking simulacrum. Oh my
Boom!
God, no.
Plus 3 gas. Come here.
He can't come here. He destroyed the Nidus.
Yeah,
He's trapped.
There's a bit of a problem with that. Oh no, plus 3 Vespene. Oh, plus 6 Vespene. Oh wait, one of them died over here. Plus 9 Vespene. That's 3.
That's 3. Speaking of which, there's 3 watchdogs on the right island over there.
He's
There's
adding
also
watchdogs
3.
to his main as well. He's like, yeah, his main, his Nidus natural, his actual natural.
He's currently mining gas, but he's not making
Oh, no.
any Trojans.
Oh my god, the computer has plus 3 gas.
Yeah, 84 now.
You know, once he gets enough vassals, he can just storm over the Spraiths.
He just killed him.
I like how we all thought this was going to be an amazing Massacre Island game. And wouldn't this be funny? And then he just killed the Nidus, and he was like, yeah, that's it.
I knew he was gonna do it, but I thought he was gonna kill the one in his main. But I guess it makes sense he would just kill the other one and take over the map instead.
Yeah, he's taking a 4th base now. No embassy from Arbuz is a bit interesting.
These vassals could kill those Spraiths, and that'll get him a little bit of gas.
You know what? Arbuz could go for like a... It's a long shot, right? He could go for a Didact eventually. There you go.
There you go. The path has been cleared, but dude, that has 3 gas. Just ignores Ahmed.
Ahmed's also only 3 gas.
You know, he could just kill the Nidus here and force Meat to abandon the stockades or make new ones.
Oh, watch out. He's got to
like a
deal with the
slide
other
noise.
Spraiths, too. A Wraith died to Nidus's... Or Spraiths, rather. Okay, there's only 2 watchdogs up here. This is 23 vassals. Gotta watch out for the Maverick stimming up, though. Remember, it lasts a bit longer on this patch. Gonna circle back around. There's a couple of watchdogs over here. He's gonna get a couple of worker kills. Arbuz is actually, surprisingly, he's not actually down by that many workers. The problem is he's down by effective bases for sure, so... Gonna need to see what he can do with that. He's making more vassals. He's only got the 3 lattices, though.
You may as well make vassals. Meat, meanwhile, is like filthy rich.
Yes.
But he's only got the 3 stockades. So he can't really spend it that much.
Oh, there we go. Grab one more.
I mean, this is really pissing into the ocean here.
Hey, he's actually narrowed the worker disadvantage a little bit, but he does need to start heckling those other bases. Right side is getting double saturated here. And
Technically speaking, both players are on 3 production. because it's 3 lattice versus 3 stockades. There is also 3 gateways, but they can't really do too much besides strand people for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, plus 3 gas.
Random Kagrans keep tickling his vassals.
Oh no. Not the watchdogs.
You know, this is very reminiscent of Battle.net, like UMS, and just the random fucking BGH games.
Yeah.
Just like people building turrets everywhere and like half the map not doing anything. Yeah, this is very reminiscent.
What's he gonna do with all of the Mavericks he's made, Mr. Yumi? He's got 2K minerals. He could definitely be doing more. I think he's saving up for tier 2, though.
I really expected to see Trojans, because they don't cost gas, I don't think.
They do.
And
Envoys don't cost gas, but no embassy, so Arbuz is not taking advantage of that.
I guess then he could go for Pythians, but that's a little ways off.
Yeah.
He could do the Benno build.
Yeah, the sprays. There's another one up there.
Treasury over here.
All right, he synced them up. He's got 14 vassals now.
That's less than the original number, but he has them. Oh, fuck this. He's going to help Meat out a little bit.
Oh, he's going to clear that.
What Meat could do is if he doesn't want to spend money on the Trojans, he could make a lot of anchors. Like a lot. And he can lift over all the watchdogs and then all the anchors in one giant fleet. But I feel like he would have started that a while ago if that's what he was going to do.
Yeah, I don't know what he's planning on. He has enough for the Atlas. He's just not making it yet.
He doesn't know what to do. Arbuz, on the other hand, is slowly making money here. He's
Atlas is coming.
The sprays for their delicious, gassy innards.
Yeah, you know, if he gets enough vassals, which he totally could do, he just needs to build more of these lattices. He spent his gas on something. Oh, no, he didn't. He's also banking a lot.
All right, he's got a scribe here. He wants something. And he gave up on it. Oh, there it is.
Argosy!
The Argosy.
So I was right. The Didact play is what he's going for. Didacts are a lot of gas, though.
This is going to be really stupid. That was all of his gas, by the way.
Yeah.
He's going to need a lot more. But the thing is Eco can't even support that much more production than what he's doing.
Yeah, he's depleted his minerals pretty soon here. He's only got 15 workers on the main.
All of it on Zealots.
He's got 41 workers in the natural and only 15 in the main, yeah. I think he needed to get an embassy out way sooner. Because he can expand to those islands at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or just generally harass around the map. But he decided not to do that after his Nidus got blown up. And you can't harvest Vespene in Massacre, so he just absolutely annihilated.
I'm really astonished Meat hasn't built like 50 anchors. Now he's making more stockades. But he could have just made so many anchors and just...
That's right.
Like Doomsday dropped him.
Mavericks in the middle clearing things out. Yeah, there's just a million Mavericks and Watchdogs over there. Oh, he's actually coming in with 27 vassals. He can clear out a lot of these Mavericks. They aren't stemmed. Well, you'll take that, honestly. That was a pretty good trade for Arbuz.
Yeah, he got some gas out of it.
Yeah.
Another like 3 or 4 trades like that, he might be able to afford a Didact. And it may die terribly to, I don't know, the 80,000 random watchdogs that are all over the fucking place. Yeah,
let's see. If he waits for double Didact, we know he's done for. He's cooked. It's 300
only got, like,
Vespene,
one island past that spray there where he could do it, but then he has to kill the spray.
He comes back in for some more, clears out some more Mavericks. Nice little cash injection.
Fucking random spray.
What is Mystery Meat doing right now? Anyway, he made his tier 2.
He's got tier 2.
He's making 1 million more stockades. That's it. That's all he wants to do. More vassals.
That's his gas production right now. He's setting up a gas harvest.
Yeah, random watchdog up there.
He's gonna need it because I don't know. He has like almost 7,000 minerals in climbing. Meanwhile, Arbuz is realizing the entire map is covered.
Well, he got that 3 gas anyway. Dude, he just needs the Didact. If he can get the Didact, he can recall all the Zealots.
There's more coming.
Yeah. How is he? He's looking around right now for a spot in which he can clear out the anti-air so that he can get the recall off. I think if he does that, if he goes to the bottom right, yeah,
then yeah, that would be a good spot. But Meat's eventually gonna just. I feel like if he does that now, Meat's just gonna kill the Nidus. But then he could go above, so there is an attack path, but it's highly autistic. Kind of like these Spraith colonies.
Yeah. He can recall his vassal fleet up there. No, he needs more. He needs more gas first. Oh, he's failed to do that.
This is really deranged.
I can't believe. I know that Jujic said Didacs are really OP. I don't know if they're this good though.
Well, I feel like even if he has to actually fight the Marines up front with his zealots, but there's so many like tight choke points that he could just flood with Marines.
Yeah.
That I feel like the Marines can actually win that.
Another Spraith claims another vassal.
But Meat, on the other hand, I'm still waiting for the bunker armada, and it's like I think he's going to tier 3, but what's he gonna do when he hits tier 3?
The Didact has begun.
I feel like if it makes a Phobos, the vassals are just gonna tickle it to death.
Especially if you work in like manifolds, dude. Think about it. That's a lot of gas.
Although he could make a Magnetar and try to Yamato them. And if it misses, then it just like dies instantly.
He's going up to like 20 stockades. The economics.
He has 241 Mavericks. And an Achmed.
There's a couple Achmeds.
Just one. There's still some Spraiths that have not been stamped out of the middle of the map yet.
Hey, clear the bottom right and the top left out of the middle. Normally there are 4 geysers in there. Oh no, the Didact.
No.
It's been spotted. The game plan is up. He knows what's happening. The swarm of bees arrives to protect their queen. All right, what is that Didact going to do exactly? It could try to cloak the vassals so they can get within touching distance of some of this stuff, but if he can maybe get a stasis off onto the Mavericks and clear a lot of them out, I don't know. He just needs so many more vassals than what he's got. He is going to clear those out, but at what cost? His vassal count has gone down. Going down sub 20 now. He's got more coming. Cleared out a lot of the Mavericks, admittedly. There's many more coming where that... just don't even look at the Nidus, dude. The Nidus is just freaking...
No. Soon be able to hit CCMU because they won't be able to pop out of the Nidus. It'll just like despawn though. And then Meat has a way to generate gas. He just creates Mavericks that get sucked into the void. And his gas goes up. While he keeps his space clear.
Poor Mystery Meat. And I say poor him because he's the one.
He
only
could
one with
make
regrets.
tier 3, but I feel like his brain's already melted at this point.
He's making more vassals. Yeah, he has enough for tier 3. What is that Didact going to do? It hasn't recalled the vassals on the top yet, although they would be.
What he's going to do at tier
additions.
3, I don't know, but he can afford it.
Yeah, he should. He's forgotten though. His brain is only in Maverick mode right now. Adding detection with the lodestones, not a bad shout.
There it is.
Okay, it's going to be in the top right Nidus Nat. Okay. Might as well.
Imagine if the vassals somehow managed to kill it.
Okay, the vassals are doing their best to see what else they can find. They have started to emerge. And look. There's some sprays.
Dude, there's a ministry. You can mind control that somehow.
Oh, no.
There seems to be some watchdogs on this map. Why?
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, shit. Is that a spray? Why is that there?
I can't believe it. The two that
Every base is infested with watchdogs.
Ah, fuck this Nidus. You can't. No access.
Just notice.
Mavericks are
I
now
can't
Marines.
have it. You can't have it. I'll section off your handful of Mavericks that we're going to kill anyways because they desperately need the gas.
So I guess Arbuz might be setting up for the double Didact play. He is near, thanks to this Mavericks stack he's found, he is at 300 gas almost. Just needs one more unit to complete, and he'll be able to afford it. Now unifying his vassal grouping.
Oh, but shit, he put a lodestone in many of these,
Yeah.
these ministries.
I don't know if that got scouted by Arbuz's vassals. Second didact on the way.
He's never made. He's gonna cover it in treasuries and fucking.
What a!
Oh my
this
God.
is just ridiculous.
You can't do this.
Remember when he said he had, he regretted doing this? Hey, there's actually nothing over here. The vassal count is high enough to start heckling this base. Well, I say there's nothing. There's about 40 million Mavericks in that base. But... Look, more Vespine. Arbuz can get some gas. Oh my God, the Mavericks.
There's so many Mavericks.
The Mavericks blot out the sun.
This really is like the Benno apocalypse.
Well, this is the first competitive massacre game, like a tournament game, so that's pretty cool. Maybe this is why we don't do it on island maps going forward. I don't know about that one. Just saying.
I don't know. I think this was genius. Oh no 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 no!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Holy shit! All right, so that's
he
not.
was
gonna
lucky
work.
that he had moved only to that spot and they stopped.
No, there's
But where he
load
goes from
stones
this point-
everywhere. Look, he lifted off and covered the lodestone on the other side too. He lifted the ministry.
This is fucking demented. He's got a few areas he can go, but he's gonna have to really thread the needle on it.
He needs to go to the bottom right. If he goes there,
there's like between the Niduses there is a spot he can get through. Or past the bottom right, but I think honestly just between those Niduses is the best.
Okay, I see what's happening here.
I think he may have figured that out.
Check the ramp into the Nidus that used to be there for Arbuz.
Oh, no, not here. This is
Yeah, right
bad.
here. Right
oh,
here.
Shit. Oh, fuck.
Right here, baby.
Oh, no. Okay, well, we're doing this. Okay, only a handful of them popped out.
Don't worry,
no,
the
ion.
diadems are All right. Well, it was nice knowing you boys, but that's it. GG. The best of 3 is in favor of Mystery Me.
Look
and,
how many Mavericks he had.
Just check the units produced. He produced over 1,000 units. I can't believe it.
Yeah, if he had gone through between where those Niduses were, he would have been pretty good, but he saw the base and he couldn't handle it anymore. He was traumatized.
Arbuz was a really good sport because that match was absolutely absurd. Okay, well, that is it. Ladies and gentlemen, we go back to release for the grand finals, which we will be beginning in somewhat short order here. I'm going to go ahead and try it on regular Crown Link because you never know, it might work out. But that means we need a short break, maybe 5 minutes. We'll get the pick band sorted, get some more water, etc. Shout out to Mystery Meat and shout out to Arbuz for making that happen. That was ridiculous. Shout out to chat for voting. We didn't get to see the omnipresence that I know, for example, Biddy B wanted. But you know what? We got to see some really silly things happen. And, that in some ways, that's as good a situation as any. So appreciate you guys hanging in there and making things happen. I will go ahead and send us to break as we try to cleanse our minds of that silliness. And I make sure to set my game type back to competitive because the grand finals should not be played on Massacre. And we will be back in a few moments to get things underway. GG. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the grand finals of Tyrant's Tale, Cosmonarchy's latest and greatest high-tier tournament. And we've got HitEmUp versus TopRamen, two members of Clan Ass, the anti-Shambler Society, and we have Impetus as our map starter, because Oblivion was banned by HitEmUp, and Impetus was chosen as the initial one. Let's see what happens as we navigate our way towards that opening lobby. I hope you guys are excited for that. I hope the show match helped make you excited about Mavericks. And yeah, pretty silly stuff for sure. Pretty silly stuff.
Very silly. Definitely a very Beto kind of game. Just needed the Pythians to charge in there.
Yeah. I remember that on Repulsion. He got to tier 3, built Pythians, and he unloaded that was before we had the selection extender, so he used the Pythians as the extended selection because he could put 40 Mavericks in one of them.
Yep. Next level. Haven't seen it since then.
So I will say we thought we might have time to wrangle a third match anyway, even though it was a best of 3 initially on its face, with Mystery Meat taking it 2-0. I did think maybe we'd be able to show off Omnipresence, but we have a tighter time window than we thought to get the grand final played, so let's do it. It's the match that we're going to be playing live here, just like the Meat versus Arbuz one, and we are about to see if our players are ready. And if they are, we can get things rolling. Because we have the tight time, we'll see about interviews after this series is over. This is a best of 7, remember? So the first one to win 4, not 3, but 4 matches will be victorious. And Mesk, we are ready to get started. It's Impetus. It's the grand final. I am looking forward to it. We've got TopRamen in the bottom left as none other than the Silver Terran. And in the top right, we have HitEmUp as none other than the Ultramarine Terran. And it looks like I have to set the latency a little bit higher, but that's okay. See if it continues to hitch. It looks like Canada moment. All right, that's probably a little bit better. So HitEmUp is sending an immediate worker across. We'll have to see about that one working out.
Yes, there's something cheesy going on already.
Indeed. He's trying. He's going to
mention something about chain smoking, so I'm assuming that through the weed fumes, he needs to scout earlier so that he can focus on it a little bit longer. There's totally nothing stupid going on at all.
No.
So just ignore this.
Just a forward stockade for sure.
That's very Neblime of him, in spirit. So the last time they encountered, it was pretty much all HitEmUp. But Ramen just showed the...
I can't believe it. It's a quarry opener versus forward stockade, dude. That's so dangerous.
Yeah, but he doesn't know it's forward stockade.
No, of course not. But on a 2-spawn map, and when HitEmUp picks it, that's a bold choice. We'll see if it pays off for him as the stockade comes down in HitEmUp's base. He's not harvested a lick of gas just yet.
I'm going to have you stream me because it's laggy.
Sure, yeah. Go for it.
We'll see if that clears it up at all.
Fulcrum on the way for Ramen, but the first stockade is making a Huracan. That Ahmed will be destined to face his opponent.
Oh my god, will he even see it though? Oh no.
Judging by that scouting pattern, I believe maybe Ramen will scout the forward stockade, but his Fulcrum is halfway done, and you're talking about...
No, he went past it.
Oh, no. He has no advance warning whatsoever. That means HitEmUp can kind of camp outside here if he wants to. And it looks like the lag was probably HitEmUp's internet.
Yeah,
Here it comes. Huracan's already taken a lick of damage. Going to go after the guy making the structure. Battle workers have been pulled. They're going to start hitting both the worker for HitEmUp as well as the Huracan. Oh, they're all kind of lining up for the Huracan splash damage, though. That's not what you need. Ramen needs to pull the workers. Okay, he's got his Fulcrum. He's got to make the Vulture. He did end up finishing it off. He has lost some workers, but remember that HitEmUp took a little bit of a hit to his actual economy to open things up, but he is looking... Oh, he's kind of going to get surrounded by that second rotation. Worker Scout here sees the stockade in the main. Going to be a little bit confused. Still hasn't spotted the early one.
Ahmed.
First Huracan death is out.
One Vulture is out.
Stim on the Maverick. Needs to work out okay. That Vulture targeting the Huracan instead of the Maverick. Where's the unit control from Ramen? He's lost his first combat unit. Brutal. But the combat workers, the battle workers, they are going to stand tall. And remember, the quarry is still up. That's not something that HitEmUp has access to. His own Maverick is facing a battle worker over here, but it will end up getting cleared. Oh, man. HitEmUp struggling with the lag a little bit, perhaps. Ramen losing that first vulture was crazy. But as of right now, I think Ramen is actually okay. He's going to be tied with workers as soon as this next rotation is done. Be able to catch up over time.
He's getting the little wall up. If these vultures get loose, there's not too much back home to defend. Just a one stockade. But he did lift the first one over, so he's going back home. Trying to knowledge check and maybe bad manner that Corey first, but it stands tall. Objectively, the best opener in the game.
He's got 3 more Mavericks as a bit of a follow-up. The mines are going to get cleared by it. At the same time, though, what is the reaction from Ramen? He's not going to be able to jump onto these Mavericks. They need to stim. They are not actually there just yet. He can definitely fire down this vulture, though, and it will end up going down. He should be able to clear the Mason as well, and now he needs to clear those mines, see if he can sweep them. He doesn't have any more reinforcements coming. The vulture is already peppered down a little bit low. If HitEmUp kind of preempts this or gets vision on it, he can actually stim it in advance and try to gun that one down as well. Another vulture is about to come out, though, so it looks like that's going to be all she wrote for this harassment. Oh, actually, never mind.
Dropping a mine instead of attacking, so they get a lot of free damage onto it.
Well, the stim is out, so that's going to do it, but that was real close. He almost killed a Mason as well, so, you know. For all intents and purposes, oh my god, it's a Cyprian drop follow-up.
Oh my god. HitEmUp has gone full voltism straight into the Cyprian drop. Not going to give him a chance to do anything with that quarry. He has to stop this. He can't let this become the new meta. What if people start doing this every game? No, you got to punish this.
Right here, right now, right? The first game would be the best opportunity to say, Ramen, your quarry first shenanigans will not work, but he's holding on.
But he's going to have to do this every single game because there's never going to be a game he doesn't go quarry first.
It does seem like what his favored choice is. Now, okay, here's a fateful moment. The Watchdog, task to the bottom right. I just pinged, but don't worry, they can't see that. And the Trojan is also going to the bottom right. They are on an intercept course. This will result, I believe, in the Trojan being spotted because the Watchdog has a great amount of vision range. But we'll see what happens. Is the course going to get corrected? He's going pretty deep, and the Watchdog is at a slight incline. I think it's going to be close. No, he's corrected it even further, so the Watchdog will scout it.
Timing.
Yep, that's it. Now, wait, hold on, because we still haven't seen a response yet. Okay, only now does TopRamen actually look. He's going to pull his vultures away. He probably thinks it's Cyclops, but we know it's Cyprians. Now, those have a weakness of not being able to penetrate ministries and other such things. Maverick Stack is going to leave. Anseal on the way. Corey now coming online much later than his opponent. HitEmUp has a nice diaspora of choices to be able to make here. The Trojan now going to kind of camp around. He was successful with a late secondary drop in the first time that Ramen showed up versus HitEmUp. We'll see if that ends up happening. A nice little lobotomy mine in place there. I'm not sure if that's exactly where HitEmUp is going to go for it. It looks like he's going to unload a little bit north of it.
Oh my god, it's Cyprians.
Oh my god,
they kill workers a lot faster than Cyclops do.
That's a brutal amount of damage. And sure, you get the Cyprians. They will get stunned, all of them.
Field.
But remember, these are still kind of dangerous, right? So he's only scooped up one of them. That seems like a little bit of an error, but at the same time, the Mavericks are storming the gates. So many lobotomy mines. There's still one more going, but the Anseal detects that one. And now the stim can definitely come out. That kind of took a lot of the teeth out of this push. He's got 2 Cyprians left in the Trojan. He's got very low on the actual HP of that, so it will be enough. Oh, that vulture's so low as well. The Mavericks are loose in the base. The Ministry, it should not get canceled. Ramen needs to steal himself. If he can save this Ministry, he can still win in the economic game. But that Vulture has got 1 Maverick attack associated with it. He's got to get total surround on the Goliath.
No.
More units are not being produced. He went for double stockade, but didn't actually make anything out of them, despite the mineral bank that he had.
Oh, no. Ramen's in so much trouble. They can just sit here and camp forever.
See, the battle workers are coming out.
Anseal on top of them at the moment. He definitely wants to move the Anseal over, otherwise the workers could do some damage here.
Oh, the Vulture gets focused down immediately, though, and the Hurricanes are not going to fare that much better.
The Anseal. Oh, HitEmUp. Oh.
15 worker advantage for HitEmUp, though. At this point, with the quarry up and that Ministry did get canceled, I think that's a wrap. Ramen has almost certainly been taken care of in this game.
He sticks the Anseal on top of the Maverick. It doesn't die to a Mason. Oh, it's humiliating.
Yeah, I think maybe the Watchdog is going to scout this area and see what HitEmUp has.
Watchdog's going to attack that treasury. It's going to land in it and kill it.
Man, when the Eidolon starts hitting and you scout what's going on over here, you're going to be feeling pretty rough as Ramen. 15 workers, that's it. That's all he's got right now. Double the worker count for HitEmUp. The harassment just eventually he finds a way to break Ramen.
Yeah, those Cyprians did a crazy amount of damage.
A lot of those Masons were wounded.
The Ancials on top of the Mavericks when they were on there, but nonetheless, he knows he can't do too much about this.
That is it, ladies and gentlemen. The first match is nice and fast, quick as you like. I'm honestly very impressed by the way that TopRamen was able to withstand this forward stockade. Like, stylistically, you'd think that would be a very quick and easy victory in favor of HitEmUp, but he hung out for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool stuff.
Yeah, definitely early in the game. There was a little bit of control here, and like he was a little too eager to try to drop the mines on top of the Mavericks while they were attacking his Vulture, but he managed to recover from that, and it was really only the continued pressure that eventually got him down, and especially like the Cyprians. You don't really think about the Cyprians as much anymore because you really think about it from like the anchors and 4 Cyprians and the anchor just gunning down anything that attacked the ramp. They could kill literally an infinite number of Zerg, but then they got dropped down to 2. You can only put 2 in there. So then you don't really think of them that much anymore because who really commits 4 Cyprians to a drop nowadays? It's pretty expensive, but then you've just been seeing Cyclops drops all the time, and it takes Cyclops a long time to actually kill the workers. Even when they're stacked for a while, that's a number of procs they got to get off. 4 Cyprians, on the other hand, yeah, they just gun right through them. And they killed several military units on top of it.
Yes.
Which really helped in allowing the Mavericks to mop up.
Yeah, people say Mavericks are trashed here, but what about now? We've got HitEmUp in the bottom left as, is this Burnt Umber? Oh, it's Mahogany. Never mind, I got excited. That's the Ahmed color. TopRamen in the top right, finally in the top right of Maxium. This is cross-spawn, by the way. This is not the same map. We have the silver Tyrant in the top right there. So very interesting stuff. As I update the scoreboard to let you guys know, HitEmUp did indeed secure a victory in that first match. It was starting off his campaign in a best of 7 here. And is he going to do the same thing? Obviously not. He is starting to harvest Vespine, but is Ramen going to change course? That's the mind game within this. And we see here, Ramen is definitely not changing course. He is going to go
Why
for
would
the
he change course? It doesn't matter if you kill him within 1 minute of the game, and he never has a chance to make a single unit because he went Corey first. He'll just go Corey first next game. You cannot take the water out of the horse. You can take the horse out of the water. You can't take the water out of the horse. And he's never not going to do Corey first.
Apparently not. Apparently not.
Because, I mean, he didn't really necessarily lose that game because of Corey first. There was a compounding cascade of small things that went wrong afterwards.
Yes.
The Vultures taking too much damage, some positioning, the Goliath getting too aggro and marching into the Mavericks. Now, the same could have been said for HitEmUp. His Ancial placement could have been way better. But in the end of the day, in the initial stages, he was holding off the aggro in spite of the fact that it was a proxy Ahmed versus a Corey first. So it was definitely a very strong case for it being quite viable. Like, if HitEmUp can't, like, instantly, concisely pounce on that and end the game, I think a lot of people are going to have a hard time doing it.
Double Mason Scout, because Ramen knows his Corey first is going to get him an advantage, assuming his opponent isn't doing it as well. And we know that's not really HitEmUp style. So his Corey's going to come later on in the game. He's got 200 Vespine right now. I don't know what he's saving for. Mason's going to get a little bit of slap.
Well, how much does the Covenant cost?
Oh, it's way less than that. I think it's like 100. It's 75? 100, something like that. Yeah, I don't think it's that expensive. Is it? Okay. No, it's a start pad. I was about to start freaking out. HitEmUp knows a build. He's devised a build where it's a 5-minute, 4-minute Atlas, something like that. I don't know how he does it exactly, but...
I mean, that's what the game was a lot like way back in the day.
Yeah.
Before the cost increases, is you always saw the early Atlas. And then after the cost increases, you still sometimes saw it, but then people started playing like hyper aggro. So it kind of fell off because it just wasn't possible to get the gas before you were killed. But I can see you doing it against Ramen, I think, would usually end up attacking, kind of like against Neblime, where those early timing attacks kind of come out. But I could see you still trying to pull it off if you have like some kind of early harass against him that was successful.
Yeah.
And then he goes for a fast expand on top of that, and it delays his first attack by a long time. Maybe you could do it, but then you have to build the production, then you have to build the units. So there's like an extra several minutes of time on top of that to actually actuate it. And it's like, if you're Terran against Terran, what are you going to do in Tier 2 that's really going to make a big difference at that point? Honestly, the first thing I think of is Seraphs, but, well, Seraphs are great at dealing a ton of damage. Ending fights on their own, I'm not so sure about. So,
well, it looks like TopRamen is setting himself up very nicely to actually scout and see the double star pad opener here. So, with the cross spawn and the fact that he's got the worker advantage up by quite a considerable amount, the Mavericks will not be sufficient at dealing with this. Yeah, the Watchdog's going to get bullied into the corner there and see the star pads. So he knows what he's up against. He already had the Watchdog, maybe Prescience, kicking in there. And he's going to switch off the Vulture production pretty soon here. By the way, I was starting to see about trying to imagine what the extra layers would be here. Because we're talking about... we have the Vultures coming out here. The Vultures could absolutely have gone further out. And the reason why I was thinking about that is that the Mavericks should have followed the Mason while it was building the Watchdog and try to kill it. But then you got to worry about the Vultures if they're out in the map. So like I'm thinking like multiple layers deeper into this back and forth. We're seeing ways where both of the players could do a little bit of something. It's actually, oh, he cancels his quarry. If that was a quarry, he's going to go for Stockade. He's gone for the double Trojan. Off the back of the rates because the star pad got scouted. Yeah. But there's already some mines over here. So it is going to be another Cyprian drop, but this one's a little bit better predicted by Ramen.
Yeah, I feel like Ramen doesn't really want to... Like, when you had the Vulture opening, it was always hyper all-in.
Yeah.
Just constant aggro until you overwhelm them or until the game progresses enough that you basically can't do anything anymore. But I noticed that since I started casting this stuff again, that it's always been very, very defensive. And I think that's probably been prompted in part by Protoss, but also because if it's Terran versus Terran, we've seen how volatile the Vultures can be with Hamster and co. And at the same time, as volatile as it is and APM intensive as it is, it's really, really hard to actually seal the game when both the players do that. So yeah, they've been very, very defensive. So I feel like even if you see them going out, a lot of them aren't really going to be looking for that. And they might see it and be like, oh, I wish I was in position to do something about that. But then it's like across the map and it's like, it's not really worth it. But it can be worth it. I mean, Vultures are incredibly fast. You don't have to research speed anymore. So you always have the potential to make a lot of initiative with them. Even as simple as actually trying to ambush the army moving out by going behind them and then just sticking mines where they're going to come back after harassing the worker. So there's some things you can look out for, but people seem to be fairly accepting of inviting the Watchdog Scout into their life.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting there. Now, the counter to all of the spider mine or the lobotomy mines that have been placed around is absolutely HitEmUp just unloading these Trojans immediately, but I'm not sure he's actually going to do it. It looks like maybe he's thinking about it. No, he is going to go further on, but he's not going to unload where the lobotomy mines actually are, which can be absolutely a dangerous thing. He doesn't unload most of the units there.
More importantly is that they got fixated on the Watchdog, so they really didn't do anything to the workers.
That's right.
Even though they were all lined up for a moment there, they could have taken a lot of damage.
Oh, he's going to have the opportunity to kill that quarry. It's not going to have too much there. The Trojans sort of trying to draw some of the auto attack fire of the Goliaths on their way out. They do actually get pretty successful at that. Is he going to try to actually focus down any particular targets? The Watchdog is dead. Quarry's being repaired right now, and it's just Cyprians. Those are not going to be enough to deal with those Goliaths. Maybe one of them will die, but no, I'm not even that far. So this drop could have been a lot more effective for HitEmUp. Oh, one shot away from killing the Goliath on the way out would have been at least a little bit of something there.
Yeah. The target priority was all over the place. A bunch of them attacked the Palladium, and then when the Cyprians initially wanted to go to the Goliaths, they were hugged in between the Palladium and the Fulcrum, so one or two of them were hitting the structures instead of attacking the units. Otherwise, the Goliath definitely would have died.
Also, for some reason, Ramen has 5 workers in the middle of the... Oh my god! He just puts down 3 of his own star pads in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, okay.
That's an interesting choice. I thought he was going to bank his gas and use it for something else, but he's got his Palladium up. He's got a single Phalanx. There's going to be another attempted drop.
What is going on?
Yeah, there's a 4th star pad. He's going to be going for mass rates,
I feel like he
guess.
wants a 5th one. He just didn't quite have the gas for it. He's
Yeah.
like, oh, shucks. I guess I got to wait for a minute.
Yeah. He's almost
but
got
I
it.
mean, this is
Yeah,
what
there it is.
Yep, there it is. This is what happens. Like, when you see these two players just play against each other, like, as much as they have.
Yeah.
Kind of like Arbuz and Neblime. But Tyrant is a lot more flexible about doing weird stuff like this than Protoss is. Because for Protoss, the production is so much more expensive, and you need the pylon. So if you want to proxy, like, Ardent Authority or something, it's such an insanely huge investment. But Tyrant being more flexible means you can do kind of dumb switches like this. And, yeah, they're kind of just unloading the playbook on each other now. Oh, there goes that Cyclops.
Yeah, that 5 HP Goliath, yeah. It's going to be taken out. Yeah, that's something that Ramen doesn't usually incorporate too much sustain to his comp. Now, HitEmUp, it might be a little bit suspicious. Like, why aren't you responding with more threat than just a couple Goliaths, right? Like, what's going on here? Now, the worker advantage is firmly in the camp of Ramen, but no 3rd base is up.
Dude, he has a 3rd base.
Yes, it's 5-star pads.
He has an airport. Dude.
Yeah.
He's out here in the middle of fucking Siberia, just building planes.
You know, it's really dangerous, I feel like, on this map where your enemy is already doing drops to put star pads over here. It's kind of a gamble that they don't just find it with the drop because, like, you know, there's another one coming in with 5 Hurricanes. Those are destined for the mineral line. Actually, not too much over here to respond to that, so Ramen does stand to lose some workers, but he's up by 30, so I think he's all right. Random Mason Scout going to reveal Eidolons. Sees that the Natural is up. Covenant's coming up a little bit more frequently. We do have a Stockade up as well. That Huracan unload is about to happen.
Double drop.
Yeah, the Cyprian hit.
There is a phalanx in that Nat. So if he gets too close to it, then it's going to shoot him. But he could get some of these workers here. Oh, nope, he scoots out too early.
No, the battle workers. No, they're going to transfer over through the Huracans. They're softened up so much. Now he's going to go after the quarry now.
Fuck this quarry. I see our quarry opener and I shit on it. And he tries to repair it down to the bitter end. Why wouldn't I?
That's right. The first structure that Ramen makes, and it's destroyed by his own phalanx. Cyprian's unloading to heckle some of the workers on the other side as well, but
I won't let you destroy my phalanx. I will destroy it myself. I will not suffer this indignity.
Well, that's right, but he's got 13 wraiths. He's about to be 18 wraiths. He's looking pretty strong with the wraith count, and there's not a single watchdog or anything in the anti-air here for HitEmUp. He has been very aggro this game. His initial drop was every combat unit he had, as an example, a point of reference there. And you know what? He's kept his opponent somewhat on the back foot, but this star pad switch, I think Ramen's destined to get on the board and tie the series up.
This is so bizarre. Like, why would you ever expect something this stupid?
Yeah. Well,
especially when you already know that they scattered your Eidolons.
That's right. Here we go. 17 wraiths. What is going to be the reaction? The attack force on the other side, but the lobotomy mines mixed with the phalanxes. That anchor has 2 Goliaths in it. Cyprian's not able to do too much over here. And now the wraiths are starting to descend upon it. They pop that initial Trojan as soon as it spawns. What's the reaction here from HitEmUp? And see if he can maybe heckle it with the Eidolons. I don't think that's going to be enough.
Fuck your quarry. You don't get one either.
Yeah! Counter quarry. He's still at max wraith count. Okay, no, he has lost 1. But now he's starting to get heckled. There's only 1 watchdog being made.
Goes down.
Okay. Where's those?
The Eidolons are advancing forward.
Yeah, the phalanx needs to get moved to the front line, I think. Ramen's wraiths are going to stick onto that watchdog. It's dead immediately. Lobotomy mine indeed. Only 2 clerics left.
The Mason dies a disgusting death.
The battle
workers are rallied. Battle workers.
He's got so many of them. HitEmUp down to 22 of his own. He's lost another Trojan. All his gas mining is going to be heckled to death. The quarry is also going to die. And
have arrived.
Yeah, that's it for the attack force as well. I think HitEmUp might just end up GGing here. He's got Cyprians out.
Oh my god, the fucking Cyprians are massacring everything.
But the worker count is down to 15 and dropping, dude. I think Ramen's got him here.
Just build another ministry. You'll make workers faster. The Cyprians are killing all the raids.
Dude, there's absolutely no way HitEmUp stays in this game. He's at 6 workers. He's got the starting workers.
Yeah, he canceled the ministry. Dude, look, he got a bunch of money. He can just keep making more.
All right, I think he wants to do one more desperate push.
Where all these raids even come from?
Yeah, no kidding.
Hmm.
I mean, admit it, I guess one of the things I'm trying to like read between the lines as to why he's thinking this. There is only like the 2 phalanxes or whatever that he scouted in the main, and the wraiths. He's got the Cyprians to deal with the wraiths. He's got some Eidolons. Problem is his attack force is kind of scattered. He's got his own wraiths to deal with the phalanxes maybe, and no, that's it. He's out. I think that was GG. I don't know. Maybe he'll say crash or something. But there you go. Honestly, there was maybe a chance at like a desperate attack move in, but it didn't look like it worked out there. And now
maybe
we
he
have
baited the remaining wraiths into himself, and then somehow managed to kill the phalanx. Then he trades the base and the gnat.
Well, Genesis Y is going to be HitEmUp's map pick for map number 3, so we go to there. HitEmUp, part of the clan No GG. Classic move.
Based. I'm sure Shambler is very happy with that one. He's got a fan in his club.
We're getting straight back into it. Genesis Y for map 3 of our grand final here. HitEmUp has a plan, I'm sure. He is in the top right as the... is this 4 screen again? It is. Tyrant and Ramen in the bottom right as our Platinum Tyrant. Check that out,
He says he's tilted off the planet. This is Ramen's chance to do something really stupid.
It sure is. Do you want to see if maybe it's better if you watch the stream? Maybe the internet.
Yeah,
the
the
lag
lag
is
is dreadful. At least for me.
That was a little bit better, but we'll see if it continues to hitch. And if it...
I'm not sure you actually changed the latency in that last game.
Yeah, you might be right. Maybe that's why. No, it's still kind of hitching every now and then.
I don't know where these time zones are, so...
I think Ramen is Eastern time for me, and HitEmUp I think is your time zone. I'm not 100% sure about that.
So they're not really that far apart then.
No, but HitEmUp's also in Canada, so you got 2 Canadas.
Oh yeah, that's bad. Yeah. You just you don't get functional internet here. You're better off dialing in from Afghanistan. Literally straight up, they have better internet than we do.
So no quarry for Ramen. A shocker.
No, what?
That's the stupid thing he's doing. You said he should do something.
It's good I left because I don't think I could bear seeing that.
Can't believe it, right?
That's not right. But like I said, if you know that someone's tilting, this is when you do something really stupid. Like go straight to penumbras, diadems, and hide behind them until they die on them and then leave the game for you. When they own like 3 times, 4 times your bases. Or you just like mind controller workers, take up the tier 3 and then start sieging them with diadems from like that. The good old days.
The good old days.
But I don't see it like there's no proxies. So maybe Ramen's just like not necessarily doing something hyper odd, but being more aggro than he normally would be. So we could see like something more akin to what we saw with Hamster, with very early Vulture shenanigans. That said, in this latency, I'm not sure you'd really want to opt into that, but it's definitely something is brewing in Ramen's head that he's deviating from the holy mandate. I mean, it's not by much. The quarry is coming. It's just slightly later. It could be just a response to the incessant like dropping and heckling that's been happening. That said, HitEmUp has gone more for the bog standard mass Cyclops and nothing but, so...
Yeah, he did say it was the last hurrah of the Cyclops, because I mean, the Cyclops in pre-release is, it can deal damage to itself a little bit, so...
Oh my god.
It requires a little bit of micro.
Or just the proc?
No, just the proc of the...
So is the proc like otherwise unchanged?
It has fall off, so...
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, Zerg is going to be very happy about that change.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, the unit attacks faster, so you get more procs, which means that you're rewarded a little bit more for better positioning. But it's a little bit more,
yeah, but it's
countered
more
by
like
melee.
Before, surrounding is a fucking death trap.
Yeah.
You need to really split up. Now you surround them and they just kill themselves, and you trade and you come out on top. So it feels like that you don't even really want to go. If you want to go Fulgrim, you probably need to go Matadors or something. But I feel like a Zath all-in, it'll probably still kill that. Yeah, it is definitely... Ramen is definitely a little rattled here. We've got a very, very targeted intro where he's gone for that early watchdog. he's seen the Cyclops, but he's suspecting like a Cyclops drop or something, I think. And but it isn't. It is going to be an Anseal Cyclops stack, and he's getting Goliaths to deal with that, which you can do because they can tank them down. But it's very plodding and very slow. Single Fulcrum, no stockade for the Vestry. So I feel like HitEmUp definitely has a much stronger opening.
Yeah, I do think if this, because it's an Anseal opener, so he might just be like, he knows Ramen likes to rely on the vultures for their early lobotomy mines as protection. And otherwise he might be a little bit, you know, skimpy with the details, right? And so the fast Anseal, it is cited by Ramen. That usually doesn't mean that it's just there. Gone are the days where you just use an Anseal to scout. There's probably some other units happening over here. And so Ramen will have an opportunity to marshal his forces. He actually spent a lot of his mines over here. He's still going for the Ministry. This could be a very volatile early opener here with only 2 mines on the low ground. It's going to get cleared very, very fast.
I think if you see the Anseal, you know there's no drop coming. And it's just going to be a straight-up push.
Yep, that's what's happening right now.
It's pretty difficult to deal with here.
Yeah, the Anseal for detection. He's got to pull the workers. He's only got 2 of them coming out right now. What's he going to focus down? The Anseal shield is already broken, but there's just so many Cyclops. I think this is just the timing here. Ramen's been absolutely shellacked.
This is because he didn't go Quarry first.
Oh, no, the workers. Oh, no, the workers.
No.
One last hurrah for the Cyclops massacre. I don't know. It could happen here. He did eventually deal with the Anseal. I think part of that is due to the Watchdog. The
yeah,
Watchdog's
flew
what got
into the Watchdog and died terribly. Anseals and HitEmUp land don't last very long, but it got its job done.
Yeah.
There really is not too much that can happen here. Just stick a mine in front of that.
The desperate bid to blow up his own quarry.
No.
Oh, he killed his own Mason.
The Mason.
Well, that's going to be it. Ramen is now down by a game yet again.
You know, think about it. In the last game, Ramen denied him killing his quarry by blowing it up with his own phalanx.
Yes.
In this game, he denied it by detonating it. Ramen refuses to let HitEmUp destroy his soul.
That is his altar of life right there. That's where he stores everything. I'm going to switch over to double brain cells to see if that fixes the issues that we are having. And we will go to game 4, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is actually Paradise. No, it's Blackwater Bastion, the other 4 spawn.
Yeah, this is really what I expected out of these games, is for them to be high aggro.
Yes.
When they said they were nervous, I knew they were just going to go high aggro. But honestly, I mean, if you're nervous, slowing down the game is not a bad idea. Because you just calm down, presumably. I mean, I calm down. I guess a lot of people don't, but... Maybe they're just used to playing in the lag and it just doesn't exist to them anymore.
Yeah, I'm asking them a little bit about whether they want the... I'm asking them if they want to stick with the... If they want to try Double Brain, or if they want to stick to the other one. So, see how that
Well,
one
they
works.
might just be used to it.
Yeah.
It may just be part and parcel.
All right, we're going to Blackwater Bastion on Double Brain Cell. We'll see how it works out.
Genuine Canada moments here. As
Indeed.
it pauses for a moment to start.
Indeed.
Oh, he really wanted that gas. Ramen was like, oh my god, I got to make up for my lack of quarry.
That's right, no kidding. It will be, of course. Let me just study to see if we need... before I do any player introductions, I'm just going to see, do we still have the random lag? Because
yes. Yes, you do.
Let's try that. All right, you keep watch for me while I finish what I was doing here. I think maybe that might be fine.
Yeah, it's looking a little better now.
Okay. We've got HitEmUp in the top left as the Blood Tyrant yet again. No, it's Maroon, of course. When I guess Maroon, Blood. When I guess Blood, Maroon. And TopRamen in the bottom left as the Platinum. Yeah, Tyrant.
He's always been playing, man.
Vertical spawns for our homies here. It's like the inverse of Genesis Y, which we just saw go the way of HitEmUp. Impressive that Ramen was able to, in my opinion, very confidently deal with what HitEmUp was doing in that second game. But it is a Corey first again, so let's see if he can keep it going. He's 50% win rate with a Corey first.
It's interesting to hear that they're nervous.
Yeah.
And that HitEmUp is tilted when they have practiced so much.
I know, yeah. I wonder what is tilting him specifically. But like that's the thing, is it's a spiral, right? Like if you start feeling like, you know, I'm nervous, I'm gonna play worse because I'm nervous. Oh my god, I'm playing worse because I'm nervous. I hate this. This is awful. You know, it can compound, right? So
that's like just like stage anxiety, I think.
Yeah.
Because like I don't think we've seen like a lot of it. Like I don't think maybe Neblime gets affected by it a little bit, but
I feel like he thrives in that moment. If you think about like the pressure, max pressure, reverse sweep time, you know, that's where sometimes he digs deep. So
like sometimes it's like people do pretty well. Like Veek did pretty well when he said he was like really like in that, what was that game versus Mystery Meat or whatever it was.
Oh, it was against Neblime. He won on Infinite Velocity, and he's like, I'm shaking. I need a moment.
Yeah, it's like some people can work against that, but it's more common that people can't work against that.
Yeah.
So they usually speaks to like the experience, but even then, like even if somebody's played a lot of games, they haven't necessarily played in this environment a lot, and this is the finals. So given like this is the thing though, like this tournament has gone on a lot longer than the other ones and has had more time between the matches, but that means that if you can't handle that pressure, it gets a lot worse.
It mounts, and every day you're like wake up one day closer. Yeah. Absolutely.
See, that's one of the reasons why I hate schedules. Is it doesn't matter how trivial it is. A schedule will stress me out. It is much better for me to just be like, oh, we're doing this. Okay, we're doing this. Like once you're in the moment, it's easier for me. And then it doesn't matter if it lasts like a long time. But when something like gets delayed or, you know something's coming, then it starts to worm its way into you. And that can definitely lead to some recklessness. You notice none of these games are macro.
No.
They don't want to, especially HitEmUp does not want a macro.
No, yeah, Ramen's fine.
Kind of like trying to react to him, but HitEmUp doesn't want to do macro at all.
No.
And I think that he has the better macro game hands down.
It's interesting.
Especially later on, his unit control usually did a lot better. But he doesn't want to do macro. He doesn't want to take this to macro. Either Ramen's been doing well enough in macro because he's been improving so much that he just doesn't want to do it anymore.
Oh my god, is he going to see this?
More likely is...
I don't know if he saw it. I think it... Okay, yeah, I think he probably did, but there is a chance he didn't, and he's not reacting like he did. I don't think he saw it, Mess. I don't think he has any idea. The Vultures are leaving the base as the Cyprians are going to start unloading. There are no mines this time around. It was a Cyprian drop opener. Literally, the first 4 combat units he made were Cyprians, non-combat, non-worker.
You gotta watch out. You gotta watch out. They can die to this.
Yeah, they can, and they are. They are doing it.
Oh my god. This is a disaster.
Remember that Ramen still has the worker advantage. This needs to win. Like, basically, Ramen has to be reduced to a very low number. He did lose the Watchdog with no cancel. Another Vulture is being made. Ministry under construction as well. Ramen is kind of gambling with the macro side over here.
Now the Vulture.
No, you can move it behind the Fulcrum to protect it, but it doesn't look like Ramen was on the ball there. Micro happening over here. Battle workers. Cyprian down to 5 health. Oh, gets slapped.
Slapped.
Remember that they are on double brain cells, so the latency is a little bit higher. But yeah, the worker counts are starting to fall a little bit further. And Vulture has returned from a voyage from very far away. Oh no, he's stuck. He's stuck. He wasn't attacking for some reason. Oh my god.
Well, he killed. They're very, very low, but.
Yeah, that's going to do it, I think. There you go. Cyclops saves the day. OP, obviously.
Easy clap.
What's been happening behind that? Corey is up. We've got a treasury halfway complete. Starpad idle for now. A Wraith actually is here.
Oh my god.
There's a very wounded Cyclops, by the way. The Wraith could kill it. Does he know that, though? He's just putting a little bit more damage onto the workers. A lot of these workers are very low, by the way.
Yeah, they're pretty wounded.
Oh, the Ministry's done. He can make even more of them. He can carry Neblime's torch.
So many.
Canceled that on the stockade.
I don't know. Maybe he's going to go for a Covenant and decide to cancel out of it.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's done that twice now. He canceled a quarry in, I think it was game 2. Kind of curious.
The thing is, when you get like, if you've worked yourself into the sense that you have to end this early,
yeah,
you start making mistakes you would never make. So maybe the Covenant is like his default build, and he wants to do that, but he's like, nah, I want to end this now.
Yeah,
but that can lead to you throwing the game, and then it gets worse.
Yep.
So sometimes you've got that inner voice that says, hey, this is kind of risky. And you decide you don't want to do that because it's like, nah, let's just end this.
Oh, no,
that
Robin's
can work
leaving.
out for you sometimes, but in other cases, it can be kind of risky.
He's going to go after
Ramen
that Watchdog,
is,
I think. Clear some more room for the Ant Seal, but this attack force is a little bit less lethal than you might expect. A couple Masons did end up dying. That Cyclops is dead as well. Vulture gone. Another Cyclops might burn down. No, narrowly will not. Stay alive with 2 health.
At 3. Gotta watch out for those Mavericks. They can do some damage, especially if they stim.
Oh, yeah, that's
There's still a...
oh.
Still a Cyprian back there that can finish these off.
Indeed.
One down. So the other one's
caught on the mine. Oh, the NCL will have to leave. I think the Trojan got out, if I'm not mistaken. Once again, Veteran has taken several hits. This one Watchdog off to the side.
So it is triple Covenant now. You decided, okay, I can't end this right away. I'll just go this instead. And I mean, like an Eidolon drop could also be really, really dangerous. Meanwhile, he discovers the Watchdog, which may catch sight of. Yeah, he's gonna catch sight of those.
Sees the Eidolons in waiting.
Not a lot he can do better at the moment, other than maybe stick more mines in his base, because they could just be dropped like anything else can.
Remember the first game that HitEmUp played, he lost to a very early pool cheese from Veek, and then he proceeded to immediately spank him 3-0 right after that, so it ended 3-1. Ramen didn't win the first game in this series, but he did bloody HitEmUp, and that seems to have sent him into a tilt rage, where he's just now going to go ahead and see if he can win the whole series this way. So he's got to get to 4, and he looks pretty good to deal with this one. There is a couple of splash units, including a Cyprian that has gotten 4 kills, 6 kills. Oh, he's going to be good for a couple more, I think. No, he ends up dying. Oh, the Huracan gets one more on the way. Oh, the fire even burns one more. So another quarry coming up. He's going to have 4 worker queues, but he's so far under the pump and so far behind right now. Setting up an anchor.
This is Zopi's experience.
Yeah. The drop in that FFA.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was on
It
Paradise.
looks like he wants to build some more Watchdogs on that ledge.
He's thinking about it, yeah.
Yeah. He knows. But I mean, once Eidolons start popping up in there, if he drops like 2 or 3 Trojans worth of them, then you actually need to have a substantial force to even approach them, because they're just going to pop Cyclops and Vultures the second they come in range.
I don't even know if we're going to get that far, because the Eidolons can siege the anchors and there is no detection. So Ramen needs to basically run out there with some units. He doesn't have any units with which to run out. So I think we're basically going to have HitEmUp knock on the door, call the bluff, and say, hey, look, nice little entrenched position you got there. It would be a shame if somebody used Eidolons to kill it. And even if there was an Ant Seal or a Shaman or something, he could maybe snipe that. He could play around with his own Ant Seals to defend that. Like, Ramen does not have the tools necessary. No Phalanxes and no way to decloak those Eidolons.
He's just going to have to hope they stumble into some lobsters.
Yeah, you can see he's trying to wrangle the Cyclops to step forward, but here come the Ant Seals on the Huracans.
They just pop the second they get close.
Yeah.
And that's the Achmed.
Yeah, that should be the game there. I don't see much else that Ramen can do. He's going for this very, very fast secondary ministry timing for like a super fast expansion, but he's so vulnerable to attacks. He needs to see about what he can do there. He cancels the destruction there. I don't know how does he expect to see if he can repost this? There's no way. Must be thinking to himself, what is my game plan for next map? GG is called. We're going to a game number 5 as HitEmUp takes a 3rd victory. He is on tournament point, ladies and gentlemen. Moments away, perhaps, from claiming the grand final. So, time to boot that up. Let me ask them if they... I'll ask if they want to switch back or not. It seems like it worked fine. Map number 5 will be Rage Slave, by the way. That was TopRamen's pick. His second map pick was Blackwater Bastion. So not able to take his own map pick and extend the series further. If he can't beat HitEmUp on Rage Slave, a map that Rage Slave was a map that HitEmUp commissioned. He could win the whole tournament on a map he commissioned. Looks like we'll be sticking it out on double brain cells for Rage Slave.
Yeah, it seemed a little less laggy. Can't really tell what the input latency was like as an observer.
Yeah, it's usually worse on double brain cells, but on the it's consistent.
Sometimes like consistent lag is better. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we'll say letting them know that this is indeed potentially the final game if HitEmUp can take it. It's on Rage Slave. We are getting started. What might be our last map here for Tyrant's Tale. And boy, howdy.
There's a map you can do some dumb cheesy shit in. It's this map.
Indeed, indeed. We've got HitEmUp in the bottom left as the Red Tyrant. Oh, it's blood. Fuck. And we've got Ramen in the mid right as the Platinum Tyrant. And you know what? This means that we are talking about those close spawns. Anytime the middle position on Rage Slave is in order, it means that we have a potential for very fast games because the rush distance between them is much wider than the vertical positions if somebody spawned here. So that is a pretty big deal. And with the way that these games have been going, we did get a cross spawn on Blackwater. We got there were some moments here where we were able to maybe have more games that were a little bit better. We are cross spawn on Maxium as well. That's kind of wild. Oh no, Blackwater was vertical spawns. My mistake. But we got cross spawn on Maxium. That was the game that Ramen was able to take. So it feels like Ramen somehow needs to, against all odds, hold out with his Quarry first opener, which he is doing, and just not die to whatever HitEmUp does, which is a Fulcrum opener. So this is a bit more standard for Terran. I have no idea what we're going to see, but
hopefully an hour-long game.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's very interesting.
They just both turtle until tier 3 out of nowhere. They never scout each other, never do anything. HitEmUp's talking about chain smoking. He has to take a hit every single time he makes a mason. Look at that APM from Ramen. What the fuck?
Yeah,
I think he just assigns it to his scroll button.
he's just really fast. I've seen him stream before. He's a fast man. He needs to stream more Cosmo.
This is how you get arthritis.
Talk to HitEmUp about that. Apparently he's got pretty fucked up hands, but he still plays. Legend.
Yeah, he's got fucked up hands and he still spams APM.
I know. Crazy.
This is how you make it worse.
So his Quarry is not actually that far behind, but all else being equal, Ramen should be very, very slightly ahead. And there's already a deviation with HitEmUp going for Cyclops instead of Vultures. So, his ground army is going to be a little bit more potent, but not in terms of attacking into the Vulture sort of mine area, right? So,
well, I won't be surprised if he goes for the Star Pad again and just does the same thing, looking for his Cyclops and Seal Buzz.
Yeah.
Because it seems to be pretty effective, and it catches the early expansion timing. But kind of curiously, I think Ramen might be sensing that because he is making a stockade, and I won't be surprised if that just instantly turns into a Vestry, and he just hard swaps to Goliaths immediately and tries to go for a tanking turtle build because he sees these initial Cyclops or whatever and just is like, yeah, I guess you're doing this again. So I'll just be a little more on point with the front line to actually try to tank those down. Which, I don't know. We'll see if... no, he's going to go straight for the Covenant, actually. I mean, that can work, too. And in fact, it's probably actually faster to set that up than it is to get the Goliath and the Shaman or Cleric or whatever it is you want to build, but they are more vulnerable.
Well, that's a Watchdog Scout in the making for HitEmUp in that upper right area. Treasury is about halfway done for our man with tournament point. And it will indeed be... Is he going to go Savants? Because he did that against HitEmUp apparently in practice, and HitEmUp said that they weren't very good. It's going to be Eidolons, so he's going to stick with what apparently has worked.
I think this Cyclops, like, because the Savants have to sit there and stack,
yeah,
it probably would be harder to make them work against it, but their other thing does penetration, right?
Yes, their basic...
So they probably can trade well with that, especially on a cliff or something.
Yeah.
But I feel like that if you want to do that, it's just better just to take the range advantage from the Eidolon. More critically is the fact that it doesn't seem like HitEmUp actually went for the star pads, so it's just like mass Cyclops, which... If they're permitted to continue to mass Eidolons, which I feel like if he sees this, he kind of has to attack right now, but it's either attack or it is like go for Anseals.
Pull in workers to saturate the Vespene in the middle. If HitEmUp doesn't scout that at any point, that could definitely go nicely.
That's interesting. I can see that going and then just mass Stockade. He's actually going to repair this.
Yep. Why not? He can fly it back in for some more. It wasn't
the
aggressively
diligent
hunted.
shopkeeper dog.
Yeah, you know, Ramen's probably like, it's going to burn down. Imagine his surprise when it comes back. Shiny and new.
So it isn't he going to be a star pad. He's going to hold out a little bit.
Oh, no. He's having Brood War pathing moment.
Oh, the Tism. Oh, my God.
Why can't I just fly over there? I have thrusters. Jetpack moment. Sorry, dude.
You just go back to beta.
The Escozy is
or
not
alpha.
in.
They can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to just spam Eidolons. I mean... Anseals or not, this damage is going to be very, very high if he gets a large number of them, and the Cyclops are going to die terribly, but he is still going to need a front line, so this may be actually turning out to be the slowest paced game of the whole lot.
Yes, indeed. Well, we say that, but it's only about the 5.5 minute mark, and indeed the Watchdog does come in and confirm additional Covenants being added. And, you know, you get a second look at that army size.
Minutes, it's just pure drops and
sure, yeah.
halfway through, so...
And he did make a star pad, but he's just making it for Anseal so he can detect.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. He saw when he scouted the Eidolons, he pretty much has to either attack immediately before there gets to be a number of them, or he needs some Anseals to sustain and scout them. Otherwise, he's just kind of fucked because, yeah, they're just going to keep amassing. Okay.
Yeah, HitEmUp's internet. Don't worry. It's fine.
Canada moment.
For now, everything is fine. More stockades coming.
So this is a little timing push here.
Gotta watch out.
As good as you're gonna get.
Ramen's positioning is not super ideal right now. He's got his own Cyclops to try to soften up a lot of those.
Two of the Eidolons died
yeah.
very early in. That's pretty bad. But
yeah, remember that the mines are still here, and even though the Anseal is revealing them, they have to get focused down by the forces. They're kind of getting hung up on attacking the Ministry here. They might not be able to kill it even.
Yeah, some of them are kind of low, but if he charges the ramp, Ramen can't let him get on top of him. But remember, Cyclops moves so fast. He's got to pull his workers. He has to keep the Eidolons alive. If these die, he's in trouble. Ahmed comes out.
Got to pull the battle workers.
Worker pull.
Neblime instinct got to kick in. He's seen Neblime do this so many times. Pull all the workers off the back. He's got three Eidolons here. He's not that far down in the worker count just yet. The Cyclops focusing on the workers, but they're not going to be good enough to kill too many of them. Well, I say that.
He doesn't actually manage to kill that. He took several shots at the Anseal, but it does manage to escape, which is pretty critical.
He also canceled the structure. Yeah, that's probably like a wrap, I feel like. I don't know if Ramen can come back from this position because his composition needs to scale up and needs a front line. And he's just kind of lingering around, needs to pull these Eidolons back.
Yeah, definitely he can't go on aggro right now. He's got to hold up and get a firing squad up. He's got to have so much damage that HitEmUp can't take him, and then he has to secure that base, which, well, unfortunately, the secret gas harvesting operation has been discovered.
Yeah, those, it doesn't look like Ramen's...
in the base, and he saw how many stockades there were, that kind of gave it away.
Yeah. So he gets the last little bit of a squeeze from that, but that will do it for the middle of the map. Setting up anchors. There's a world where Ramen can really fight back from this position, but I reminded them, best of 7, and HitEmUp's looking at a potential victory here. He does have a secret fulcrum.
This again. The cheek.
So he's not out of this yet.
This is how you tilt a man, is you do this exact same thing that you did to Neblime twice in a row.
3 Palladiums as well. Yeah, there's no units back at home. This is a vulnerability for HitEmUp potentially, but you got to stay alive, and the frontal attack is very monstrous right now. 3 Eidolons in that anchor. You could put another one in, but is it even going to matter? The Cyclops spring the trap. Battle workers, no, they're going to start to fall away. Is it even going to be enough? He's got 2 Eidolons on the high ground, but the Ant-Seal stack is up to 4. However, the combat units are actually pretty low on health, and the Ant-Seals are not with the rest of the army. Ahmed just chatted up and killed 3 units. Cyclops, meanwhile, are still heckling things. Multiple Cyclops down from HitEmUp.
2 Cyclops died.
He's shut down mining for now. He's still heckling.
Damage in there.
Yeah, he's still getting it happening. There's no more coming from that Fulcrum.
Cyclops trades. Yeah, he's really low on money. Look at his money. He's really, really hurting.
Yeah.
The NCOs come over to blot out the sun. They give that worker there an effective health similar to half a ministry, but he decides not to go for it. There's still Cyclops all over the place.
Oh my god, no way.
Continues to land damage.
They're all softened up.
Kills and rising. 15, 16.
All right, that's going to do it for the harassment. He's only down by 20 workers, ladies and gentlemen. Now, okay, HitEmUp doesn't know. He thinks that was a drop, right? He's like, okay, you harvested a lot of gas.
It again. Fuck it. I'll just come back here.
No, no extra anchor though. That was pretty important for that that round. He's making some Hurricanes now. Yeah, he's really low on the income.
Unbelievably dirty. Those Anseals flying ahead can be kind of dangerous if he had pulled out all of his units again like he did before that got some of them killed.
Star Pad's about to burn down.
They could end up killing some Anseals, but no.
Ministry up at the 3rd.
Tickle.
A little bit of heckling here. The Hurricanes can work out pretty nicely in this position. But that Star Pad is a thing of the past, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god, the Star Pad. No. No, HitEmUp. Oh!
And now the jig is up, though. He's going to move forward with the Masons and see, you put a Fulcrum in my base? I'm going to lag the game in response while my brain updates.
That's just one of those clown strikes. Oh, fuck that phalanx.
One more? No. He won't clear that.
Stunned for a little longer amidst the time warp of the latency. Ahmed charges for it. One phalanx down.
Eidolons are getting free reign on the back line over here.
That. Another one goes down.
That's going to be 2 dead phalanxes, I think.
A lot of damage. Holy shit. Fuck this Fulcrum. Nope. I'm leaving.
Yeah, the Fulcrum just lifts. It can land again.
Nope. Nope, he doesn't want to chase it off. He just lifts.
There's a very small window of opportunity, but without any Hurricanes, really, he's only got 1. I don't think Ramen can actually push forward here. He's going to see if he can take his 3rd.
I think he also needs an Anseal of his own because there is a number of mines over there.
Yeah.
That could cucko him out of nowhere. I guess he can use Ahmed to clear it, but...
He's trying to heckle around the edge of the Antseal. He's got to watch out for these. Okay, there you go. He's cleared out a couple of them with the Huracan.
Ahmed drinks deep and then explodes.
There's just so many units here. I don't know that Ramen can actually deal with this, especially as the Phalanxes deploy. So many of those Eidolons are going down. He's down to below 10 as the last couple of them go.
He either has to trade or he has to kill these Anseals. I don't think he can outrun them.
Oh my god, he's getting hung up on the bridge, though. The bridge of death. Okay, you know, he keeps a good amount there. But again, you're right. He does need to trade a little bit. He does have that gas income spiked from the middle. HitEmUp with, you talk about tilting. HitEmUp probably thought he had the tournament in the bag, and then that Cyclops kind of threw him for a loop.
If he had clicked, I feel like if he had clicked on the Cyclops and saw how many kills it had when it died, which was like 15.
Yeah.
That's like, you're gonna need a forced injection into your heart at that moment. That's definitely like a bona fide bong hit moment. Like you just forcibly pause the game and just light it up and roll it up.
That's not the kind of stuff he's smoking. He's smoking the cigs.
Yeah, well, this is never a bad time to start. You can ask Lucy for a couple hits. I think that at that point, that's a good time to start.
All right, well, let's see what happens because, yeah, those Huracans are mincemeat. The Anseal count is kind of high still. Remember, those never really got managed. Trying to spread the Eidolons, but the splash damage is working wonders. So many of them getting splattered right now. And there's not really any engaged. No air units, no way to get the Huracans on there. The Phalanxes really help out in this kind of composition.
Yeah, I don't know if he actually rebuilt his star pad.
Oh, you know what? Battle Workers might not be a bad shout here, but the Anseals are so still in such number. He needs to draw the Phalanx shots out, you know? Keeping him on hold position for now.
He's going all in. Fuck it.
Okay, he's clearing out some of the Cyclops, but here come the Vultures to just force the issue. Yeah. I don't know if
Vultures are
Ramen could do
nibbling.
much. He's adding more stockades, but he's down by 40
he doesn't
workers.
really
you
have
know?
the money to fund them though. Like he's really hurting on resources.
The Anseal
Hasn't
count
really been
keeps
able to
growing.
finish off the Anseals. There's so many.
Yeah.
They get very low in energy, but then they just run out. So HitEmUp's been doing pretty good at keeping them alive.
You know, Ramen put on a good show. He made it happen for a match. And he even brought this one much closer than I thought. The first game, he held on admirably versus the forward stockade as well. But as the Cyclops send off their last hurrah and splash more Eidolons and Masons than you've ever damn seen at one time or another, the Phalanx is deploying the natural, and I think the Tyrant's
the
tale
Masons.
has been told. Out with a bang, not with a whimper. TopRamen makes it to his first grand finals, but HitEmUp cannot be deterred. Tilted off the face of the earth, he says, but he is our Tyrant nonetheless. Moments away from claiming the victory. HitEmUp, more like WinEmUp.
They're nibbling still. One last nibble. They're still scattered around. I'm not sure he's managed to kill even a single Anseal. One of them is very low, but
They're shielding
just
each other way too
unkillable.
much at this point, you know? GG is called. That's it, boys. Tournament goes to HitEmUp. I seeded him number one for a reason, but I seeded TopRamen as much lower. I am impressed with the man. I think it's it's definitely worth pointing out. He was able to do better on his second attempt. He managed to take a game, and a lot of the other ones looked a lot closer as well. So some pretty good stuff there from the man, and I'm glad to have seen him in action.
yeah, I mean, that game definitely looked like it should have been decided way sooner, but he was not only able to hold on, but also take the fight to HitEmUp at several points.
Yes, yeah.
It was definitely very competitive.
It's time, I think, to speak with the Tyrant himself. Looks like he's awaiting us to bring him up anyway. We will get an interview after all, as HitEmUp has managed to make it the champion. The tournament is his. HitEmUp, more like WinEmUp. What's up, my man? Are you there? Are you here?
Hi.
Test, 1, 2. Might be getting
He has
buffed.
to look through the smoke to find his microphone. It may be too difficult now.
Yeah, true. Well, once he sorts his microphone out, we'll obviously have a talk with him. But good stuff, though. I gotta say,
You hear me?
Hi.
there it is. There he is, the man of the hour, the man of the tournament. You managed to make it happen. The Tyrant's tale has been told. You are the man. How are you feeling after that series?
To be honest, I'm shaking a little bit.
It was a tight one. Yeah, you were talking. You both said, actually, both you and TopRamen, Mesk was mentioning it. You both talked about how you felt a little bit nervous ahead of this series. Is this the one that you felt the most nervous for, or were there other ones that were a little bit more trepidation to it? Talk to me about like your overall impressions of the tournament.
So the one I should have been the most nervous for was the beginning match against Veek because of what happened the night prior. But the honest answer is the match against Shambler, just because if I lost that, I'd have to leave the server.
Well, I gotta say that one was the most one-sided series in the whole tournament. So I think apparently there was some luck associated with that, insofar as Shambler had a rough time of it himself going into that series. I don't know all of the details, but that was what was sort of communicated to me. But either way, you were able to beat him 3-0. I did find it kind of interesting, though, that you were bloodied by Veek's early pool. I think it might have been a 7 pool, Veek 7 in the name. Obviously, he's going to go for the 7 pool, apparently. And I think, that was obviously the first time that was the first map you played in the whole tournament, and that ended up not going your way. But then you managed to come back. You flawlessly dismissed him in the subsequent 3 games. They didn't look particularly close. Obviously, your Shambler series, like I mentioned, being pretty one-sided. Then you go over against against TopRamen in the upper final. And that series also seemed kind of one-sided. The game that he read you the most was map 2, Maxium. You guys had horizontal spawns on the bottom of the map. And you guys are able to reveal to each other and to us how much you've practiced against each other. He read the Cyclops drop before he even saw the star pad, I think, and immediately started prepping for it. And yet you still managed to get so many workers. Doesn't this mean Cyclops are OP? Tell me about that series. How do you feel?
So the thing is, and this is something that I think Mesk spoke to a little bit. Ramen is he's pretty good mechanically, pretty good macro. If you make him go into like a weird situation, he will start to fall apart a bit, and that's what happened in that game. Like I saw my second drop going in, and I knew right then and there, like he's gonna mess up, he's gonna lose a bunch of Masons, and I'll have a chance to win the game.
Interesting. So even in that situation where your first drop had kind of been answered to or read, you weren't even dissuaded. You were like, oh, I can just keep up the pressure, because there's a follow-up to that where in game one, you, on impetus of this series in particular, you immediately instant stockade in the forward point and then just started walking Harakans into his base. So like, even then, it was like a series of, as Mesk described it in the next game, he talked about it in retrospect being a more cascade, like a failure cascade, basically, of like, it wasn't just that one stockade that like hard countered the build. There was still play there. He still held on, but it wasn't like eventually you overwhelmed him. Is that kind of your approach to dealing with Ramen? You just try to make him crack eventually?
The thing is, like, all these games that have been played in the tournament, like, I've been quite aggressive in most of them.
Mm-hmm.
In practice games, that's not how it goes, and Ramen can kind of attest to it. Like, we just basically sit back and build as many Masons as we can and see what happens.
Gotcha.
So I know what he's going to try and do, and I know his play style. And to be fair, and another thing that Mesk pointed out in the last cast is that I wing like every build that I do. I don't know what I'm doing. Like I still don't know what like the majority of tier 2 units do, and all of tier 3. Like I know the Cascalphilor, whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah.
I know that from my first game I played, but that's like it.
Okay, interesting. So you're very much flying by the seat of your pants when it comes to like anything after the early game, basically.
Yeah, like I know like I kind of want to build this one building to open the match, and then I have no goddamn idea what I'm doing.
Interesting. Okay. Now, before we continue talking a little bit about this tournament specifically, that makes me wonder. You've been talking a little bit. You talked about back when Hapsea was playing a little bit more. You watched some of his games. Obviously, we all remember Ayud64, who's off in the mountains and is coming back in October, apparently. I also got to shout out Calypso and Krankendow, who have been taking breaks from the game. Both of them have independently said, they might be back pretty soon or something. We'll see. But that sort of quartet of players, they were also, reasonable competitors in the upper tiers of the competitive player base. Do you reckon that those are one of those guys is going to have to come back to kind of challenge you, or do you think that some of the groups here, some of the people here, are already going to be able to sort of practice up in a hypothetical world where the game didn't change fundamentally or whatever, as we obviously have a testing patch going, but when it comes to like if the game had kind of frozen, what would you have predicted as far as like who's going to be the HitEmUp challenger, so to speak? Because you've only lost two maps in the entire series, so in the whole tournament. So this is a pretty dominant victory. This is probably the most dominant that we've had. I'd have to go back and check some of the Mr. Beat runs, but I'm pretty sure that's the most dominant series of tournament victory that we've seen as far as a performance goes.
So, like the fact of the matter is, there's a bunch of players here right now that can and have beat me in practice, so that can happen. I think if EUD comes back, he's by far the most challenging player out of all of them, but that's if he comes back.
Right.
Calypso and Krankendow, I think they would land around like the skill level of like Mystery Meat currently or whatnot.
Okay.
But EUD would be somebody that I would be kind of scared of.
Interesting. And what was scary about him that the other players don't have exactly, out of curiosity?
So it's hard to explain really. Like he's very solid macro-wise, and he has decent army control, so it's very hard to like make him make a mistake. Like if I played like Neblime or Ramen or whatnot, I could kind of force mistakes out of them here and there. with ED, he's just really solid at that. But the only point in time where he was really dominating me was whenever the Apostle got buffed, and that was not a fun time.
Yes, I remember the games where you started off. You were more of a, even though you're in it, your first casted game is you Zerg against Aoud. You also played Protoss a lot, and when he was still playing a lot, and that was when you were rushing the Uptecton and showing everybody. There's a lot of things that changed when that crew of players was playing a lot, because we didn't have players who were good enough to macro to even think like, oh yeah, I should make a tier 4 structure super early on or whatever as Protoss. That was just not really in the vernacular, so to speak. That was not in the zeitgeist. So a lot of things obviously changed, but I know what you're talking about. Definitely there's an element of that going into it that makes you think, would this guy be pretty scary? That being said, you obviously have played against TopRamen twice in this tournament. You started off by playing 2 Zergs, Veek and Shambler, and then you finished off by playing the same Terran twice. You didn't end up getting a chance to play against Protoss, but were you scared of anybody else in the tournament? Obviously, the other players, you think about Hamster, Neblime, Mystery Meat, Arbuz. Those are the 4 that you ended up not playing against in this run. Would you have had second thoughts about any of them, or did you actually think TopRamen was going to be the one who you played against?
I think I did say this, like, you're in the clan channel, because you're in all the goddamn channels, goddamn spy. I did mention that I thought that Ramen and Neblime would play, and I thought that Ramen would take him out 3-2. So the fact that that happened, I'm kind of happy with that.
Okay. Yeah.
Out of all the other players, I mean, maybe Neblime would have been the one I would be most scared of. But he's quite inconsistent because he's constantly changing up his playstyle to try and figure things out.
Yeah, that's true. Neblime is like really oddly adaptable, but he also really likes to combine like all of the units, where I would say most players are I wonder if this is true in general. Like sometimes I remember HitEmUp, you were commenting, you were spectating like I think it was like a free-for-all, and people were using tier 3 units you hadn't even seen before. And it's like, there's an element of that where it's like, okay, yeah, this unit just doesn't get played because tier 3 doesn't usually get hit. But beyond that, there's also like, in some ways, people get set in a mode of thinking, and then they're like, oh wait, yeah, there's like all of these other units and then like they need somebody else, the same way that you showed us like the Uptecton or the Madrigal or whatever, and the same way that Aoud showed us the Apostle when it was buffed, the same way that a lot of other people showed a lot of other individual units that we all kind of think of as that's that guy's unit, that guy does that unit a lot. We almost need like more people like that to see the like, what is the accomplishment that this kind of unit composition can do. I mean, I even think back to like when Arbuz played in the Fraud of July as like an emergency substitute for Mystery Meat. Like that was that might have been May Royal. I think that was May Royal Invitational. And Arbuz just walks up with a bunch of Ecclesiasts. Like he just spams Ecclesiast Zealot and like wins way more than you'd think a first time Protoss should win. Like that's the kind of thing that, we probably need more of, I guess, is like the fresh blood injected in, because they're just going to see things that they're not like conditioned to be told, or they're not told like, oh yeah, this unit is garbage. They just try it, and then it kind of happened with the Cyclops too, right? So there's a lot of cases like that, I think, waiting to be found, hidden OPs or hidden really good compositions or something. So that's probably just another reason to say shout out to Neblime, because he's one of the few players that I think pretty consistently tries to do that sort of thing. And I don't know how much you do by comparison. I know you said you do some single player testing or what have you, but did you do much preparation for any of these matches? I think you said you weren't able to practice for this one. So
the only one I really did any sort of preparation for was just like thinking about what I was going to do to Shambler.
Yes.
That was about it.
Gotcha,
like, the fact of the matter is, like, with my work schedule, I don't get a lot of time to pop in and play. And I expected Shambler to play a very specific sort of way, so I thought like theory crafting to beat that. And he didn't play that way, so it was even better.
Were you expecting TopRamen to go Corey first every game? Because he did almost do that. He didn't do it on Genesis Y, but besides that, it was Corey first every game. And it was Corey first every game against Neblime too, so he's really liking that.
I expected him to do it. He has massive testicles. Like, I could never do that build. Like, I do that, I die to a 7 pool, or I die to like a Legionnaire Rush or something. Like, I can't do that.
it does feel anti-stratable, and you kind of did that anyway in your series. But I noticed that Neblime wasn't as. He did do that one time on Maxium where he went 3-gate and then canceled the 2 after they got scouted. What a legendary move that was!
I did catch that. That was great. I appreciated that one.
Yeah, those are the kinds of things that you just don't see if Neblime's not around. But wasn't enough to make him over. Okay, interesting. So I know that you and Ramen probably have practiced the most out of any group of people, like against each other. Would you say that's true?
I think I still have the most games played against EUD, but Ramen's coming close. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So out of recent history, then it's definitely been Ramen. I only wanted to ask that because in my head, you guys play against each other all the time. Like I see your messages about theory crafting a response to the games in like the clan channel and stuff, or even in just like in the games channel, and I see you guys playing. But then I think to myself, wait, if they're in the finals against each other, like, doesn't that mean that it becomes so ridiculously like back and forth and like we kind of know what each other does? And it kind of did happen that way. We saw Ramen do all these crazy responses to like the smallest little tells, and then we saw obviously you just trying to like make sure you slammed him in the early stages of the game being aggro. And so getting a little bit more information shaded in about the practice kind of makes sense if you're saying that you don't really play. You kind of play more passively in the practice games than you do in the tournament matches. It kind of makes it harder for him to prep. Was there a deliberate amount of like that when you guys played against each other that you were almost trying to condition him against what you normally do, or was that just sort of circumstance, like that just happened?
It was circumstantial. Like
okay.
In actual practice games, it was almost always like full chrome expand against full chrome expand. Like that's how it always went, except for when I figured out that Eidolons are absolutely busted.
Well, Eidolons are indeed a pretty powerful set. I did like that Mystery Meat was able to show them, and then Neblime, he had some hard-fought matches, but that opening quarterfinal was pretty good. I'll ask you this question then, as we start to close the interview and close the whole tournament. What was your favorite series out of them all, including ones that you can include ones you've played in, but you can also just say ones that you watched? Was there a particular one that you thought was really, really good?
Mystery Meat, Arbuz, and Arbuz against Neblime. I think all my series were pretty not very entertaining, to be fair. But,
okay.
Those 2 series were quite good to watch.
I think the ones against Ramen were definitely like the closest ones, and so like I thought this one was very interesting, and there was definitely room for Ramen to be able to maybe come back in a couple of those situations. The last thing I actually did just remember a question that I meant to ask you is in that last game, the deciding one where you won the whole tournament. Did you enjoy the proxy, the landed fulcrum that just made Cyclops in your base? Like, were you expecting that at all? Did that completely catch you by surprise?
I saw him do it to Neblime a bunch, and I thought it was going to happen, but I did not quite expect it, and I kind of got screwed over by that. I was kind of pissed. That was very annoying.
Did you notice one of those Cyclops, the one that was sitting on the ledge by your Nat, had 15 kills when you finally got it?
Oh God, no! I thought I killed him the first time around. But
no,
I was
he,
just so
he
far
finished
ahead.
off the one Cyclops that was attacking and went back to shooting the worker line, and he had 15 kills.
Look, man, I don't
Dude
click
was
on
on
the
a
units, man.
massacre.
Come on.
You were still up
I
by
said
like
that
30
if you noticed
workers.
that,
so.
it probably would have destroyed your soul in that game because it was otherwise really close.
Yeah. He was up by a lot of workers at the very least. Like, HitEmUp was up by a lot of workers, so...
Yeah. I mean, he ended it. He was still like 20, 30 workers ahead, but the
Okay,
3
if I go
Cyclops
out-
or whatever it was did a lot of damage.
If I go out to a Cyclops like that just speaks to what I've been fighting against the entire time.
Yeah, I was making a comment about that. You'll see if you end up watching it back, but like that's the kind of funny stuff where I mentioned is the last hurrah of the Cyclops, and here he is. But you made it work. You were able to manage the Eidolons and stuff, so it was definitely cool to see there, in my opinion. And I guess that means that that leaves us with just one last question for you, unless Mesk has some stuff he wants to throw in, but I'll just ask this one. How do you feel being the champion of the tournament? How does it feel to be a winner?
I don't actually know yet, but I know I have 12 cold beers at my friend's place, so I'm probably going to go drink those to celebrate.
There you go, yeah. Good shit, all right. Well, I hope you enjoy the beers. I hope you enjoyed the tournament, and I hope you stick around long enough to figure out, to get us to figure out what the hell we're doing for the economic update and the specifics. I was mentioning that a lot of those things, when we were talking about the show match, I was mentioning that a lot of this stuff is very, requires us to actually get some testing done to figure out what the details are and stuff. And we'll see about the whole Zerg issue and whether or not it is going to turn into some crazy stuff in the early game. I do think a part of that is what, actually Ramen said this, I think, in the clan channel, that he thinks that the early volatility is us just figuring things out. But, there's going to be an element of, I think, maybe we can get walls back into the game and we can get all this other stuff. We'll see how it goes. But I do want to encourage more of those early meaningful skirmishes that you sometimes will see in StarCraft 1. I want to encourage some of that in here. But, if the economy just keeps ballooning or whatever, that's its own thing that we're going to have to see about managing. But we'll see how it goes, because a lot of it is down to the players that play and the styles that they try to do. Obviously, we got question marks around Zerg in particular right now, but I do appreciate your continued contributions. Obviously, you're one of our top donators, but even beyond that, I would just say the time that you've put in, HitEmUp, is that's the most valuable resource. The fact that you've been giving us so many details, some impressions, and obviously raw game time that we can then look at and say, oh, okay, you've played this and you've done this well and you've done these kinds of things. And that's very, very helpful, an invaluable resource for any game designer or developer or group of developers, as it is with us, with Vic and myself. So we appreciate you, and we appreciate the conversations about it as well. And we are very thankful for you coming in. Much deserved victory in the end, of course. And we look forward to the next time we see you in a competition as well. So GG's, my friend. And thank you for hanging out for the interview.
Yeah, no problems. I'll be around until the Night Fox is tier 1.
Well, you heard that, Night Fox, if you're listening, which you probably are. Let's see what happens. Let's see.
He's going to be tier 1 tomorrow. He's going to train all night. He'll be ready.
He'll be ready. We'll see what happens. All right. GG, boys. We'll be saying goodbye to our champion and wrapping things up. Enjoy the beers, my friend, and enjoy the fact that you are the tyrant that won.
GG.
All right. With that said, I think we can pretty comfortably say, Mesk, that we've done our duty. The tournament is concluded. The grand final, 4-1 in favor of HitEmUp. Ramen being able to bloody the tyrant, but not take him down the whole way through. I'm excited to start working on the map set that's going to be accompanying this. I think I'll probably try to stress a little bit of co-op ability, but it'll definitely be playable single player as well. We'll see what we can wrangle for that, for the mission set. But we're going to basically pick some series,
right?
The show match, yeah. The alternate reality the characters get sucked through or something. That would be
one thing I did
fun.
notice about the show match is it felt like the map reviving wasn't really dumping out hardly any units compared to what was dying. Because you had Anthelians massacring worker lines and units, and then of course the Anthelians themselves. It felt like not all of them were going to be stuck on the islands.
Yeah, I wonder about that, because it definitely
might be worth looking at the replay to see if they were.
Yeah, it seems to me like something went wrong there. I'm not really 100% sure what it might have been. But, yeah.
Now when you make a campaign about that, that'll be really autistic.
Yes, it sure
Especially
will.
when it's the trenches and all the zombies are talking in Japanese.
As they should. As they should.
As they should.
Well, I also appreciate that Smarty Cakes just tried to play another RTS and then rage quit and said Cosmonarchy is so much better. So, it makes a man feel good, makes a fella feel good. Ladies and gentlemen, the tournament has come to its final conclusion. It's a logical conclusion, I would say, with HitEmUp claiming victory. I'm not 100% sure where we're going for the next tournament. Obviously, it sounds like it'll be Acropolis number 2, which I'm very excited for. I will tally up the prize pool donations, and I'll keep them open for another day or so, and we'll see what the prize pool actually is. But I appreciate everybody who has contributed. I appreciate all of the people who have watched and talked in the chat and voted for the show match. I think the show match was a success, despite the Lunatic Fringe match on Massacre. Besides that...
I mean, it was silly.
Yeah, it was very silly. I think we're going to do that a lot more often. I mean, just in general. I think that makes a lot of sense, and that's the kind of thing that, especially as we fix up more and more of the issues with the game, the stability stuff, I'm highly, I'm very much expecting that we're going to end up seeing stuff like, for example, I think we'll end up seeing like 2v2 show matches or whatever. I think that's like, or a free for all show match or something like that. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm very much looking forward to things like that. But cool to get some spotlight on those custom game modes. The turning probably especially looked very silly. I was on Main Street, of course, it looked silly. But we'll see how the rest of that goes. But I'm looking forward to seeing what people cook up. If anybody gets any replays they want us to cast, obviously send them in. And Mesk, you and I do have some replays anyway to cast, so we'll be getting to that now that the tournament is out of the way. I will have a little bit more free time to work on things like the D&D stuff, the obviously the actual Meshin set, and more stuff related to the Ascosi and all these other updates that we're making for Cosmonarchy. So thanks for hanging out, guys, and for continuing our journey here. And we will see you guys very soon. Mesk, do you have closing words, closing remarks, final thoughts about Tyrant's Tale? Anything you want to leave our viewers with?
It was interesting to see how you had, HitEmUp and Ramen, the practice partners, and Ramen, that at least in my eyes was kind of like, I don't know if it was really like, I don't know what his previous experience was coming into here, if he was like technically being coached or not, but it was still kind of interesting to go from watching them, in the streaming where it was pretty one-sided. And then we fast forward to today where, okay, maybe he's the only person who takes the second match off of HitEmUp, and it looks ultimately one-sided in many of the matches, but it really wasn't that one-sided. The matches were very competitive. So it was interesting to see him kind of come all this distance. And along with him, bring along the disciple Ramen, who's also improving more and more to the point that he's also defeating Neblime, which I really didn't expect to see. Yeah. So, I mean, in part could be because Neblime was playing Protoss or whatever. Maybe he was somewhat inconsistent, like what HitEmUp was saying. It was actually kind of interesting to see that because, well, I thought there might be some inconsistency in Neblime's play. It always felt like we weren't at a point where most people could really exploit that. Before that would have been mystery meat, but it was less like exploitation and kind of more like a mix of more subtler elements. So maybe if you look back at those games, you might be able to see that a little bit, but it didn't quite feel like that to me. It felt like there's more to that story, but it was still interesting to hear that, to see Ramen actually do really, really well in those matches. Certainly not at all what I was expecting to see, but to be fair, I haven't really seen them play against each other, so it's definitely interesting to see it's not just like one or two people holding dominance, but actually a fairly competitive circle of people surrounding each other. And we also got to see that with Arbuz as well, having a very strong entry in his match against Neblime. So absolutely was a very interesting tournament. And it'll be interesting to see how things come from this point, because some people might attribute some of the things, especially to the Eidolon, which is kind of new in its place with tier 1.5 and so on and so forth, and whatever other economic stuff is going to happen, to see how things go. And you guys were talking about some players I've never even heard of before, so maybe might get to see them at some point too.
Yeah, I would say it's a pretty strong idea, like in general, to me. In my mind, I'm thinking about how when you think about the way that like those players, like you talk about players who are really good, like I think Aoud was like maybe 90% the player HitEmUp was, right? If Ramen is like 85 or 80 or something, you know what I mean? Like now Ramen's actually closed that gap a lot. I think him and Aoud would be very competitive, but in the past, I guess they traded games between each other, but that was more of a stylistic thing. I think Aoud was like a stronger overall player, and now Ramen's gotten a lot better. So Ramen might actually be like 90% of HitEmUp or something like that, but they're also playing the same race right now. HitEmUp has a lot better track record with the other races. I guess Zerg is probably both of their weakest. Like if you think about HitEmUp and Ramen as players, Zerg is probably their weakest, but HitEmUp also, I don't even know if Tyrant was his actual best race. I think Protoss was HitEmUp's best race. So he kind of won in my mind, he won a tournament on his second best race, but he might disagree with me. He might feel more comfortable as Tyrant for whatever reason. So, it's interesting to see stuff like that. And obviously the meta is shaking up. The changes in pre-release are going to be pretty significant. We'll see how they shake up overall, what the changes are going to look like. But I'm liking that the player base is so like hyper competitive, and they took advantage of the fact that the tournament was a preparation tournament and that they built up on that time, even if they were just thinking about the matches and not actually practicing in some of those cases. I think it did actually bear out. You know, we interviewed HitEmUp. He didn't say that he, you know, used the practice time particularly in any given manner besides to stomp Shambler, but you know, it was still something that was there and allowed him to think about his things and muse on it. And who knows what subconscious stuff happened at the same time as well. So pretty cool stuff. But nonetheless, that will be GG. And Mask, thank you very much for joining me for the cast for all of these matches. I really appreciate that as well. I think we'll be looking forward to. We just got another replay posted. Actually, Ramen posted a very long game apparently between himself and HitEmUp, and so that's something that I'm interested in seeing. We'll have to see how that one goes. So, well, maybe we'll do that as soon as we get up tomorrow. We'll see. But GG's boys, we'll be back for more events, of course. And another congratulations go out to HitEmUp. Peace.
GG. Smoke weed every day.